Hope you're enjoying the easy listening sounds of my PTCGO starting up, everyone. We'll be ready to go in just a second. I'll see you soon. Hello everyone, welcome. We are here today for another installment of the Sableyes series. Hopefully I've got my co-commentator sitting around here. Sparksy, are you present?
You done tootin' straight I am, Mitch.
Here he is, he's ready to go. We are live and raring to get started with the Sableye series. We're just waiting for a couple of our streamers to jump into some rooms, but we have pairings, we have games ready to go. So, Sparksy, I think it's just about time to get started. We're going to jump in to Stream Room 7, my friend, and we're going to watch some competitive Pokemon cards.
I will meet you there.
Sounds like a plan. Here we go. We are across. All I need to do now is make sure that I actually have my vision ready. Whoop! As we transition across, we've got ourselves our first game here, which is Cash, a classic competitor playing the Pokemon TCG. Cash is on our side of the screen, and you can see here he is playing up against Rema. We've got Cashman playing a Ice Rider and Inteleon list, and Rema is playing a Blastoise VMAX deck, which is very exciting. Sparksy?
Blastoise VMAX, that is not a card that I looked at or expected to see today, but I'm very excited.
It's not normally one of those cards that we see in the standard format, but you know what? It is still pretty solid. Hopefully everyone is enjoying themselves out there. Hello. I'll do my best to interact with chat as elegantly as possible, but there's a lot going on over here, and we've just seen Cash complete his turn, a Sobble with an energy, and an Ice Rider in play. Not a terrible start, especially knowing that Blastoise is not going to be able to put on a ton of pressure until later in the game.
I think the fact that we're relying on Blastoise setting up the Frostmoths is big as well. It needs those Chinchinos, it needs those Frostmoths to keep going, so Cash should have a bit of time to get himself going here.
Yeah, you would think so. He should be okay. Very quickly, just so you know what we are looking at today, we've got a pretty significantly sized tournament on our hands. We are playing for 200 celebrations codes worth of prizing. Our top 8 players will be going home with a bunch of celebrations codes tonight. And we've got ourselves, before the tournament started, we had 160 players for a tournament with 128 player cap. So a very, very popular tournament, which is exciting. And it looks like Cash is going to be able to get an attack off here. He's going to be able to take a knockout on a Minchino this turn. He'll grab himself Calyrex VMAX, and then he'll either retreat or scoop up his Sobble. You'd think, because he's got the water energy on it already, that he will be able to just manually retreat, go into that Ice Rider, and take his first knockout of the game. He's also got plenty of stuff in hand. He can grab another Sobble with this level ball. He's got Melanie for next turn. He could use Drizzile to grab another Ice Rider if he wants to. Or he can just attack here. He'll Ride of the High King and take his first prize.
Silence, Mitch, I was trying to get the stream to work, but it is now working, and I can now see exactly what you are commentating so accurately and
Excellent.
beautifully.
Thank you very much, Sparksy. Appreciate it.
It looks like, honestly, Cash is in such a good spot here. I mean, the fact that Rema doesn't even have an attacker out to start with is pretty damning.
It's pretty average.
Yeah, it certainly is. But it looks like he may be able to get a Frostmoth here, at least.
Well,
Not that that's going to help him that much. But
you'd hope so. You'd hope so. He'll be able to get the Frostmoth out, and then hopefully he can use it to attach some water energy to a Blastoise. But still nothing from Rema, which is a bit of a concern. It's tough in these situations, and since these tournaments are best of one, that is whoever ends up winning this game is the winner of the round. A bad setup like this can be very, very average. Azazel in chat, you just want Crobat VMAX to be good again. One day, my friend. One day. Hopefully everyone is enjoying themselves. Josh, do you stream your game to the Discord? If you are playing and there is a free stream room, feel free to jump in there and stream your game. You never know. You might find yourself being commentated.
Oh, and that boss stall, that's a desperate move. I was going to say that Cash actually does have access to the boss if a Blastoise does come down, but it looks like a Blastoise is not coming down, nor is much else, honestly. So
yeah, this is it's not looking good. You can see Cash sifting through the deck there. He's got a switch and a scoop up net both ways to get this Drizzile out of the active. And he'll be taking a knockout on the Chinchino here, which will remove all draw from Rema's side of the field. And unfortunately, no Blastoise. We're not going to be able to see any success with this deck because there's not going to be any time for Rema to get his Pokemon out.
I mean, at this rate, Cash still needs to take all 6 prizes with single prize Pokemon. So we might have a little chance to see a Blastoise.
That's true. Eventually we may get one.
I'm interested as to why Cash actually went for the switch there rather than the scoop up net. I thought that a scoop up net might be a good play to grab the switch for next turn, considering his opponent doesn't play Marnie at all. But
yeah, it's an interesting one. An interesting one, but I think it's probably one of those situations where Cash is like, I know that I'm pretty comfortable in this game.
Yeah.
Probably don't need to stress about the scoop up net now. I can save that maybe for a little later. A strange Melanie onto the active. He elects to Max Lance there. That's odd. I don't understand that particular choice, but you know what? It seems to work. Does Ride of the High King not take a knockout? It must be not enough.
It potentially isn't enough. I think it's only 70, and he needs 90. So that could have been the issue. But also it gives him access to a Melanie next turn onto the Suicune to set that up as well. It's an extra energy attachment if he can hit it. So that might have been the play.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I need to learn what cards do, Sparksy. Perhaps that's the critical piece. If you're just joining us, I'm here today with a very, very popular young man from Australia, Sparksy, and that is all we will call him for now. If you want to catch him at some point in the future, he will randomly stream on twitch.tv/whatever his thing is.
In about /JSparksy. In about 6 weeks, it won't be anywhere near as random as well. Also, back to the game, we have seen a Blastoise hit the mat.
Look at this, it's here. It's finally in play. The question in chat from Chief Gaming was, what's the opposition playing? Well, now we can see Blastoise VMAX is the way, but unfortunately, it's a very, very sad 30 damage here. And Cash will be able to take a knockout very easily. Yeah, is the call there. Very, very strong attack from that Blastoise. I got shot by water. Oh no.
Water gun. That is not an attack that I expected to see.
No,
today.
That's normally not a particularly competitive attack. Azazel in the chat saying, Mitch, you have no business commentating on anyone's stream schedule. That's a great point. Mine's just as random as Sparksy's is.
It's very true. Very true, Azazel. You're probably the only person in chat that could get away with saying that as well.
That's true. So. I think that's true.
See, here we go. So he does have access to that energy now with the Melanie that he Max Lanced away, but he did put it back onto the Max Lance. Which,
yeah, well, he's going to take the knockout here on the Blastoise and remove all hope of this Blastoise VMAX deck doing anything particularly strong. Hi, Steve Stevens. How are you doing? Thank you for coming along. That's 2 prizes, 4 cash, and this game is now wrapped up. The joys of this particular format, though, is that we will be able to jump between a couple of games if we are lucky, and we'll also find that these rounds go very, very quickly, especially in the early stages of the tournament, considering there are so many players that are, you know, they miss check-ins or they drop from the tournament because they're not available, whatever it is. There's a number of things that can go wrong. So we do have 110 or so players though, which is fantastic. Thank you to everyone who is in chat for jumping in and taking a look, as these guys have a private conversation in front of a whole bunch of people. Well, we'll just continue to talk through. There's the scoop. So a Cash going through with a win in the first round. Let's jump into stream. Let's go to stream 6, Sparksy, and we'll see what's happening over here.
I'll meet you there.
Alright, we just need to make sure that we get the stream up. Here we are watching Nobby, who is playing a very interesting deck. He's got Zacian and Zamazenta, but with the Jolteon tech, which means that if there are any water Pokemon in play, their abilities don't work. And he's playing up against an Ice Rider Calyrex list as well. So you would think that Nobby is actually in a very, very strong position to win this game. The reason we've jumped across here, though, is because of that Jolteon. I think it's a really, really cool little tech at the moment.
I was actually just looking at a list from good old Santa Wojcik as well that features that Jolteon as a prime piece of the stall. So I'm interested to see how it's used here. Honestly, it's a really good addition to this station list, but it might clunk it up a bit.
Well, there's the potential for that. There is always the potential for these extra techs to create some inconsistency, but if you take a look at the opposition's board, all of those water Pokemon no longer have access to their abilities. We just saw Cristobal grab a Shady Dealings Inteleon out of his deck, but he cannot use it. If he plays it down, the Jolteon will actually negate that effect. So it's an interesting choice from him. You can see Nobby is hovering over one of his emotes, just waiting to see if someone's going to play down a water-type Pokemon or that. But we'll wait and see. It seems like Cristobal is taking a bit of time here to make a decision about what to do. But you can see, yeah, Nobby in a very, very strong position. He's got 2 attackers. He's got the Jolteon just hovering over it there for us so we can see what the effect of that ability is.
There it is. There it is.
And there's the evolution into the Shady Dealings Inteleon as well. Well, that's not going to work, though. That Jolteon, since it's got the memory capsule attached, that's a problem.
I honestly think this Jolteon is extremely underrepresented in Standard at the moment. Considering that the Inteleon engine is so prevalent in almost every deck, it should probably see more play.
Yeah, well, it's very, very interesting, but it's kind of the choice is, do you want to put in, like, those 6 cards, 2 EVs, 2 Jolteons, and 2 memory capsules to give yourself the consistent out to that extra tech, and make, like, your deck a slightly worse version of the deck that it was before, knowing that there are so many Inteleon engines? Well, I mean, it's working very, very well for Nobby here. He's in the driver's seat and looking like he's going to win this game, so a very, very good choice at the moment. But, you know, it's always one of those things. It's a bit risky.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, it's also difficult when you're playing your own Inteleon engine to get all of that Inteleon engine set up and the Jolteon as well. So I could definitely understand why it's not seeing that much play.
Well, that's a great question. Does it turn off every water Pokemon or just your opponents?
I believe it's just your opponents, but it's still with the extra 6 cards as well as your 4-4-3-1 or your 4-4-2-1 Inteleon engine it's a lot of cards, like, for consistency and for stuffing up your opponent. So.
It certainly is, and you can see Nobby well played here. He will go on to win this game. There is 0 things that Cristobal can do to come back from this. We know the 2 cards in his hand are both water energy, so it is going to be impossible for him to do anything this turn. All it's going to take is a retreat into a Zacian V, and Nobby will take the game with a Brave Blade here. A very, very cool Zacian Zamazenta list, one that we've not seen a huge amount of so far, but definitely worth taking a look at, which is really quite interesting. Hopefully Nobby does end his game here on the deck list screen for us so that he can we can see this particular list. But at the moment, it looks like he's just hovering around his. Oh, he's going into the. He's going into the deck manager now. It's almost as if he knows what's going on. Maybe he can hear us. Maybe we're talking too loudly, Sparksy.
I'll try and whisper next time. Sorry, Mitch.
But there's that list. A really, really cool choice, right? The 2/2 Jolteon line does a really good job of blocking those water type abilities. And it worked very, very well for Nobby there, taking the game in the first round.
Definitely an engine that, Zacian usually relies on the Oranguru and Rotom phone engine. So this is a very different take on it. And I never really liked the Oranguru engine anyway, so I'd like to see how this goes.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on our players as they progress throughout the tournament. Every player has been given the opportunity to jump into a stream room here, so if they got in quick enough, we can see players from the top to the bottom tables. It's one of the best things about this tournament, I think, is that ultimately it doesn't really matter what you are playing. As long as you're playing something cool, I'm happy to watch a game from you. What we will do now, though, is we will jump back to the intermission screen so everyone can see my beautiful face, and we'll have some chat interaction. We'll just jump across here. Sparksy, what we might do is just head back to the streamer zone, and we can continue chatting there.
I would love nothing more.
Alrighty, so we've got ourselves a very, very interesting tournament going on. Welcome, chat. Hopefully you are enjoying what we've done so far. There are about 50 people in the chat at the moment, which is fantastic. And we're sitting on about 25 likes. If you like this particular structure of video, then please consider liking. It would be a massive, massive plus to me. Lucas, hello. Thank you for coming along today. Looks like we've got a whole bunch of people in chat asking some interesting questions, including Steve Stevens, who asked, "Hey Mitch, is it true you've descended from a Norse god?" No, it's not true. I just look like this naturally. This is just the way that I am.
I think you'll find that probably actually is true, Steve. He just doesn't like to discuss.
I just don't like to talk about it. Santosh, excellent question. Did I promote the stream on Twitter? No, I did not. So I will go across and check that right now. Make sure that we can get everyone across here. Just bear with me whilst I am typing. This is the thrill of being live.
I can't believe you get so many people in this tournament, considering how underrepresented it is, honestly.
Oh, just zero organization. All I do is I put it up last night at like 9 o'clock, and we've got 160 people registered, so I'm happy. I cannot complain.
Incredible.
Oh, boy. How am I doing, Ruben? I'm doing very, very well. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully everything's going all good for you. Cyclo, Mitch, shout out. There you go. There it is. That's the shout out. You've had it now. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking for the link to my stream so that I can actually post it. So just give me a second.
Do you want me to post it for you? Is it?
No, it's all good. I can do it. I can get there. What do you think is better, Shadow or Ice Rider? That's a really interesting question, Sparksy. What do you think? This will give me an opportunity to post this link.
Honestly, I think the problem with this meta, as many people have noticed, is it's very weakness dependent. So it just depends on what else is being played. So I think both are probably equally as good. I mean, obviously, one has a better matchup against the other, with Ice Rider probably being slightly more consistent. But in terms of which is actually better, it really depends on your meta call. So you've just got to make the right call on the day. I would say that Ice Rider beats Shadow Rider 8 times out of 10. But, I mean, it really depends on what the tournament is and who's playing in it.
It's tough. It's one of those ones where at the moment we've got a lot of decks that are really, really strong, but it comes down to the quality of the player and the luck of the player as well. You can be playing Shadow Rider, which is probably considered a quote-unquote better deck at the moment, but stumble upon dark decks the entire day, or just brick, and you lose. So that's one of the things about the Pokemon TCG at the moment. There are so many varied options. I don't think that it's fair to say anything is the best deck at the moment. There's just too many options to choose from. We've got a couple of other excellent questions in chat, which is fantastic. Alex saying, loving the new additions to the background. Yes, they are looking good. So that side over here, we can see there's the chunky Pikachu from my opening of that particular product, and then there's the box. There's the big box. It's in the picture, Sparksy. The big box is here.
If you haven't seen that video already, chat, you need to check that out after this live stream. That was a doozy.
Jump across and watch the big box stream. Thank you very much, Levi, for jumping in and subscribing. If you're in the chat, I appreciate it. If you haven't already subscribed and you're watching, then please consider doing so. And like the video. Only 35 likes and 65 viewers. That means that there's at least 30 people here, Sparksy, who are just sitting back and enjoying this without giving me the likes that I desperately crave. It's like sustenance to me.
I'm not one of those people.
I need them.
I've hit that like button.
Alrighty, we are waiting on our next round to start. There is one more match being played at the present moment. We'll just scroll down and see who it is. We've got a couple of people playing quite. They're taking a long time. Let's put it that way. They're taking a long time to finish their game. So hopefully that gets resolved nice and soon, and we can get into some more gameplay for you. But in the meantime, feel free to ask any questions that you have. Strategic Master asks who is with me. It is Sparksy from twitch.tv/jsparksy.
That is me. That is I. Hello, Strategic Master. How are you?
He's a massive celebrity in Australia.
I don't think that's true, but I'll take it. I'll take it anyway. I appreciate the props.
Oh boy. Mitch, what are your thoughts on Zacian and Zamazenta V from Celebrations? A great question. Both cards are interesting. I'm not going to say that either of them are good, but they are definitely interesting.
Honestly, I don't even know what the cards do, so I can't comment on that. Sorry, Mitch. I know what type they are because I saw your unboxing video.
Well, there's the Zacian, I think, is probably slightly more usable because it's kind of like a Psychic Leafeon, right? So you can accelerate Psychic energy out of your deck instead of Grass energy. But you know what? I don't know if it's necessarily going to be utilized that much because most Psychic decks don't need the extra acceleration, and if they do, they don't want to put those extra slots in to try and get an energy on turn 1, because that's pretty much the only time when that Zacian would be super useful competitively. The Zamazenta was very interesting when it was originally translated, because it would reduce damage by 20 for your fighting Pokemon, but then it was translated correctly, and now it reduces 20 once. So you used to be able to... The idea was that we used to think that we could stack it, so you could have up to 4 Zamazentas reducing your damage by 40, but unfortunately, you can only use one, so it's a bit like... it's a bit unfortunate.
They nerfed it into the ground. That's sad. I saw that Josh Evo asked the exact same question I was thinking of. Do you think that the Zacian would be a one-of in Shadow Rider? Do you think it's worthwhile?
Again, potentially. Like, you could definitely put it in there. But again, my thought process would be, if you're playing one Zacian V to accelerate an energy, the only time it's going to be useful is when it's on turn 1, right? Because every other turn you want to be attacking. Yep. And you need to make a decision to you either get really lucky and start that Zacian V, which is a 1 in 60 chance, or 1 in whatever the chance is to have a single card in your opening hand.
7 in 60. Yep.
7 in 60, there you go. Maths is difficult, as you know. 7 in 60 chance to get it in your opening hand, and then... if you don't get that, you need to search it out, which means you're electing to search out something that isn't a Shadow Rider. So, I don't know whether you would want to use it, but you could definitely include it. It's probably not my number one prospect. The other thing you could use it for is its attack, which does, I think it's 60 plus 30 for every Psychic energy that's attached to it. But again, why would you use that attack when you could do the extra damage with the Shadow Rider? I'm not sure, but I'm sure someone will find a way to prove me wrong.
No, I agree. It seems that, like, judging from what you've said, it seems that the Zacian isn't really good in a Shadow Rider, especially as you can use the Galarian Articuno for the double acceleration. So why would you look for the Zacian in that case?
Yeah, and that's the awful thing about some of these cards. They come out and they're good, but they're just not good enough, right? So you can bring them out and have something really interesting that you can use, but when you consider the other options that you have, the other choices, the things that you would choose over that card, you go, oh, maybe I wouldn't do it. We've just had a very interesting comment from Blake saying it's an okay tech against Zamazenta. Yeah, you could use that if you're worried about that particular deck. So there's definitely options for it. But yeah, probably not something that you would use to rely on to get that energy. Azazel asking, what is the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything? And I believe the answer is 42, Sparksy.
You are absolutely correct, Mitch. It is 42.
But I don't know how many people are allowed to know that. So
Considering Azazel's ascended, I thought he might know that already, honestly.
You would think so. You would think so. One extra energy turn one is sick in Shadow Rider, says Blake. Absolutely, but you kind of need to be lucky to get it, or you need to sacrifice searching out another Shadow Rider. So, is it worth like getting one extra energy over the consistency of having multiple Shadow Riders on turn 2, the VMAXs? I don't know. It's something that needs to be tested. Lucas asks, are chests being counted as unopened products on PTCGO? So that question comes from the idea that 125 unopened products will be transferred across to PTCG Live, the brand new client, when that comes out as premium currency. The short answer is I don't know whether chests count. I don't think so. I think it's just packs. But ultimately it comes down to the fact that at the moment Pokemon is being very vague about what does count as unopened product. And the reason that I think they are being vague is because they don't want people to be doing anything specifically to try and rig the system in their favor. I think that's ultimately what it's about. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I wish I could tell you, and as soon as I know for 100% certain, I will. But beyond that, I can't help, unfortunately.
From what I've heard, it's a no on chests from everything I've been told. So I would act as if they're not being.
Yeah, I would assume that's the case, and just prepare with 125 or fewer packs. You don't need to have 125, so you can have as many or as few as you like. Blake says Fog Crystal and Quick Ball, you have plenty of search. Yeah, that's true. But you don't always have all of them in your opening hand. I'm just saying. I don't know whether it's worth it. I don't know. We are still waiting on our final game, by the way. We are at the end of time, which means, unfortunately, for whatever game that was being played, we'll need to resolve whatever issue is happening over there so that we can see our next couple of games coming up. Hopefully it works pretty well. Steve Stevens says, if you use a spot on Zacian V instead of Shadow Rider, you might end up engaging in some full bench gaming.
You might, very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. Very, very quickly you might find that happens. Strategic Master says, get all your staple cards before TCG Live. There will be no trading in TCG Live. You're 100% correct. But it will be easier to get those cards when Live comes out. So that is always a good thing. Alright, we have a brand new, fresh round ready and raring to go. I don't know, do you want to just jump into a random stream, Sparksy? 1 to 10, give us a number.
Give us number 3, Mitch.
Number 3, we'll jump into stream 3 and find out who we are watching. Okay, we have got ourselves... I will change the camera over here. We have got ourselves something. Not entirely sure here. This is the joy of popping into random streams all the time, is that we don't always know for sure what is going to be what's going to be on our screens. But we do at least have a couple of names. We've got Mr. Greninja on our side of the field, and it looks like he's playing Single Strike. Let me very quickly find his game here. Mr. Greninja is playing Single Strike, and our opponent, HC Muaf, or whatever we want to call. I don't know how to... Is that just a random string of numbers? I'm not sure. Of letters and numbers. He is playing a Rapid Strike deck, which is really exciting, because these two decks, Sparksy, are the next two League Battle Deck contributors, or whatever you want to call them. The cards that are in the next League Battle Deck.
Interesting. Hold on. Are you looking at the same list that I'm looking at, potentially?
I am. There should be Single Strike and Rapid Strike. Am I insane?
Interesting. I have a different list. But anyway, we'll go with it. It looks like you're a lot more right than the list that I've got up on my screen right now. But
okay.
That's okay.
Sure thing.
Keep going.
Well, I mean, we'll take it as it comes. Whatever happens here. This is the joy of a super professional stream like this. We've got a Rapid Strike Urshifu coming onto the bench for Muaf. We're going to need to figure out a way to say his name there. I don't know what we're going to do. HC. We might just call him HC.
HC, absolutely.
HC seems a lot more reasonable. And then we've got on our side Mr. Greninja playing our Single Strike deck. He's got himself a Houndour. He's got himself an Umbreon if he wants to use it. He's got those beautiful new Professor's Research from Celebrations. So it seems like maybe he's not super requiring those free packs from top 8 today. He's already got the cool cards, but that's okay. We'll give them out to him regardless if he makes it.
He might want to have some of the awesome Professor's Researchers like what you have.
The full art ones. Well, I never. That's actually quite interesting that you mentioned that, Sparksy, because I have some spare ones that I will be giving away. These are digital ones. I'll be giving away in my massive TCG live stream when we get the release date for PTCG Live. All of the spare cards that are on my account will be going to viewers, so make sure you keep an eye out on the live stream page at the Sableyes on YouTube, and you too could earn yourself a full-out research, which is fantastic. There's plenty of other cards that are in that pile as well. We've got some bosses and some Marnies, a couple of gold quick balls to give away as well, so lots of cool stuff. Anyway, let's talk about the game that we are currently looking at, and HC is in a really interesting spot here, where if he gets the VMAX and the energy, he can actually remove both of those Houndours from play on Greninja's side of the board.
That's the thing about Rapid Strike. It escalates so quickly, like insanely quickly, and it looks like he might actually have it, honestly. I'm pretty sure there's the energy. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I saw him draw the energy search last turn. So, yeah, this could be huge.
It really could be, and you saw that lightning energy there. HC obviously playing the lightning version of this deck. He's got 3 Zeraora V in the deck. So the Rapid Strike Urshifu is a main attacker of sorts, but utilizing Zeraora as well, which I think is a really, really cool card. Allows for a lot of extra bench snipe that Rapid Strike Urshifu already really, really enjoys. And we can see here comes the Urshifu. He's got the rainbow rares just flexing on us over here, attaches the lightning, and then Crobats as well. So this is going to be a pretty big turn here. We'll be able to take both of those Houndours down, which means that there's not likely going to be an attack from Mr. Greninja next turn, which is unfortunate.
Incredible turn by HC here. And I mean, it puts Mr. Greninja in such a difficult position, because do you laser focus next turn? Do you evolve and just kind of try and wait it out? You see that HC probably has access to the Drizzile next turn as well. So it's tough for sure.
It really is, but ultimately it's not too bad. I mean, we know that there's no way that HC can realistically get another Gmax Rapid Flow off next turn, especially if there isn't a knockout, which there can't be. So that's going to be tough for him. The most that we'll realistically see is 150 damage, but that's still pretty powerful.
150 damage is pretty solid here, and also we might see a Zeraora being powered up. I don't think that can be powered up next turn either, though. So you are quite right. It's going to have to be the Gale Thrust attack if he does get an attack off at all, HC.
Yeah, there's it's one of these things. It's really tough to chain those Gmax Rapid Flows in the early game, especially when you are in the position that HC's in. He's gone, okay, well, I know that I can slow my opponent down, but now he's being slowed down just as much. We see a couple of Umbreons in Mr. Greninja's hand here. He's electing to use Tower of Darkness to draw a couple of cards. How do you like every single Umbreon in your deck in your hand? How do you feel about that? Probably not the card that he was looking for, hoping for another Houndour there, you'd think, but that's okay. He's going to have to pass here. And at least next turn he'll be able to attack. Not necessarily for the amount of damage he was hoping for, though.
There you see the cons of Marnie, because he had everything he needed in his hand, really, for the next turn. But his opponent's hand size was so big, he was like, right, I'm going to have to blow my consistency to try and disrupt my opponent. But fortunately for HC, he had the Sobble set up, so he can just Drizzile out of this.
All it takes is one stage 1, and that Inteleon engine is away. There's been lots of conversations recently about, is it tedious to have every single deck in Standard using the Inteleon engine to get themselves going? Honestly, I really like the fact that Inteleon is the engine that we're using at the moment. It's tough when you're a brand new player and you go, this is in every single deck. It's really boring. But yes, it is Inteleon bad.
Wow. Okay.
Well, We're trying to stay unbiased here, my friend. We're trying to stay unbiased. I really shouldn't be watching the stream while you're in a tournament either, just FYI, but that's okay. I like the Inteleon engine, Sparksy, because it means that there's a little bit more, like, there's more decisions to be made, and it's not like when we were playing with the Dene and Crobat in decks where you just draw a ton of cards, and then, you know, you either draw into what you need or you don't.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I think that it's also really well balanced because you can only grab that one item, or with your Shady Dealings Inteleon, grab the two. Often you need more, so you really have to make that decision. It encourages good players and good decision making, essentially. So I think it's a strong engine. Not to mention it's a single prize stage too, so that also helps.
But it also has framed the metagame at the moment. It's obviously because Greninja is... sorry, not Greninja. Because Inteleon is so powerful, there are a lot of decks at the moment that are preying on that weakness. Things like Dragapult, Jolteon, all those kind of spread cards. And then obviously other Inteleons can deal with Sobbles as well. We can see multiple bench snipe attacks. We can use all sorts of different methods to knock them out. So it has really warped the metagame around it, but ultimately I don't think it's not a negative warp. It's not like when ADP was in the format and you just kind of won or lost depending on how lucky your opponent got, whether they got the bosses or not. So I think that it's ultimately quite a good thing for the game, but we'll have to wait and see whether that particular engine sticks around when Fusion Strike comes out. We've got that Zeraora with an energy on it. This is not a particularly fast position for HC to be in, and you can see exactly what I was talking about before. The way that this deck can sometimes find itself a little bit slower than it would like, especially after that original G-Max Rapid Flow. And the boss's orders in hand from Mr. Greninja means that, yeah, he can take a knockout on that Zeraora here if he wants to. Beatdown will do the job. He's got the one single strike energy, which boosts his damage to 120. We'll take 2 prizes, and now HC only has access to Inteleon to draw extra cards, or he needs to get a Raihan, which is going to be a pretty powerful card to pick up at this exact moment.
If he hits a Raihan, that would be massive. But I mean, I think that he's still in a reasonable spot. There's argument now with the hindsight that attacking the Houndours on turn 1 wasn't actually the play. He only got half the picture. He got the Urshifu set up and he had the Sobbles down, but he didn't have a second attacker ready to go either. So it's just... It held him up, as you said. He couldn't attack last turn, and that's put him so far behind this turn.
Yeah, exactly. Missing a turn of attack is really quite bad in Pokemon TCG. It's something that you don't think about.
Ooh,
and wow,
that's
that's terrible. 2 Rapid Strike energies into the discard pile. That means 3 of HC's Rapid Strike energies are gone, which is a massive amount of energy to lose. In fact, I think if we look at HC's list, I think that he's with 3 lightning energies in the discard pile as well. I'm 99% sure that he's only got 1 or 2 more energy left in his entire deck. So a really interesting position for HC now that he's had to discard those energies. It's probably why he took that little bit of extra time to try and get that decision right. And now it's a really, like I said, a really interesting spot because Mr. Greninja can quite easily come back into this one now.
I agree completely. I think he does have 2. I think he's got 1 more Rapid Strike and 1 more Lightning, but that's not enough to get him through this game as far as I can tell.
Well, luckily he does obviously have 4 prizes remaining, so there is the potential for a couple of big turns here. We'll wait and see whether that ends up being the case. Single Strike Roar coming down from Houndoom, but there are no Single Strike energies in the deck. Obviously having 1 in hand means that there is obviously either 1 in the discard or in the prizes, which is very, very awkward. And now the decision is, what attack do we want to use from Single Strike? Beat down for 140, or G-Max 1 blow, throw away all of those energies, but not quite take the knockout on the Rapid Strike Urshifu. I guess the good thing here is that he's not necessarily in danger of being knocked out straight away, so he could go for the beatdown. Looks like that's what he's doing, but if HC finds a switch, he'll actually find that his Single Strike Urshifu is knocked out this turn. He'll be able to retreat into the Inteleon, use the Inteleon ping, and then use his Gale Thrust for the knockout. So we'll have to wait, we'll have to see. Here's a Professor's research, so he's looking for it.
It was a big call. I don't know if you noticed, but before Mr. Greninja researched last turn, he had the scroll in hand too, which would have done a bit more damage.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Big concession there. That is obviously... He's obviously completely missed the cards that he needed there.
Yeah,
and
with energy or...
And we see Single Strike coming through with the win. And that's massive considering the fact that there was a G-Max Rapid Flow on turn 2 from the Rapid Strike Pokemon, which is incredible. A good game there. Very good games. Joshibo in chat. Yo, I actually won. How did that happen? He says.
So shocked.
Incredible, but no, a very strong performance, and that means I believe that we've got Mr. Greninja going to 1-1, which is fantastic news. I'll just very quickly check the pairings and see how we are going for matches, because we want to find someone that is playing that hasn't already finished. We can see that he's jumping across to that deck screen for us. This is the worst part here. Sparksy trying to find someone who's still playing. Tell you what, let's jump into Stream 7 and we'll have a look at Cash again.
Sounds like a plan.
Alrighty, because I know that Cash is still playing. Whether he's going to be playing for long is an interesting question. And whether we get to see any of the game is another interesting question, considering the loading time there that it took to get this thing going.
It did take a while, didn't it?
Certainly did. We've got a Zacian Inteleon list that Cash is playing up against here. Fishbowls is playing that particular list. He also has 2 prizes left to take, whilst Cash has 3. He's about to concede. This is not looking good for us. I don't think we are gonna.
No.
I don't think that we are gonna get any footage here. There's the boss's orders,
There
and
it
there's
is.
the game. Oh no! Took that long to try and find someone who was playing a game, and we come in right at the end. That's okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm slowly dying here. Sparksy, take over.
Oh my goodness, Mitch. It seems that you had too many water energy.
Too many
in your throat
waters.
tonight.
Too many waters. That's unbelievable. Whew. Oh, look, Cash is just showing us his packs here. Let's jump across to our intermission screen, and that will get us out of the quagmire that we're in. Back to Streamer Zone, so that we're not taking up too much bandwidth. Hopefully, you've been enjoying the second round. It's been very exciting, I think. Blake somehow snuck past Single Strike, got a really fortunate Marnie Brick. Nicely done. Was a surprise concession, Santos. I was not prepared for it, frankly. Was not prepared for that concession. It came up very quickly. Alrighty, we've got ourselves about 15 games that are still ongoing. And considering the fact that we've got a number of different people streaming a whole bunch of different stuff, we will obviously be back for round 3 very soon. But this is another opportunity to ask questions. We'll do a little bit of chat engagement, which is fantastic. I love it. Darth, thank you very much for coming along. First time catching me live. I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Cash says you came in at the wrong time. Yeah, I figured as much. I figured as much.
Nobody noticed, Cash. Nobody noticed.
No, we didn't see it. It's not a problem. Firehand says, will there be any other tournaments during the week? From me, no. But if you head to limitlesstcg.com and head to the play section, you'll be able to find plenty of tournaments. Hopefully some in your time zone. There are a ton of them happening over there. So check those out if you would like to. Josh Ebo says, I had no way to KO that Rapid Bear, and my opponent does not need to know that. Well, hopefully they're not watching the stream either. Hopefully they don't know what's going on. But a very solid win there for you, Josh, which is fantastic. Santosh says, is there anywhere we can see the deck lists of the series? There is. I will very quickly grab the tournament up, and you can see every single deck that is being played in this tournament. All I need to do is pop it in chat for you, and you can head along and see every single game as it is happening. I had no shot that game, says Cash. Too slow, Zacian is never nice for a Metal Weak deck. Yeah, well, that's always a problem. That is always a problem.
Yeah, that's why I felt bad for Nobby's opponent in the first round. Not only was it a bad matchup for his opponent, but then Nobby plays the Jolteon as well.
Yeah, just to completely ruin him. Sometimes it happens that way, but hey, it is what it is. Let's just have a scroll through here and take a look and see the meta game. I'll see if I've got anything interesting to report back. We've got all the regular types of decks in this particular tournament at the moment. We've got Single Strike, Dragapult, Zacian decks. There's Leafeon, Inteleon, Calyrex, Inteleon, that's the Ice Rider, Urshifu, Jolteon, and Suicune, all well represented. Interestingly enough, not a lot of Sylveon today or Shadow Rider Calyrex. So if you are a Psychic Weak deck, then you have plenty of opportunities to win, and that's a potential chance for those Rapid Strike Urshifu decks to come through and win well. At the moment, the deck with the highest win percentage, though, is apart from the decks that are being played at low levels, like low numbers, is Dragapult Inteleon, currently sitting around 72% win rate. That deck is obviously very, very strong. Sparksy, if I had to ask you, you had to pick one deck that you think is the best deck in the format at the moment, what do you think it would be?
Look, honestly, I hate to say it because I want to back in my Rapid Strike Urshifu so much, like so badly. But I do think the Dragapult is the best at the moment. It has issues for sure. It does tend to be a little bit inconsistent at times, and that leads to those games that you just don't have any chance of winning. But as long as you set up, I feel like you can win pretty much any game. And so I think it's got to be that one. Without hammers, no hammers.
Yeah, no, you don't play hammers. I don't know why you would play 56 cards over 60. You're allowed to play 60, so you should play 60 cards. But I agree, Rapid Strike Urshifu, it kind of started off as the deck to beat, quote unquote. It seemed to be the preeminent best deck in format, but then immediately was hard countered by decks like Shadow Rider and Dragapult, and Dragapult has become very, very strong for the reasons we were talking about before. Those Inteleon engines are so easy for Dragapult to knock out. Part of the reason why people are shifting away from the Rapid Strike Sobble, actually, because that Sobble has 60 HP. There's actually another Sobble that has 70. So if you're not benefiting from the free retreat from that Sobble, then you probably want to play the 70 HP one so that Dragapult is not able to knock it out as easily. We've got a couple of excellent comments in the chat. Just farm all the metal decks. With Ice Rider, you could potentially do that. We've got a lot of conversations happening here that I don't particularly want to step on. There's a lot happening in this chat here. This is brutal. There was a Maractus deck here. No Leonzards. Is there a Maractus in the tournament?
It is a Maractus in the tournament. It's currently 0-2. One of the big things from the metagame is that I'm seeing 3 Victini and Inteleon being played.
Oh, jeez, that's an interesting one. Victini Inteleon is an interesting choice for sure, and all 3 of those players have actually won their first game, so that's pretty cool. Hopefully we get a chance to see that on the stream at some point soon, because that's a very, very interesting deck. Obviously, using Victini VMAX to be powerful enough to knock out all of the basic Vs in the game at the moment, apart from, like, you know, Wailord or whatever. But also using the Inteleon engine, as everything is, to search out those specific cards. There's Melanies and all sorts of things in these lists. So hopefully we can see some of that later in the night. But for the moment, we are waiting on the last 4 games to be finalized. And then we can jump across into some more fantastic matches. We've got a membership that has just come through. Thank you very much to Michael for his membership. 3 months. Unbelievable support. Thank you very much. If you are a member of the channel, feel free to jump in and use your emotes to support the players on stream, and also Michael for becoming a member. He just wanted to use an emote before bed once. It's the beautiful Yugi holding a Pokemon card that I think is underrepresented, Sparksy. I don't think enough people use that particular emote, and I think it's one of the better ones.
I absolutely agree. I think it's one of the better ones too. It's no party hat Bucket for sure, but
no, that's true.
Right up there.
That's true. My cat called Bucket in the party hat is a classic. I actually really like the cheering Pikachu. I think that's a good one as well.
You would.
I would.
I'm always so positive.
I'm so positive all the time. I've never been negative in my life. Even now, when I'm saying that I'm never negative, I'd never be negative.
Not even once.
Not even once.
I have a question for you, Mitch. What
Sure.
do you think of Edinatus in this format now that Rapid Strike Urshifu has been checked so hard?
Well, it's interesting because Rapid Strike Urshifu may be less prevalent, but Single Strike Urshifu is still just as powerful. In fact, there's a period of time where Single Strike was probably the best deck because it was beating things like Dragapult and Shadow Rider so consistently thanks to the brand new Umbreon. That hasn't happened as much now, but I think that the fact that Single Strike and Rapid Strike are both so powerful means that Eternatus is really going to struggle. It has the same problems as it's always had. If it doesn't get an energy attachment turn 1, it can be a problem. Obviously, you've got the new Moltres, which can potentially move some energy around, and you can do some pretty exciting things with that. You've got Umbreon now, which is good because you don't necessarily need to play Boss's Orders every turn, but I still think it's probably not quite as powerful as some of the other decks that are floating around. And ironically, the fact that it can only play Dark-type Pokemon is one of its massive limitations. It can't use those extra consistency cards like Inteleon to search out the cards it needs, which can mean that you are reliant on drawing cards with Crobat. And when you bring Chance into a trading card game, sometimes it doesn't work out. So I would say Eternatus is comfortably in tier 2 at the moment. Like, it's still a good deck and it's got good matchups. But yeah, probably not my number 1 pick.
I like it. That's a great answer. I mean, I think to add to that as well, I agree with absolutely everything you said. And the fact that it can't utilize Inteleon also means it can't fix its math. It's still stuck with that 270 cap, which ironically is not enough.
No, 270 damage. If you had told me 3 years ago that 270 damage wouldn't be enough to take knockouts, that would be pretty brutal. We've got a couple of comments about Eternatus here. Dark Phoenix says, Etern is a brick without comms. It's pretty rough. Pokemon Communication is one of those cards that we never really appreciated how useful it was in getting things set up, especially in decks like Etern. But it does the job in that deck. Not having it is a problem.
I agree. It's basically like a quick ball and an Evo Incense in one, isn't it? So
well, exactly.
You don't need to discard anything. You can just search for whatever you want. We're missing it for sure. Exactly.
Blake's saying needs Hooper V and the new supporter that searches 3Vs, then it can pick a metagame to dominate, potentially. But it's always hard when you talk about future formats. You never quite know what's going to happen. It's always easy to speculate. And often speculation doesn't end up happening. But I agree, that Hooper V is pretty cool. Let me just grab up the text so I don't get the Hooper V's text completely wrong and butcher it, because that's the last thing I want to do. It's coming out in a box promo, so if you are curious, you can search it up and you'll be able to find it. Where is it? We'll just jump into some description here. So Hooper V has Shadow Impact and Attack, which is pretty neat. Double Dark and a Colorless Energy, deals 170, and then you place 3 damage counters on one of your Pokemon. 170 damage is pretty solid, but the real thing that makes it interesting is its ability. It's got the ability Dual Faced, which means that it is both at the same time a Dark type and a Psychic type. So you can have that extra type coverage against those fighting decks, which could potentially be enough to turn the tide, but 3 energy attachments is a pretty big ask, especially for Eternatus, where energy acceleration is a little bit difficult.
Can I just say, I don't say this often, but Pokemon, very well designed card. I love that.
Every now and then they do a good job, don't they? Every now and then they do a good job. All right, we have got ourselves another game here, another set of games, because the next round is up. Also, I just heard a bing bong in my ear, which means someone's done something. Varix has subscribed. Thank you very much, Varix, if you're in the chat. Appreciate it. Let's jump across and take a look at some games. We will go to... Oh, this is always the tough bit. I need to choose someone. Let's go to Stream Room 10 and see what's happening over there. We will see what is happening over here. So just give me a second and I will transfer everyone. Ooh. Across we go. We've got GE playing here up against Sinvas. So give me 2 seconds and I will find the lists for us. We are looking at a set of games, players that are 1-1. GE is playing Zacian, and Sinvas is playing Zacian Ludicolo, so it's a bit of a mirror match here.
I love it. Zacian Ludicolo. It's a good mix. Very good mix.
It's interesting. It was the attacker that we all thought was going to be the main partner for Ludicolo was Zacian, but ended up being instead the what do you call it, Suicune, which is obviously quite powerful. Here comes Intrepid Sword and 2 energies. We guarantee one with the Rotom Phone, but get 2 for our trouble. And that Zacian is super powered now, ready to go. Hopefully Sinvas has something to do so he doesn't just get donked here. Is it just me, or is this screen really wide, Spuxy?
It's very wide, very, very wide, and also I feel like it lags a little bit and then it picks up very quickly too.
It's the joys of the way that we are currently streaming these games.
Absolutely. This is Terrible turn for Sinvas at the moment. Oh, there we go. There's the money. I was going to say, if he doesn't have a draw supporter, he's in a rough spot right now.
And there comes that money. So there will be a couple of cards shuffling around. So a very interesting mirror match for both of these cards. Obviously, Zacian capable of knocking out Zacians is a problem, right? So we want to see those what do you call them? Big capes, big old capos. That's obviously an important card. Boss's Orders though is going to be a fantastic choice here as well. And seeing a Brave Blade, big knockout. Still no Pokemon on the bench, so potentially if Sinvas can find himself a powered Zacian and a Tool Scrapper, which his deck does not play, then he will be able to win the game. So GE making a good decision here, a very, very good choice.
The Tool Scrapper would be massive. He also doesn't play Rare Candy, so it's impossible to go straight into the Ludicolo here, which is probably a problem. It's very nice hand for Shi after that money.
It does seem like a bit of a problem, not being able to take that big knockout. But hey, it's fine. What's the worst that can happen? Obviously, the Zamazenta not quite as useful in this matchup as a Zacian will be. There's going to be no VMAXs for that Zamazenta to defend itself from. So we'll probably see a Oranguru from GE next turn, and then a Research. But Sinvas is going pretty quickly here, getting a couple of energies onto his Zacian, and then a Crobat for 6. And give themselves a virtual high five.
I was going to say, there's a high five hand right there.
And set themselves up for next turn. The big problem going to be, though, that we need to find a way to knock out this Zacian V. And if another Boss's Orders comes out, then that's going to be very, very tough. I'll just try and catch up on chat here, because there's a ton of comments floating around. Cash has said, my opponent's Crushing Hammer just won me the game. Well, that's the thing, right? You don't play Crushing Hammer. It's not a card that you should be playing.
It helps your opponent, not hinders him.
And Joshibo's asked, how long do you wait before you call a judge if your opponent is checked in but won't accept your request? Probably not too long, mate. Probably not too long.
Especially in these best of ones.
Oh my word, this is a brutal hand that's just been picked up by G here. He's got double switch and boss, so he can actually take another 2 prizes with this Zacian. He doesn't have another attacker though. He's kind of left himself in this weird spot where another Zacian isn't in play. Good grief, we are moving at the speed of light here. This is incredible.
Went to warp speed for about half a second.
It's happening. We've got a Metal Saucer in hand, but no backup attacker. So if Sinvas can find himself an attachment and a Ludicolo this turn, and it looks like he's got it, then GE is going to be without an attacker for the next turn of the game.
I found the fact that he didn't bench the Zama and attach the Metal Energy interesting, because obviously it's not a great attacker in this matchup, but it'd be better than nothing, right?
Well, it's interesting because in this situation, it's probably not, right? You're probably better off just trying to find another Zacian. If you attach energy to Zamazenta, that's there for the rest of the game, and it's you're gonna find it quite difficult to get yourself what you need. Now, a great card here to get off of this Primate Wisdom would be a... Oh my goodness, I was about to say a quick
wow.
Unfortunately, though, because he put the Metal Saucer into the deck, he's not going to be able to play that Metal Saucer to put that energy on the Zacian now, and instead will need to wait until after a research. Hopefully he's got his charger cord there, because
we'll need to find a charger.
It looks like he's in trouble. We've got another Oranguru, which we could potentially see on the bench. There's a Metal Saucer there too. But I think
that's the whiff on switch though, so...
Yeah, I think we're looking for 2 cards at the moment, which is awkward.
There's a switch with no energy.
Oh, that's brutal. So there's enough potential energy in play. Well, not potential energy. There's enough cards that could have got him there, but no extra energy to attack with that Zacian. And now Sinvas could be in the box seat here. A switch and a boss for him means that he'll be able to take a knockout on GE's Zacian. And that would be an incredibly powerful turn. There's Boss's Orders. It looks like it might be happening. There's the switch.
She's staring at that Tool Scrapper in his hand right now.
Being like, oh my god.
There's the balloon anyway, so... This is incredible. Both players just drawing the absolute nuts right now.
Absolutely.
Switch after switch after switch. It's amazing.
So here's the big problem for G. He needs to get 3 energy attached to a Zacian this turn. If he does it, he can win. But he's going to struggle. He needs to find, I think, his last Metal Saucer, which is very awkward. Gets rid of both of those air balloons, which is fantastic for his next turn prospects. We're moving at warp speed again.
As he's played the research, he knows that his opponent has that Ludicolo as well, so that's big.
It certainly is. We've got a Rotom Phone for a Quick Ball. What we're going to see here is we're going to see a Primate Wisdom for another Rotom Phone, actually, so that he can Rotom Phone one more time and try and get himself the Metal Saucer. What? I think he got it.
There it is.
I think he got it. We were moving so quickly.
He did. He got it. He got it. Incredible.
He's found the Metal Saucer, so the one Metal Saucer left in deck he managed to find, and there is the attachment. The retreat and the knockout will do the job. Incredible stuff from GE there, being able to find himself a way to win. That was a very swingy matchup.
It certainly was. Every turn I was like, oh, G's in the lead. And then I was like, oh, Simvas is in the lead.
Suddenly it's
amazing.
It's swinging backwards and forwards. Cash saying, I wish I could play as fast as that. Absolutely.
I think both players are getting a warning for rushing.
Yeah, tell you what, that was impressively quick. Let me just quickly double check the pairings. We are halfway through the round, so I'm expecting that we've got a couple of people still playing. In fact, we do. We'll jump into Stream 6 and take another look at Nobby playing his Zacian list. Alrighty, we'll get into this game here. We are looking at a single strike deck that is currently well out in front. Nobby has not been able to put on the pressure he would have liked to here, I don't think.
It does look like he's behind, that's for sure. Also looks like his Jolteons aren't doing much in this matchup. So
no, not a particularly good matchup for Jolteon here. Single strike, obviously, a incredibly powerful deck that can deal a lot of damage. It looks like we've probably just seen a G-Max 1 blow from the single strike Urshifu last turn, if I had to guess. So we'll see whether or not Frank on our single strike side can find himself enough energy to win the game. Looks like he's not going to be able to. Just a Furious Anger. So this is a really interesting, an interesting position for Nobby. We'll see what he manages to do here.
He's got the retreat into the attack, so that's a knockout. But then, do you really want to knock out? Because the bench Urshifu has the Tool Jammer on.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I mean, ultimately you would expect an Urshifu to be able to take a knockout on a Zacian regardless, but that Tool Jammer turning off the Cape of Toughness is an issue. We could potentially see just a retreat and an attack into this Urshifu here. It looks like Nobby going, no, I'm going to remove this basic Urshifu, get it out of here, try and make it as easy for me to win the game next turn as possible, or as difficult for my opponent to take a knockout as possible. But Frank does have the benefit of that energy acceleration from Houndoom. If he can get a couple of single strike energies onto this Urshifu, he will be able to take a knockout. But it looks like no, just the boss's orders.
Just the boss.
Takes the knockout on the benched Zacian, and that is unfortunate. The maths is exactly correct on that Furious Anger, which is a real shame for Nobby.
Absolutely perfect. Yeah, I'd say it's Zacian's worst matchup is that single strike Urshifu, just because there's so many answers to your Zamazenta and both your Zacians. So.
Certainly is, and obviously Nobby having teched for those Inteleons makes it a little bit more difficult for him to be able to win matchups like that, and the fact that obviously single strike Urshifu can hit through the Zamazenta as well is a bit of a pain. So not a great matchup for Zacian. We've got Cash in chat saying the amount of Zacian that I'm seeing on this stream is making me a little bit nervous. Obviously people playing Ice Rider Calyrex not super keen to see those Zacians floating around.
Those Ice Riders are melting with sweat right now.
They certainly are. We will see if we can jump into another stream here. I'm not entirely sure if there's anyone that is still playing, but we'll take a look. It's always tough because people's Discord names are always different to their PTCGO names, which makes it hard to tell who's who. Let's just go to stream 1 very quickly.
It does look like stream 9 is potentially still playing Rema.
Okay, stream 9.
Watch Rema before.
Okay, well let's jump into his and see what he's doing over here. We get the beautiful little Discord swirl, and we've got ourselves Blastoise VMAX, who is actually powered up and playing. He's about to take an attack into this Suicune, which is very exciting. Suicune Ludicolo on the other side of the field, the more traditional version of the Ludicolo deck. But we'll see here. The G-Max Bombard will take a knockout on Suicunes and deal 30 damage to a couple of benched Pokemon. Unfortunately, not going to be able to knock out a Lotad here. Would really like to have done that, to be honest. I think that would have won in the game, but he's going to be 10 or 20 damage short.
60 on that bench Suicune as well with the telescopic sight, so that might make a difference. You never know.
You never know. Suicune cannot boss this turn. Cannot boss if he wants to attack. He needs to get himself a water energy onto that Suicune with Melanie. But again, we come into a stream, we come into a game, and immediately it is over. That's always the way. It's the
Caster's curse.
Caster's curse indeed. But a big win there from Blastoise, which is fantastic. And that puts Rema. Let's have a look and see where he's at.
2-1.
2-1 for Blastoise VMAX, which is a pretty solid score to be on, to be brutally honest, for a card that we've not seen a huge amount of.
I mean, two wins with Blastoise is huge. One thing that I would like to say is, I don't know if people saw it, there was a Melodic on the bench of the Blastoise as well. That is a card that I thought would see a lot more play than what it has.
Yeah, Melodic, obviously, that ability allows you to decline being manied by your opponent, effectively, right, Sparksy?
Exactly right. It ignores the effects of most supporters, I believe.
Yes, any supporter on you, I think it is. But
exactly
hey, that's
right.
Okay. That's all right. Pretty solid one. What we'll do here, we've got about 6 more games to go. Oh my goodness, what is going on?
Just wanted to say the other day I overheard
Everything
someone
okay,
telling
it's all fine.
Pokemon jokes, but I couldn't catch
we
them
go.
all.
Sorry, I was just we were just listening to Azazel's text to speech. I should have said something. Let's go back.
I didn't even realize.
That's okay. We'll just go back to the streamer zone, I reckon. Where are we? We've got to make sure that I've got so many things that I need to click. That's the button that I wanted to click. Thank you very much, Azazel, for the super chat. Appreciate it. I really appreciate anyone who is willing to super chat and send a couple of bucks towards the channel. Every dollar that you spend helps me make this better. So if you are willing to support, that's fantastic. Azazel is a massive supporter of the channel, and I'll tell you what, a very funny joke as well. I overheard someone telling Pokemon jokes, but I couldn't catch them all. Classic. Classic. What do we got here? Cash is saying, if you don't have any other games, I can open my 9 celebrations packs. Ooh, well, let's do that. I think that's probably not a bad idea. Cash, I'm happy to do that. If you're happy to open them. Let me jump into the old scene too. All right, Cash, let's open these celebrations packs. He's being very kind. Opening them up.
This is content right here.
Certainly is. What have we got?
Sorry for speaking over your text to speakers.
There we go. I love that imposter Professor Oak as well.
It's pretty cool, and thank you very much, Joshua Sparks, for the $2.
I feel bad. I spoke over his text to speak, so I thought I'd give him a shout out.
Appreciate that, man. Oh, there's the Fat Pikachu, Chonkachu. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Well, I'll let you commentate these just for a second, Sparksy. I've just got to send a very quick message.
Absolutely. Oh, there we go. The Garchomp level X. What a card.
Incredible.
Oh my goodness. There you go. He's got a Surfing Pikachu V to go with his VMAX. How wonderful. The thing about this is that these packs have so many hits. It's just ridiculous. Everything feels so good. You pull a Cosmoem, it's like still a promo. It's like, what?
Yeah, well, like I've said to you, like I said in the video that I made the other day, when I was opening the real cards, I was getting disappointed when my pack had 4 holos in it.
Exactly. You got that Snorgaleo, and you were just like, I really want something else.
Yeah,
this is Zamazenta.
Nice card. Obviously, would have been better if we could have stacked them up, those abilities, but hey, it's okay.
Absolutely. They should have made it stacked like Phalanx's does. That would have made much more sense. Oh!
Luxray!
There it is!
Oh,
that is
incredible.
like one of the biggest chase cards in Pokemon at the moment.
I'll
Luxray
forgive
level
you
X.
if you tell us
So
a
many
joke.
people are looking at that for previous
Do
formats.
you know what's really funny is Azazel's just sent another text-to-speech and you've been talking over it again.
Oh no.
Oh no. He said, I'll forgive you if you tell us a joke. So now, Sparksy, you're on the clock. You need to tell us a joke.
Oh my goodness. How do you get Pikachu on a bus?
Oh, come on, man. You can't do that.
You don't, because he just rides around on Ash's shoulder all the time.
That's
So he doesn't
terrible.
need to take a bus.
That's terrible.
Oh, that Dialga has seen play.
It's seen play,
Well,
has it?
it's going to see play, apparently. That the temporal backflow allows you to win a stadium war, according to Sander. And so this
there
is
you go.
the research that I was doing earlier today.
Your what do you call it? Control research that you've been doing.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, for those of you who don't know, Sander Watch is a great control player, and always has some interesting lists. And I saw his tweet today with a couple of lists, and he reckons that Dialga makes his Corviknight stall a lot better. Oh, there's Cleffa.
Eek. It was funny because when I opened that particular Cleffa in my video, I said "ooh spooky," and I don't think anyone quite understood why. But it's
Ooh,
because
spooky.
the attack is Eek, right?
Eek.
Yeah,
that is
right.
relevant this month, that's
Right?
for sure.
Do you get it? Because of Halloween.
Yeah, I do. I get it.
Oh, beautifully done. There's Cassius running through those cards that he managed to pick up for us. Beautifully done. I see him struggling with the attributes filter. Hopefully this improves with PTCG Live. Because this is a shocking system. But a couple of nice little retro cards there. Luxray, Garchomp, and Cleffa. All very, very cool. I did test Sparksy the other day whether or not you are able to utilize these cards in the unlimited format. Unfortunately, you are not. You are not allowed to. So I was gonna be doing a bit of an interesting thing where we played with retro cards, but unfortunately we can't do it. Thank you very much, Cash, for opening up those packs for us. You've got 24,000 coins. You need to spend them quick, smart, young sir.
I like the little exclamation
I
point
know. It's
below
just
the
like
coins
you are
as well.
about to run out of.
Spend.
You are about to run out of coins. Please spend some coins. Thanks very much, Cash. Oh my God, is he gonna go? Is he
Here
gonna
he
go?
goes. He's about to buy
He's
some.
about to buy some packs.
Five evolving
Hey,
scores.
look at him go. Look at him go. Well, we've got one more game to go, Cash, so if you want to open 5 Evolving Skies pack for us on stream, that would be fantastic.
Oh, he's going higher.
Oh, wow.
10 more.
Oh my God, he's going crazy. Imagine having that much money that you could just throw him out and get all these packs.
Incredible.
What a guy.
This is a man who plays a lot of PTCGO, that's for sure.
He certainly does. Some would say too much.
At least he could have spent these on buying his lock packs so that they carried over, and he could have just opened everything.
It looks like he's got
looks
plenty.
like he's got it. It's fine.
It looks like he's got plenty. As we said before, we have one more game to complete before we head into the next round of the tournament. The funny thing is, you pulled the Luxray in your ETB, Cash. There you go.
That's a really good pull. And I mean, a lot of in-person tournaments would probably let you play those, right?
Well, possibly. They're not legal. They're not standard legal. But if you're playing against friends on the kitchen table, then of course you use them, right? You play them.
Absolutely. I'm not going to speak.
We're still waiting on that last game. We've got a couple of players who are just quietly finishing off their final match. And as soon as we've done that, we will head away from Cash's pack opening and get ourselves some more games. Oh, we've got another text-to-speech coming here.
When are you thinking about doing another one of these tournaments? I need to plan for it since I live over in the States.
Great question, Slight Edge. When are we planning on doing another one? I'm planning on doing them every 2 weeks. So not next weekend, but the weekend after is our next potential tournament. There's an Umbreon
As
V
my
for
man
Cash.
Cash pulls an Umbreon V. I need some of those, Cash.
If you want to send him Sparks his way, I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
Oh, I saw a really funny thing. It's a good little anecdote, seeing as the Hoppet was the reverse rare there, where one of the streamers that I watch got error packs in their ETB.
Nice, Leafeon.
Leafeon. Very nice. That had 5 Hoppips in a row.
5? Really?
Yep, they pulled 25 Hoppips from 5 packs.
Good grief. That's a lot. That's arguably too many Hoppips.
One would argue so, but it made for a very good stream moment. That's for sure.
Have we just pulled like 3 evolutions in a row?
Yep. Yeah, it was Umbreon into Leafeon into Glaceon out of about 5 packs, I think.
Incredible. All right, now we've got a very important question from Corey Matthews. I believe this question was asked earlier by Steve Stevens, and I feel that it is only right that I answer it. Hey, Mr. Streamer, I dropped my Nintendo DS and copy of Heart Gold into a pot of noodles. What should I do? Now, Sparksy, you would think that the correct answer would be to put it in a bit of rice, right? But that would be incorrect, because it has actually been proven in scientific studies that putting your phone in rice actually doesn't reduce the amount of water that's within the device. Instead, it just gives that device enough time to drain naturally. So my recommendation, Corey, would just be to leave it for a bit. Obviously, take it out of the noodles, and maybe you could use your rice for later.
You could maybe try your clothes dryer or something like that. I don't.
I wouldn't
stand by that, but you could try it.
I wouldn't, but hey. And my favorite part about this is I know exactly what the response was intended to be, and I'm not entertaining it at all. There's the official response. It's already in noodles. I don't think changing the carbohydrate will do anything. Thank you very much, Corey, for your classic joke. I really enjoy that, to be honest. It's my favorite. It's my favorite Pokemon related joke that's going around at the moment. So if you're in a Pokemon streamer's chat, you ask him, what do I do? I drop my DS into my noodles, what do I do? And they'll say, put it in rice. And you'll be like, I don't think that changing the carbohydrate's going to fix it. Meanwhile, Cash is just pulling V's after V's here. This is insane.
I was going to say, where are these hit rates when I buy them?
Yeah, I know, right? I'd like some of this. This would be great.
People thought that floor just was going to be good as well, didn't they?
There was an argument that it could have been, but unfortunately, it's not necessarily a super good card, especially when you have a stage 2. That's always tough. Steve Stevens, that's funny. I agree.
It's a good joke, Steve. Very good joke.
Why aren't I streaming 20 matches anymore? I'm not streaming 20 matches anymore because there aren't any. We're waiting until they pair Umbreon VMAX, Cash. There's your 4th as well. That's your playset, buddy.
Incredible. I still need some of those as well, Cash. So.
If you want to send them Sparky's way, just a little bit.
That Seismitoad is the scariest art I've ever seen.
I know, he's coming for you. He's coming. Thank you, everyone, by the way, for being here. We've got 93 people in the chat today. I really appreciate your attendance. Every time I stream, there are so many people that come through and say hello, and I cannot stress enough how much I appreciate it. If you haven't already, please leave a like. That means that more people around YouTube will be able to see the video, which is obviously what we want. And if you'd like to, become a member or donate, you're more than welcome to. All that money goes back into the channel to make it better for you. Oh, let's go to the mall,
Let's go to the mall.
Let's go to the mall. I actually have a content dispute going with the owners of How I Met Your Mother about my use of that song, so that's fantastic.
Wow, that's wonderful. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is fit.
Cash got me a spare. Thank you, Cash.
Cash, send it through. Oh, boy.
That intro is some of your best work. If you haven't watched it, go and watch it now, because it might not be up for much longer.
It'll still be there, I hope. But unfortunately, they want to take my money, which is fair. If they want to take my $2 of YouTube revenue, they are more than welcome to. I've made it, baby.
I have made it. How I Met Your Mother, want my money.
Blake says, I was wondering if you got away with that or not. It's actually the first time that it's happened. Blake, that one of those intros has gone up. Surprisingly enough, Star Wars, that's fine. You can put Star Wars in, but Let's Go to the Mall, not having it. Alrighty, we are into a new round, so Cash, you're gonna have to stop us opening packs here. We've got a game to go and watch. Let's go to someone that we haven't seen already. How do you feel about stream 4?
Stream 4 it is, sir.
Stream 4, we'll jump across there. We'll see what's going on in this particular game. Hopefully, we see some names soon. Oh, we've got... just give me a second here. Let me find the people that we're looking for. We've got Kelvin playing up against Sandy. Kelvin is playing himself a Dragapult Inteleon list, and Sandy is playing a single strike Urshifu. So this could potentially be an interesting one. Sandy, though, has not yet checked in, so hopefully they do check in and come through. They've accepted the friend request, so you would think that they would.
My fingers are crossed for Sandy. Please.
My fingers are also
easy
crossed.
to do. Very easy to do.
To forget to check in, that's a rough one. Regardless, we've got the game going here, so we're going to check this one out. Dragapult, arguably the best deck in the format at the moment, up against a deck that is specifically designed to beat it.
I'm interested to see how this matchup goes. In all honesty, this isn't one that I've had a lot of experience with. Theoretically, it seems fairly simple, but I'd love to see how the Dragapult fares against what should be a pretty difficult matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got Kelvin being very, very kind there, reminding Sandy to check in. That is the sportsmanship that we are after in the Pokemon TCG. Very quickly and easily could have left that one to go through so that Kelvin would win the round by default. But a very, very well done piece of sportsmanship there. And unfortunately, he's been rewarded with no Dragapult. We mentioned that one of the only things that Dragapult VMAX really wants to do is to get themselves an attacker early doors. Unfortunately, has not happened here. And Sandy has an Umbreon in the active, which is so powerful in this matchup, able to take knockouts on Dragapults very, very easily.
Yeah, a huge brick here from Kelvin, unfortunately, for sure. I'm really loving the new sleeves over on Sandy's side, too.
Yeah, absolutely. They are the sleeves that come with the ETB for celebrations. They look very crisp. Thank you very much, SlideEdge117, the newest member of the Sableye family. If you are a member in chat, then chuck in those emotes. We usually go for the Sableye head, but you know what? Anything is good. Thank you for becoming a member. Remember, if you would like to become one, all you need to do is click join, and it costs $3 a month, $3 Australian. I believe it's $2 US. So if you wouldn't be upset dropping $2 on the ground, then maybe you could send it my way instead. Wink, wink. That would be fantastic.
Wink, wink, indeed.
Anyway, we've got a level ball now from Kelvin. He can start finding some Drizziles to get himself going, but unfortunately, still very, very difficult to get this game going. Only 2 Dragapults in the deck at all, so that's 2 Dragapult Vs prized, which means that obviously he's going to need to be very lucky. 2 Quick Balls as well prized, so this is brutal.
There was a VMAX prize as well, was there not?
I think there was 3 VMAXs in the deck. There are 3
Oh,
there.
you are correct, you are correct. It's just different
different artworks. There are only... Okay, I'm incorrect. There are only 2 Quick Balls in this list. I forgot that this particular list is playing Crushing Hammer instead of consistency cards, which is always... it always hurts me. But you know what? It's fine. We do what we can. There's the Fog Crystal for the Dragapult. We'll be able to see a Horror Psychic Energy attached to that Dragapult here. And we may even see a Crushing Hammer to take that energy out. Whoop, didn't do anything. What a card.
And a strong card right there.
Scoop Up Net puts the Sobble into the active, another Sobble on the bench, and the Drizzile will find us a supporter, I would assume.
I would also assume. Interesting call. He does play the extra Scoop Up Net, so there you go. I was going to say interesting call to put the Drizzile active. I know that the Dragapult could probably be knocked out, but having it stuck in the active from a mean look would be nasty too.
It certainly would, but I'm sure that it's probably the least of Kelvin's worries here. That particular mean look could potentially do the job, but I'm sure he's not particularly worried at all. Another Dragapult V down in play, which is fantastic. He's managed to find that last Dragapult to get himself going. And he's got another Drizzile in hand as well. But obviously Umbreon V could easily evolve into a VMAX here and take a knockout on the Dragapult, which is a bit of an issue. Obviously the Marnie in this matchup is super, super strong though. It's able to kind of lock up Single Strike because it's slightly less consistent than other decks.
He doesn't even need to evolve here, Sandy. It's just a big old knockout, taking it easy, you know? Sandy feels like in a hugely good position.
Well, I mean, as soon as the matchup was revealed, I think Sandy would have felt like he was in a good spot, because Umbreon is, of course, so powerful. Here comes the second and third Houndours.
Oh, my goodness.
So all of those single strike energies will be able to come into play very, very quickly. All that is required is a VMAX in the hand. If he has the VMAX, he'll be able to take the knockout on that Dragapult. The question is, does he have it or not? Worst case scenario for him is going to be just knocking this Drizzile out, which ultimately isn't that big of a deal, but he does have the VMAX. So that Umbreon will be coming into play here, and Kelvin is in big, big trouble.
Huge trouble. Massive trouble. At least the path is down, so that ability can't come into play. But still, not a good spot to be in. He'll be
No.
happy with his hand, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a workable hand, and I guess the question is, like, how are you going to go about trying to win this game? Dragapult VMAX is obviously not going to be a good attacker, quote-unquote, here, but we could potentially see Dragapult V attacking as a basic. That could be an option. The Level Ball and the Evo Incense in hand gives Kelvin options.
With his prize as well, having prized that other Dragapult V, taking the knockout on the Drizzle really ruins his prize trade too, because he can't go into the 2-2-3 prize trade that he'd want to go into now. He has to at least use a Dragapult VMAX at some point here.
Yeah, absolutely. Slight Edge asks, Mitch, what do you think of Leafeon VMAX? I think it's pretty good. I think it's either at the bottom of Tier 1 or the top of Tier 2. It depends on the day. It does have some good matchups. Obviously, Umbreon is weak to Grass, so that's a good thing. If you're expecting to see lots of Single Strike, then then Leafeon is probably pretty solid. But in general, I would say, yeah, probably bottom of Tier 1, top of Tier 2 at the moment.
This was a big call. Instead of going for the draw supporter, which he can still grab with full fairness, but instead of going for the draw supporter, he's gone for the Rayhan here.
Yeah,
the Roy, sorry.
The Roy, the Roy from last fortnight's stream where we were seeing these cards in Portuguese. Raihan is Roy, which I think is a way better name for him, to be honest.
Absolutely, it looks like a Roy to me.
He looks like a big Roy, but it could potentially be an interesting choice. He's going for the horror energy off of this Raihan. He has Escape Rope in hand, so potentially seeing an attack from the basic Dragapult here rather than the Dragapult VMAX, and that will do exactly what you mentioned before, Sparks. It will skew that prize trade if Kelvin wants to do it. RNC Arcade asks, how do I participate in these tournaments? What you do is you jump onto play.limitlesstcg.com and join in over there. Unfortunately, at the moment, the tournament entry is closed since we are running the tournament, but hey, next time for sure.
Crushing Hammerheads, there we go, 50-50 Mitch. I think he's not going to play the Escape Rope. Fair call. Very interesting, but fair call. I don't mind it too much. It will mean a knockout on the Dragapult VMAX here, and I feel like he's just probably locked up game for himself.
Potentially.
Sandy, that is.
Sandy needs to have an energy. He has a low hand size, so maybe Kelvin just going, hey, I hope that my opponent has nothing. He knows that he can't accelerate any more energy. He knows that there's none of that in the deck, so that could potentially be the reason. But it looks like there's just a capture energy in hand regardless. That will be attached to the Umbreon on the bench. The Umbreon VMAX will retreat into the basic Umbreon and take a knockout on this Dragapult, which is brutal. Absolutely brutal, and Kelvin's left with pretty much nothing in his hand here. Only an Inteleon and an Escape Rope, so not great. 400 damage from that Umbreon. Takes a couple of pings of damage from the Horror Psychics, but yeah, not looking good on the Dragapult side of the field.
I think that Kelvin was absolutely hoping that his opponent just didn't have the energy there, because he could have set up the knockout on the VMAX otherwise. But, he has drawn... Out of all the things he could have drawn, it wasn't a draw supporter. He did want energy, so...
That's true, so he can at least attack now if he wants to, but if he does elect to Escape Rope, he will lose the game, because he won't be able to knock out the Umbreon. He doesn't have enough damage from his Inteleon here, so it's just a matter of what Pokemon Sandy is happy to sacrifice. It looks like he's happy to sacrifice the VMAX, giving Kelvin the option to take a couple of prizes if he wishes, but the Jet Assault will not be enough to win the game. The Umbreon will be able to come up and take the last two prizes, and Dragapult, unfortunately, losing to what is ultimately a very bad matchup.
I did think it was a very bad matchup, and that's why I'm so interested as to why Dragapult is so prevalent in these formats, because Single Strike is also the other most prevalent deck, I would have thought, and it's just such a bad matchup for it. So basically, for about 30% of the field, you're locking yourself into a really rough one.
Well, and that's the thing, though, with every deck in this format at the moment, weakness is just playing such a big part in this format that Dragapult, I'm just going to hope that I don't run into Single Strike. Single Strike is going to hope it doesn't run into Leafeon. Leafeon's going to hope it doesn't run into Victini, who's going to hope he doesn't run into Suicune, who's going to hope he doesn't run into Jolteon, who's going to hope he doesn't run into Rapid Strike Urshifu, who's going to hope that he doesn't run into Dragapult. So it's just one of those formats at the moment where unfortunately, it is just a bit of guesswork, bit of metagaming to see what the best deck is going to be.
Absolutely. And if you are happy to move across, Mitch, I think that two of our streamers are actually playing each other. Stream 1 and Stream 10.
All right, well, let's jump into Stream 1 here. And we'll take a look-see. Hopefully we haven't jumped in right at the very end of this game. I'll just wait until we've got a bit of a load up here. We've got Yoshi playing up against Prima. We're seeing that Blastoise again, which is fantastic. And it looks like we might actually have a couple of turns left in this game here, Sparksy.
It does look like we've got a while. I'm loving this this Blastoise deck a lot, but it means that we do get to see Yoshi as well. So
that's true. We've got the Zacian Ludicolo over here. Research is an option. We've got an attachment potentially as well, but obviously only one Zacian and no energy on the field makes it very, very difficult for Yoshi to get an attack off this turn. You can see him trying to decide, do I want to Primate Wisdom this Ludicolo to the top of the deck, or am I happy to just research first? It seems like Primate Wisdom he's just really tossing it up here. What do I do?
he's trying to work out whether he actually needs the Ludicolo. It doesn't look like he'll need it for the rest of the matchup. And oh boy, that is a hand.
Yeah, he like metal energies. That is brutal.
Wow.
So I mean, at least now since the Primate Wisdom hasn't happened, we can at least see the Primate Wisdom and energy to the top of the deck, and then use it to get Zacian attacking next turn. But it's not good. It is not good.
He's going to need to save this Oranguru as well because he needs the pivot, so he's probably throwing away a Ludicolo here.
Potentially. It looks like maybe Professor's Research is the card that is instead being put on top of the deck. Maybe maybe looking for that last extra card. Path of the Peak is in play, so there will be no Intrepid Sword. I did miss that. So I'm glad that Yoshi's playing this game and not me, because I would have made a terrible decision there. And the good thing about putting Research on top of the deck is that now he will be able, if there is a Mani, to draw into another supporter. So a very, very good option for him there. We see the Phoebus on the bench of Prima over there. He's got the Phoebus down, which means that there could potentially be a Melodic, which means that Mani is not going to be a particularly useful supporter for Yoshi this game.
Not that we could see it, but I believe that there was that Melodic in the hand. He just played the Evo and Sense to grab it. There you go.
There it is. Big smiles from Yoshi. It's always good to see these kind of cards. Absolutely. There's the Dewguard ability. Whenever your opponent plays a supporter from your hand, you negate the effect of it, which is incredibly strong.
It's such a good card, and one that I just assumed would see much more play than what it did. I mean, with Mani being so prevalent in this format, particularly, it just feels like it should see play. Maybe if we get an N reprint, it might see more play. I don't know. Yeah,
potentially. That would be a really interesting interaction, to be honest. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. It's one of those things, unfortunately. You can never quite guarantee where Pokemon's going to go. Slight Edge saying, "I'm happy Dragapult is losing. It's been a deck I hate going against." That's fair enough. It is a deck that lots of people do dislike, and fair enough too. Blake saying, "You should have checked out my stream. I almost lost to a Zacian V Union." So that would have been a good one, but unfortunately we didn't pick your stream. We'll have to take a look next time. But hey, it's one of the best things about this particular tournament versus all of the other tournament series on Limitless is that this one's just that little bit more casual.
Oh, there's a rare candy. It's not going to help him much now, but
certainly
there it is.
It's there.
I'm surprised he's playing this Ludicolo. I'm surprised he didn't try to save that one instead. He opted to save the Bird Keeper.
Well, I mean, it's one of those situations where, like you said, you don't necessarily need Ludicolo for the rest of the game.
No.
So, I mean, you might elect to not play it. There's the Research, a ton of metal energy into the deck, and unfortunately, no Metal Saucer, which is literally the only card that Yoshi needs right now. He just needs that Metal Saucer to get himself an attack. Quick Ball and doing those things quick balling and thinning the deck is going to be the way to go here.
It's amazing how clutch this Path to the Peak has come into play. If you think about it, Yoshi would have had an Intrepid Sword last turn, and even if he missed, he could have had an Intrepid Sword this turn. But instead, that Path to the Peak has just put him in all sorts.
And it's really a very, very powerful card, Path to the Peak. Lots of decks are playing it at the moment, and it's doing quite a good job. The Swablu is a potential Pokemon that could go into play here. Altaria, a very, very powerful supporter-finding Pokemon. But no attack, again, means that this is going to be a very, very difficult situation for Yoshi. He needs to decide here, do I want to sacrifice a one-prize Pokemon, or do I want to put the Zacian in the active and potentially lose that? Looks like Ludicolo is the choice. So a very, very awkward setup, and Prima's had enough time now where he could potentially have the cards in his hand to maybe take a knockout on the Zacian, which would be very, very awkward.
Ironically, Prima's biggest enemy at the moment is that Snom on the bench. It means that he can't set up a Blastoise, so he doesn't have the access to another attacker once this Suicune does eventually, which you would think is next turn, go down.
It's an interesting one. We're seeing some energy attachments to Milotic here. Double Smash is the attack. We can see Yoshi just going, what does this attack do? I can't believe this. We're seeing some energy onto a Pokemon that we wouldn't traditionally see as an attacker. 70 damage for every coin flip. You flip 2 heads, you get 140 damage. Fair enough. Seems like a decent attack for sure. But hey, we'll wait and see. Oh my god!
Oh
What?
my goodness.
What?
That is incredible. What a play by Prima here.
Who does that? Who does that? And the thing that the thing that does is it leaves the Suicune as potentially safe on the bench. Now, we know that there is Altaria in Yoshi's hand, so if he wants to find the boss, he definitely can, but that's incredible.
I just can't believe that he went for it. It's such a low percentage play.
I know.
But I love it. Like, this Blastoise player is really just throwing everything to the wind.
Take the 25% chance that you're going to take that knockout, and he does. So a very, very aggressive attack from that Melodic, but you know what? It was a calculated risk.
It was a hugely calculated risk. I think that Yoshi's looking pretty good here. He's got the switch cards all about him. He's saved that one, so in case he gets Marnied, which I don't think that Prima plays, but just in case. He's saved that other switch as well, so he's pretty much guaranteed a switch out next turn, which means that Prima doesn't seem safe at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be pretty tough to find the win here for Prima. He's going to need to have another attacker. He doesn't have a Blastoise, so he can't evolve into the VMAX to take the knockout. The only thing that he has going for him is that at the moment, he's potentially going to be able to put a little bit of pressure on this Zacian to maybe knock it out later on. If you can find not a field blower, I've been playing too much Expanded Sparksy. If you can find a Tool Scrapper, if you can find a Tool Scrapper, then he can potentially take away the pivot on that Oranguru. But, you know, we've just suddenly gone from a massive play, that big Melodic attack, into a pretty dire situation.
It's incredible. I can't believe that he went for the Melodic attack in the first place. I'm still reeling from that. It's amazing. But great call from Yoshi as well to grab that Swablu. You saw that he was going to fail the Quick Ball at one point, or just thin the Zacian, but he decided to grab the Swablu to set up the consistency, and it's paid off for him.
Certainly has. That's all you've got to do. Make sure that you're as consistent as possible. And looks like Yoshi is happy to say well played pretty soon. He's got the switch. He's got a research if he needs it. He can use Evo Incense to find another Ludicolo if he has one. Here's the double smash. There's the punish. 0 damage from the second attack. And the switch into Oranguru will see Yoshi win this game.
Incredible. I'm loving this Blastoise deck. This is, as I said before, not what I expected to see today. I'm very excited by it. It's a shame that it didn't get the win there, but great job by Yoshi making sure that all of his outs were available to him.
Hey, listen, we can't have everything, can we? But that is pretty much the end of this round. We'll jump back across to the intermission screen here. Hopefully everyone is enjoying themselves today. Back to the streamer zone we go for our commentating, but hopefully you're enjoying yourself. Thank you very much again to everyone who is in chat. I always appreciate your attendance here. We've got a huge amount of people in today, which is fantastic. There's 100 people in chat at the moment. Please consider liking the stream if you haven't already. That would be fantastic. Cash, thank you very much for playing today. It looks like you're heading off for the night, so I appreciate you coming past. That would be beautiful. And we've got a bit of an argument going on here, Sparksy, about Leafeon VMAX, which is an interesting one.
Well, I haven't even looked at chat. I was so enraptured in that melodic.
I know.
What is the Leafeon VMAX?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to make any calls because I've not been around for the entire conversation, but it appears that we've got a bunch of people talking about the validity of Leafeon versus Inteleon decks. I'm not entirely sure what the argument is. I'm going to ignore it. If you want to read along, it's over here in the chat. So go on, have a read of that, do your very best. Meanwhile, I'm going to talk with Yoshi about his melodic. That is an amazing melodic, right? I can't believe that it was played in this deck and that it took a knockout against you. It's incredible. Slight Edge saying, I've started something, oops.
Definitely started something here. Also, I don't know if you saw, but Yoshi absolutely leaking the source at the end of his game, where the Victini control list coming up. So,
well,
can't wait to see that one in play.
Well, I never. That's incredible. Well, I'll just very quickly take you through, whilst I've got a bit of a break here, some of our standings. Obviously, the round is not yet over, so we only know the results from rounds 1, 2, and 3. But we do have quite a few decks still on 3-0. We've got Sylveon, Zacian. There's a couple of those floating through. There's a Jolteon, a Single Strike, a Victini as well, and a couple of Dragapults. So a lot of really, really cool decks still at the top of the tree, and we have a few players that are at 4-0 as well, so hopefully we can see a couple of those. The plan, of course, tonight is to take you through all 7 rounds of Swifts into our top 8, and hopefully we can show you all of those games, and Sparksy will be joining me for the entire time, which is very, very kind of him. Really appreciate that. RNC Arcade has said, Mitch, when are you releasing a melodic deck? I'm going to have to now. I'm going to have to swipe this Blastoise deck. It's as simple as that.
Please do, please. I know that you played Blastoise before, I believe. But
well, I certainly have. I certainly have, but I'll happily take another one for sure. Slight Edge says, Mitch, you've got to make a Pikachu V Union deck. Just wait. Just wait there, buddy. It's coming. It's coming.
And you've talked that one up a lot in Expanded. I'm so excited.
It expanded. It's actually pretty solid. It's pretty solid in Expanded, but I'm going to try and play it in Standard because that's where the real hype is. We've got a couple of players on 3-1 that I know for a fact are in our streams, Sparksy. So we're probably going to jump in, and depending on the matchup, I think we might take another look at Nobby's game, just because I know that he's 3-1. I'm just trying to look through. Yoshi is also 3-1.
Another 3-1 in Stream 8 as well.
Stream 8? Is there really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, we might need to take a look at Stream 8 then, because I don't think that Stream 8 has been featured yet. So as soon as our what do you call them? What's the thing that I'm looking for? As soon as our pairings go up, we will see where we are headed. Looks like those pairings are up now, so we'll jump across into Stream 8 in just a second, and we'll try and ask that player to share their screen as well, because at the moment they're not actually doing that, which makes it difficult to share their game.
Oh, it certainly does. That is probably more of an issue.
Do you want to send them a message, Sparksy, just to ask them to start streaming for us so that we can see them?
Absolutely.
We'll leave you to do that, and in the meantime, I'll again say thank you very much for coming past. Slight Edge putting those beautiful emotes in chat. Appreciate it very much. Mr. High Boost found me through some celebrations opening. Thank you very much for coming past. This is what we do on Sunday. Every second Sunday, we've got ourselves a bit of competitive Pokemon, because that's what it is all about. I'm so stressed for getting 2-2 now. Oh my goodness, that's okay. You'll get there. It'll be fine. Slight Edge is definitely signing up for the next 20. Omega's saying go to 3. We might have to go to 3 here, Sparksy, because it doesn't look like we've. I mean, Omega, you're gonna need to put your live on as well, because we need to show your game.
This is incredible. So we can go through to 3 if you want.
We'll put you into stream 3, Omega. We put you on as long as you are live. We can go in there.
This is incredible. The 2 streams we want to go to.
They're not available. I tell you what, we're gonna be going into Nobbies for the moment, because at least then there's something that we can show in the meantime. So we'll jump across. We have got ourselves a game, and I will transfer us across to that game. It is Dragapult versus Zacian, and those beautiful Jolteons could potentially come into play in this matchup.
This is a much more interesting matchup than some of the ones we've had before, just purely because of the thinking behind this matchup. It requires so much thought in comparison to a lot of the other ones that have been very weakness-based. So I'm going to enjoy this one for sure.
Well, it's going to be interesting because obviously the Jolteon with the memory capsule can create some problems with that Inteleon line, but Dragapult can cause just as many problems by using their regular spread attack, taking knockouts on that Eevee before it can even become a Jolteon. So potentially very, very interesting. We just saw another Crushing Hammer Tails there. Yet more proof that the card is completely useless and that you shouldn't play it. But hey, that's okay. Chief Gaming asks, when does the registration start for the 1-2 weeks from now? Great question. Usually it starts the day before. So if you wait until Saturday, I would I'd recommend that it's probably going to start then. I will make sure that I tweet about it and put out a community post as well so that you can sign up as soon as it is live. But yeah, so don't stress. It's not like you're going to miss out if you don't get to it straight away.
Another thing that makes this matchup even more interesting is the Zamazenta. Obviously, Dragapult has the Shred attack. That still takes quite a while to get through. So
certainly does. Certainly does. There's that Crushing Hammer working 50% of the time.
Classic little 0% there. Imagine if that could have been any other card. Amazing.
God, I just can't. Guys, you know my feelings on Crushing Hammer. I just can't with this card. It's so frustrating to play against. It requires zero skill in using it. You just flip the coin, and if you do, you remove some of your opponent's momentum. And you know what? In some decks, that's acceptable. In Dragapult, you don't need it. You can just win without it. So I don't know why you would play it. But hey, that's okay. It's being played in a lot of decks at the moment, so it's not any specific person's fault. We just need to all understand that Crushing Hammer is as it is.
That's also what I was wondering, is that obviously it's being played by every Dragapult player that we've seen so far today, but why? What matchups does it fix? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It fixes Edinatus, but that's not being played.
Here's the thing. It potentially helps in the mirror. If you flip heads, you remove some energy in the mirror. It can also help in single strike as well. Potentially cause some problems with that particular matchup, but ultimately I don't see it for me. I don't get it at all.
Very interesting.
I can't brain at all. I don't understand. Another thing that's an interesting choice, Crystal Cave not going down. That's probably fair enough. The healing that you'd get out of Crystal Cave is not necessarily relevant, especially not on the Zacian in the active, and it can easily be replaced by Path to the Peak. So Nobby holding on to that Crystal Cave to try and replace Path if it does come down. But you know, it's a tough matchup here because we've not seen too many energies at all.
No, absolutely. And reasonable choice because they do each play 3 of the stadium. So if Nobby plays down the Crystal Cave now, he loses that stadium more. But also, I feel like that 30 damage on the Zamazenta could potentially be relevant at some point as well. So you never know. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. We've got the Drizzile coming into play now. The Jolteon is in play, but it requires Memory Capsule in order to block those abilities. So not doing the job that it's designed to do at present. And Shady Dealings is going to find a trainer card for Genji here. He'll be able to find himself a supporter if he needs one, or potentially a item card to utilize. Obviously, this is not a great spot for Nobby to be in. He's going to find himself 2 prizes down, which is obviously not good. There's the Sobble into play for Genji for next turn. So he's setting up, assuming that the Jolteon won't be an issue. The big problem for Nobby is that he's not going to be able to take a knockout next turn. There's probably no attack that he can realistically expect.
I think with the hand, he might feel like he's in an alright position if he can get enough energy onto the Zamazenta, but I just don't know if he can. He could definitely get an attack off next turn, that's for sure, and he can block up the Dragapult a little bit by getting rid of one of the Horror Psychics, but other than that, he's still in a pretty tough position.
Well, I mean, he's guaranteed to get an attack if he wants one, right?
Yes.
If he gets knocked out, he can Raihan, he can Metal Saucer, he can search for an energy. So that's all fine. But the problem with that is that it leaves him in a position where there's actually not another play that he's going to be able to take in the turn after that. He's going to need to hope that the Zamazenta can do the job for him. And sometimes it just doesn't work out like that. So we'll wait and see. There's the knockout for Genji. He takes 2 prizes and then places all of that damage onto Zamazenta. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Crystal Cave now from Nobby. He'll probably play that down. Promotes the Zacian so that he can put the air balloon on. He'll be able to Raihan and Metal Saucer. There are 2 metal energies in the discard pile. It's just a matter of whether or not this is enough to get him into a position to win this game.
It doesn't feel too strong at the moment. As you said, he doesn't have that backup attacker. Also interested that Genji does not care about this Jolteon at all, which is clearly a reasonable choice, but like at the moment anyway. But it was interesting on that first turn where he didn't put the damage on the Eevee to try and knock out the Jolteon. He was just going for the Zamazenta all along.
Yeah, and that's completely fair, right? The fact that those two prizes are available means that you may as well go for them. Nobby here's trying to figure out, okay, if I have a Cape of Toughness on this Zamazenta, and I have the Dauntless Shield ability, I obviously can't get knocked out by this Dragapult VMAX, but I know that if my opponent does find Path to the Peak and also Tool Jammer, 180 HP becomes 130, which means it's going to be impossible for me to survive. So he plays down the stadium, heals that extra 30 damage off, he removes 1 Horror Psychic Energy, and takes 20 back. This will mean that he's 10 damage short of a knockout from Genji, but there's always that Zigzagoon, or the what do you call it? The quick shooting Inteleon that could potentially come in and cause some problems, but it's going to require a lot, and that's the thing with Zamazenta, is it does take a few extra cards to knock it out.
Exactly, that's the thing. It's so annoying for so many decks in the format at the moment. One of the things that you're seeing right now is the shortcomings of this Zacian deck is that it can't run on the Crobats and the likes of Inteleon, and so it does rely on the draw from Intrepid Sword to function. And when you don't get those Intrepid Swords early, or you don't get enough from those Intrepid Swords early, it just makes it really difficult for you to actually get any consistency in this deck.
Yeah, and it's also a part of one of those problems that comes from playing such an interesting tech like Jolteon. Obviously, if the memory capsule was in play, then there's no way that Nobby actually gets knocked out this turn. But because the memory capsule is a 2 of in a 60 card deck that you can't search out, it's almost impossible to guarantee it, and you can see Genji here playing down all of those cards that I mentioned. There's the Path, there's the Tool Jammer, there is the quick shooting, and he just needs the energy off of this Marnie to be able to take a knockout on Zamazenta. The only positive for Nobby is that he has been Marnied, so he does have some extra cards to work with if there's no energy from Genji.
Calculated risk from Genji there. I mean, you do need to dig for this knockout while you've got every piece in play, but at the moment, it doesn't look like it's paid off. I don't know if it's just taking his time, but there you go.
He does.
He hasn't slammed it down.
Yeah, it's one of those things where normally your opponent does just go, oh, I've got the energy straight into play. That extended pause made it potentially possible. We could see the hope in Nobby's eyes, but unfortunately for Nobby, that Zamazenta is knocked out. And you can see how quickly Zamazenta can be removed from play, especially with that Path to the Peak as a really good option for these kind of decks. Now Nobby has a awkward kind of situation on his hands. He needs to get some energy in play, and he needs to do it pretty quickly.
He certainly does, and interesting call promoting the Zacian that doesn't have the balloon on it. I get that he's got another balloon, so it's not as big a deal, but that one obviously has the damage on it too. So yeah, it's interesting choice. I don't think it'll make a difference in the end, but interesting all the same.
Certainly is. Well, I mean, Air Balloon, Metal Saucer, Professor's Research are all pretty good cards to have here. Obviously, we will need to see another Metal Saucer off of this research and either a Tool Scrapper or a Switch to get the Air Balloon to work. There's the Switch. There's no extra Metal Saucer, though, so there will not be an attack from this Zamazenta, nor do we find the memory capsule, so there will not be any locking of abilities from Nobby at this stage. Intrepid Sword, though, will find him an energy, and that is so disappointing. That Metal Saucer on top of the deck, it's in the top 3 cards, so close to getting an attack off, yet so far.
I think he's got to keep it in hand like he's just done. Also, there could be a lead-up for a big win for Nobby here. Obviously, the Dragapult can do the bench damage, but that Crystal Cave might actually be able to win him the game if Genji can't get another path into play, potentially.
Well, he does have the option to use his water-based abilities. Obviously, that Jolteon not having the memory capsule means that there is the potential for a Drizzile to come into play now, but a lot of resources have been used by both players at this point of the game. We can see a Marnie here. That's disappointing for Nobby, losing both of those switches.
Absolutely.
But potentially getting himself into some other cards that he might need to get attacking this turn. That is an incredibly good hand, considering he'll be able to play down the memory capsule, the energy, and then research to hopefully find a switch. He's going to turn the damage from these quick shooting Inteleons off. You can see the quick shooting damage coming down onto Zamazenta now, putting that pressure on the potential attacker from next turn.
Definitely, and looks like no stadium bump, so that's a big positive. Nobby really drew well off that money. That is almost the ideal hand that he wants.
Yeah, the only issue for him is that he knows that 2 of his switches are on the bottom of the deck, so he's not going to be able to draw them off of the research. He's going to have to really hope here that he gets into the bits that he needs. There's those memory capsules. They've been hiding for so long. We'll use Crystal Cave to heal a bunch of damage from metal Pokemon, attach the energy to Zamazenta, and then research and hope, you'd think.
Absolutely. Has he played a switch yet? I don't believe he has either.
He hasn't. There is one. He's got the switch and the cape, which are both really, really useful. Obviously, the Tool Jammer is in play from the Dragapult at the moment, but I think this position gives Nobby a little bit of hope. There might be light at the end of this tunnel.
Potentially. He won't take the horror damage from this turn, which is nice. You see that his opponent didn't actually do much last turn in terms of gameplay. It was mostly just an attach and attack sort of turn. And now he can't use the Drizzile to get out of things. So it'll be very interesting to see whether he actually has what he needs here. That's
Certainly will.
Big draw, though.
He has the Horror Psychic. He has the Path of the Peak as well, so we'll be able to deal 130 damage here. It won't be a knockout, though. There's no damage. Oh, he's got the boss as well.
Yeah, wow.
He has everything,
a 3-card hand.
Everything that he needs. That is incredible. Genji getting the win there off of an absolutely insane 3 cards. Oh my goodness, you'd hate to see that if you were Nobby. I cannot imagine that he's doing very well over there at the moment. How frustrating. But ultimately, we see why Dragapult is so powerful. Even with the adversity of that Jolteon and the Zamazenta, he's able to take the win. We're just waiting on him to place that damage counters at the moment. It's very odd. He's just sitting there waiting for the world to change, I guess.
Potentially doesn't realize that he actually has to place the damage counters to get the win here. May have left his computer, but I guess we'll see.
Ultimately, Genji will get the ding ding, and then then the damage will be placed for him, and then the game will end. But that's unfortunate. Blake comes into the chat. Yeah, well, geez, I guess he's just got everything every turn, and sometimes that's just the way that it is, unfortunately. But ultimately, a pretty good showing from both players here, and both players still in the running for that top cut. I think the number is 5-2 generally, so even with a loss, Nobby still able to potentially get there.
And the fact that he's this high this early on the standings means that his resistance will be nice as well, so he can still lock himself in with a good chance if he can win out.
Exactly. So it's not the end of the world, but it is this point of the night where people start to disappear. Whew, that was close coming from Nobby here. Doesn't look like the timer is on.
It does not look like it, and Genji is absolutely just
Genji's
sitting
just
there.
attacked and walked away from the computer screen. So, whoops, that's a bit of a problem. But we've got a couple of players that are doing relatively well at the moment. Hopefully they stick around and remain on stream for us so that we can bring you... There's the damage counters that's happened. There we go, and the defeat screen finally arrives. We'll jump back to our intermission screen, Sparksy, as we prepare for our next round. Into Streamer Zone we go. And now I can finally check all of my messages that have been popping up.
Did you hear that time? First time.
That's okay, we've got plenty going on. Do you want to just engage with chat for a second, Sparksy? I've just got a message that I need to deal with.
Absolutely. Sam, how do you join their tournaments? Well, Sam, every 2 weeks, Mitch runs these tournaments, and you log on to Limitless, I believe it's Limitless TCG.
It certainly is. The link has actually already gone out for this week's particular tournament. I'll send that again.
Oh my goodness, there we go. So, and then you go to the play section to find online play, and there are a bunch of tournaments there you can join. Mitch runs these every 2 weeks on a Sunday at 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time that is.
Australian Eastern Daylight Time, actually.
Eastern Daylight Time, you are correct.
Well, I got completely ruined by the fact that Daylight Savings happened the other week, so... So
Yeah.
it kind of created a bit of an issue, but you know what? That's fine. Thank you very much for covering that there. Yoshi, when you lose versus Ice Rider with Zacian, only why not save the... Oh my goodness, that's brutal. To lose in a matchup that you'd consider an auto win is obviously disappointing, but hey, it happens sometimes, it happens.
I might, while you're here, Mitch, I might see if I can get the two that weren't streaming to
we've got do that. We've got a super chat.
To get up at 3 a.m. for this tourney.
Oh, thank you very much, Omega, for your super chat. Appreciate the couple of bucks. Hopefully you enjoyed your nap, and the fact that it's 3 a.m. and you woke up to be there is insanity. But you know what? That's okay. You've done a job. You've done the job. Sam saying, oh, that's the same as Vic time? Absolutely. It is currently 8 p.m. for me too. That's how time works, I think, if we're in the same zone. World with Curiosity, you've said, can you guys please feature my game? What stream room are you in, good sir? Stream 5? Stream 5? We absolutely can. Are you currently playing, or are you asking to be covered for next round? I've just had another ping bong. So hopefully I can catch that on the second time around. Thank you very much, Devon, for the subscription if you're in the chat. Appreciate that. Super chat super scared you, the jump scare. It's brutal. 2:30 p.m. in India. Nice day in India, I'm sure, in the middle of the day. We will do our very best to cover you, World with Curiosity. We will do our very best. If you could send me through in your in chat your name in Limitless as well, that would be fantastic, just so I can prepare myself. That would be beautiful. How are you feeling, Sparksy? It's been 5 very interesting rounds so far.
It certainly has. There's been some things that I never thought I'd see in Pokemon happening in these 5 rounds. So honestly, it's been a good one. Hopefully we can get some different decks on stream, although I still cannot get over that Blastoise one.
Hey, listen, we're going to need to go back to Blastoise at some point. I will throw it out there. I believe that he's still in contention for cut. Let me double check.
Incredible.
Let me double check. I will find that in a second. I'm just awkwardly talking now, trying to cover my tracks. I know that it's here somewhere. I can't find him. Where's he gone?
I'll find him if you...
Oh my god. This is horrific. How embarrassing. I can't find him.
It's all good. I got you covered.
Thank you very much, Sparksy. I don't know what I'd do without you. This is why I like Australian streamers, seeing them during the time I like Santosh. I can appreciate that. Lots of Pokemon people are from America, so it happens at American times. So it's always good to have some people on at a different time. Mitch, what do you think on Chill TCG tournaments taking a long break? Well, I mean, he probably deserves a bit of a break. I mean, he's been having those tournaments every week for a long, long time, so fair enough for him to sit back and take a couple of moments. But ultimately, I don't think too much will change. I'm going to be interested to see how these online tournaments happen when live comes out, because obviously a lot of the reason that this tournament scene exists is because PTCGO didn't allow for it in the way that we would have liked. So hopefully live does have some kind of allowances for that, but we'll wait and see. Alan, I'm saving up some packs. Should I go for Single Strike or Rapid Strike Urshifu? I think Single Strike is better at the moment. Rapid Strike is probably better overall. So it depends whether you want to be good now or later, Alan. That would be my guess. Sorry, Sparks.
Sorry, no, I was just going to say, small throwback to that Blastoise deck. It's currently 2-2. I believe it's actually still playing this round. So.
Okay, fair enough. Well, that's probably why I couldn't find it.
So there's still a chance, but a very small chance.
Still a chance, but a slim one. Hey, listen, that's fine. We can live with that. Sam asks, do you think there's any chance the Lunala from Celebrations will be any good? Psychic Stage 2 attacks for 2 colorless that doubles the damage counters on all of your opponent's Pokemon. Well, ultimately, I don't think it's going to be meta, right? That's the thing. None of the cards out of Celebrations are going to be like heavily featured in the metagame. They're just not necessarily good enough. But it's definitely a cool Pokemon, and I'm definitely looking at making some sort of deck out of it at some point. That's going to be the thing that I'll say.
Maybe my boy Orbeetle VMAX can make an appearance with it.
Orbeetle Lunala sounds very, very cool. I'm very interested in that.
I love it. I really wish that Orbeetle saw more play when it was first came out.
It's got such a good ability. You would think that it would be seeing more play. Devon asks, how much does it cost to join the tournament? Well, it's free. It costs nothing. All you need to do is sign up, and you can play. It's as simple as that. I'm not trying to make any money out of this. This is not a job. I just want to play Pokemon cards. And sometimes I don't want to play Pokemon cards. I want to watch Pokemon cards. So that's what we're doing here.
We get new ideas when we watch Pokemon
Absolutely.
cards.
We see Jolteons. We see Blastoise VMAXs. We see it all.
So much fun. I'm loving this, honestly. As much as I loved playing in the first Sableyes
Sableye series.
Sableyes series, yeah. I'm loving casting this one.
It's way more fun watching it from above because you don't have the stress of having to play. RNC, you feel like a news reporter at the moment. What's your opinion, Mitch, on PTCGO removing Heart Gold and Soul Silver? I'm obviously empathetic towards people that have lost cards that they like from that particular period of time. Heart Gold and Soul Silver were very difficult cards to get, and lots of people losing those cards, it would be disappointing. But I can understand why Pokemon has elected to not include them. Obviously, the Heart Gold Soul Silver format, Legacy, isn't supported by Pokemon, so it makes sense as to why they wouldn't include them. Ultimately disappointing that you're not going to get anything back for them, but I think it's a fair and reasonable move for them to not include them, because that would just be a whole bunch of extra stuff that they'd need to do to get the game working, which is something that they don't want. They just want the game to be playable, so we'll see how it pans out. But yeah, I'm not personally upset, but I can understand why people would be.
I do think that we demand compensation for Celebi Primes, though. I do have 5 locked Celebi Primes. So,
only 5, Sparksy?
Yeah, exactly. It was very sad when I pulled the 5th one and realized that there was absolutely nothing I could do with it as well. So.
Oh, boy. Santosh, I saw a lot of people in the live sneak peek say that they hated that Legacy's gone. Yeah, like I said, there's lots of people that do really enjoy that format. But like I said, since Pokemon doesn't officially support it anymore, it does make sense why they wouldn't include it.
The way that Santosh says that as well makes it seem like in the sneak peek that they had people hating that Legacy was gone, like in
the video, they'd be like, "Oh my
I wish
God,
that Legacy was here."
Oh, it's great that they're bringing out a new client, but damn them for getting rid of Legacy.
Imagine that would have been a great reveal.
Oh, brutal! That would have been brutal. But yeah, no, it's just one of those. It's just one of those things. Unfortunately. Mitch, will you go back and make a Blastoise deck after this tournament? Probably not, but potentially, so keep an eye out. We're going to be looking at some celebration stuff next week, so that's what I'm focusing on at the moment. Santosh, Mitch loves to commentate. Dude, I love commentating. It's great fun.
I have some bad news for you and the rest of chat, Mitch.
What's that?
Our Blastoise VMAX deck is 2-3. So.
Oh, no! It's gone. It's done. It's finished. But that's okay. We live and let live. It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
Right. We do have some 5-0s as well, which is
yeah, there's a couple. There's a couple floating around. I think we're looking at how many? 3 at the moment?
3, I believe. Yeah.
Do we know if any of those 3 5-0s are currently streaming for us, Sparksy?
I believe that none of them are, from what I can tell. 2 of them definitely are not, and I believe that the other one isn't, but I'm not 100% on that.
We will have to we'll have to investigate that for when our top cut happens, because they are likely to get through at 5-0. What do we got? Where are we? Pokebodies and stuff need to be programmed differently from normal abilities. Yeah, so that's why they can't put the celebrations cards in, unfortunately. Just means that we won't be seeing them on PTCGO or live anytime soon. But I did see that they actually mentioned that the cards will not be playable until later updates, so there's potential that maybe they will bring back some more retro format stuff at some point in the future. Mew seems like a good card from Celebrations, says Slide Edge. It does seem like it could potentially be useful. Not necessarily the best card in the world. Probably won't see a lot of play, but definitely acceptable, so we cannot complain about that at all.
I did have that conversation with my playtesting group the other day about Mew and how playable it was, especially in comparison to Stellar Wish Jirachi. I think slightly worse than Stellar Wish Jirachi in when it had a skateboard, better than when it didn't.
Oh my goodness, I've made a mistake. Sorry, Sparksy, I've just dropped you out there. We're just going to move to Stream 5.
Oh, here we go, Stream 5.
Anyway, continue what you were saying. Sorry about that.
That's all right, sir. That's fine. We've got a stream to watch. I can talk about that later.
We can talk about it later. Well, let's jump across. We'll see what we're looking at here. Woo! Into the game. We have got ourselves a bit of a matchup. Let's see what we're looking at. We've got PTCG user 002, who is currently 4-1 up against PJ Wachusik. Hopefully I've said that right. It is single strike up against Rapid Strike yet again. Rapid Strike will be on our side of the field, and Single Strike will be on the opponent's side of the field. Hopefully this game goes well. This is obviously one of our viewers in chat. World with Curiosity is currently playing on our side of the field, so he's asked to be featured. Here he is. 4-1 seems pretty reasonable.
I agree. 4-1 is a very nice record, and it's my deck, Mitch. It's my deck.
It
Rapid Strike Urshifu, it's featuring.
It certainly is, and I mean, it's looking like it's in a pretty strong position here, because this Houndour in the active is the only Pokemon that PJ has.
It's in a very strong spot. If this is it, it's almost game.
I mean, it's unfortunate because I don't think there's any way for Rapid Strike, to take a knockout here. I think it's literally impossible, but we'll wait and see. I've been surprised before.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that is Rapid Strike's probably biggest weakness, other than the weakness itself, is that it can't do that much damage turn 1. It's always something that I've been looking for to improve the deck, is to be able to up the damage that it can do in the first turn.
Certainly will. Chen asks, Mitch, do you think it's necessary to get Tropical Beach before PTCGO comes out? I don't think it's ever been necessary to get Tropical Beach, to be honest. It's super expensive, but hey, if you want to, you're more than welcome to. I personally am not going out of my way to get it.
I'm crossing my fingers that Tropical Beach is craftable.
That would be genuinely amazing. I would really like to see that. That would be fantastic. Now, PJ is in a position here where he's in a lot of trouble. These attachments look like a man who does not have another basic.
These attachments look like game to his opponent.
Boss's orders. Okay, well, I mean, it's not over yet. Darkness Fang does 70 damage. We don't we don't see a switch. Well, I mean, we could potentially see a switch with the level ball. So I think this game is immediately over.
Unless PTCG user 002 decides to not have any Drizzile, it could be a problem here. Although, interesting attachment.
Well, I mean, it looks like we're going, instead of for the attack with the basic, we're going for the attack with the VMAX, which is fair enough.
Fair enough.
So we'll search out a Evo Incense here, retreat with the Urshifu, and then attack with the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. Unfortunately there for PJ, he goes down with a very dead hand. But Charizard on our side of the field has done the job. Rapid Strike Urshifu goes to 5-1 after 6 rounds. Incredibly strong performance from a deck over a period of time. And there is the victory in a very stuttery fashion.
I could not be more proud. Even with the stutters.
Even with the stutters. Alright, let's jump across to a different stream here. We'll see. Let's go into stream 3, shall we?
Sounds like a plan.
Alrighty, so we'll see what we've got here. Again, we've got another stream that is way off in the distance, but that's alright, we can still see what's going on. And I believe this one's from the other end of the spectrum. We've got a couple of players that are out of contention for Top Cut, but are still hanging around and having a bit of a play. Omega on our side of the field is playing Zacian. I think this is the Zacian I think this is the V-Union list. Just give me a second. Yes, this is the Zacian V-Union list up against Rayquaza. So this one, if nothing else, will be very, very entertaining.
I can definitely wait.
Just
seen. There you go.
Wow, that was a big chat there for a second.
I can definitely wait to write a physical deck list with all these V-Unions on it, that's for sure.
It would be
too much room taken up.
Absolutely brutal. Can you imagine having to do that? We do have a couple of options off of this quick ball. Looks like another Zacian is going to be the way to go. And we see those beautiful full art Professor's Researchers, Professor Oak from Celebrations. Lots of people getting their hands on them early, which is fantastic for them, obviously. And a Zacian will be... There's the research. Thank you very much, Omega. And a Brave Blade will take the knockout on this Rayquaza in the active. Obviously got a lot of people who are happy to watch themselves on stream today.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to get a couple of people in chat featuring. I'm not sure about the whole actually listening and watching while you're in chat.
Probably,
but, you know, it is what it is.
Not recommended. At least you're only looking at your hand again and not your opponent's. But that's okay. That's the thing, right? It's not necessarily a super competitive tournament, so it's not the end of the world. But again, we will officially say, please do not do that. But and also, if you could remove your chats, that'd be fantastic.
Even if you wanted to be able to see your opponent's hand, you can't because the Discord chats are popping up.
We can't even see it. What's going on? It's brutal. Here comes a Bolton, by the way. This Bolton has a lot of energy on it. It's not going to have enough to be able to take a knockout, unfortunately. And I don't think we're even going to see a V Union here. What is going on? You gotta mute your chat, my dude. You gotta mute your chat.
Poor Omega's trying to play through his turn here.
Yeah, he's just getting...
Can't get through it because he's getting bombarded by the Sableyes chat. Incredible.
Just Santosh has got it 100% right. Do not disturb, mate. Chuck that one on Do Not Disturb.
Do not disturb. There we go. Oh, he's thrown away the other Zacian. That's a big call. I thought he might have benched that bad boy, but maybe he's getting a little bit flustered with all the
pings going through. Potentially, there's a Bronzong and another and a Zamazenta as well, so we could get either of these here. Looks like Zamazenta is the choice for the moment. Unfortunately, no attack going to be available for this Zacian. It was attacking last turn, so Primate Wisdom is the only opportunity for Omega to get himself a switch here. Looks like he puts the boss's orders on top, and unfortunately, there's not going to be an attack, so this Bolton is going to be able to take a knockout this turn. There's an Intrepid Sword, and we're seeing a number of boss's orders here for Omega for next turn.
I believe the Bolton still does need an attachment somewhere along the board to get the knockout, thanks to the toughness, cape of toughness, but...
Yeah, very interesting. That fire energy is not going to do the job, though. It's not going
to and I don't think there's one in the Discord.
In the Discord pool. The
Discord pool. Yeah, I don't think there is one. So there you go, 10 damage short.
10 damage short, and looks like there's a concession. Fair enough too. Not necessarily a lot that can be done about that. And I tell you what, we are getting some absolute duds of games at the moment. People are playing dead hands and being punished for it on stream, which means that we've got still 18 games in our tournament being played.
Stream 8 is still going, and both are 4-1.
All right, let's jump in there. Let's jump in there, shall we? Get across and have a look at this. See what is being played. Stream has been paused. Here we go. We've got a Dragapult Mirror, Sparksy.
Very interesting. I like it.
So, Titaro on our opponent's side of the field playing Dragapult, as is Nicholas 11081996, which sounds like a birthday. Let's not make any assumptions, though. We've got two quick shooting Inteleons on this side of the field, but no energy in play and no attackers, realistically. There's only a boss's orders in hand for Nicholas here, which is very, very awkward. So there's going to be no knockout on the Dragapult VMAX, which is disappointing. Slight Edge, thank you very much for coming today. Appreciate you becoming a member. Enjoy your night. We'll catch you next time. A couple of pings.
I believe one of the big differences between these two lists, Mitch, is Nico playing the 4 Crushing Hammer, TT just the 1 Team Yell Grunt.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, the Yell Grunt is at least consistent, right? It works every time, so you don't need to worry about the coin flip. Not necessarily sure how much I like Energy Denial and Dragapult at all, but that's a personal thing.
I would agree, as well as the 2 Fan of Waves for TT, so that's also big in this matchup, I'd say.
Certainly is. That's specifically very good. So a very strong option there for him. Playing down another Sobble here that he's picked up with his Scoop Up Net. He's going to be able to take a knockout on this Dragapult this turn, which is fantastic. And depending on how he spreads his damage here, he could potentially find himself in a winning position next turn. Of course, he doesn't know what's in Nico's hand. At the moment, not a lot, but it could always change with a top deck of a Raihan or something similar to that. But yeah, very good position for Titaro to be in here.
Raihan would be a massive top deck. In fact, probably one of the only things that gets him out of this situation is a Raihan. So it will be interesting to see if he can get it or at least swing the tide in some way here.
You would hope that it does come out, just so that there is at least an opportunity to do something here. To try and get this game continuing. Titaro evolving into his second VMAX, so he'll be preparing that next turn to start attacking, and obviously he'll be taking 3 prizes this turn with his VMAX in the active. We just had a very, very pertinent message in chat. Hammer works every time, 50% of the time.
It certainly does. It works every time.
Every time.
Good reference. Good reference.
John says, I wish Rayquaza VMAX was good. It feels like it bricks too much. It suffers from some of the same problems that lots of decks suffer from, right? Just the fact that you can't consistently get yourself going. You need too much early game. And Blake, unfortunate for you to be out. Prizing capsules against Leafeon does seem pretty average.
Unfortunate top deck there. That's for sure.
Talk about
average. I was going to say that... No, I forgot what I was going to say, Mitch. I have completely blanked on it.
That's okay. It's fine. We can live with that. Looks like we're going to just place as much damage onto this Dragapult as we possibly can, and then Mordisco for 30 damage into the VMAX.
Mordisco.
Now we could potentially see a win from Titaro here. We need to see a boss's orders out of him. If he finds the boss, he should be able to win this game, but you never know.
Big hand.
You never know. He's got a massive hand, but he might not have it.
This is a win-in as well, I've just realised, is that both players are 4-1, so you'd think the person who wins this can just ID in the cut. So
yeah, you would think so.
Very nice.
There's a ping onto the benched Inteleon to place it within range of that 50 damage from the VMAX. At the moment, we're looking for, I think it's one more quick shooting Inteleon and a boss are the 2 cards that Titaro needs. There's the boss's orders. Brings out the Inteleon. He's got a quick ball here. He's just going to go looking through his deck. Do I have access to it? Is probably the question that he's asking himself. Or could he just use double Zigzagoon? Scoop up Net and Zigzagoon would obviously provide him enough energy to put this Inteleon out of its misery.
There it is.
There it is. He's got it.
The Red Levante comes up.
He has got it. Every time. Oh, this Dragapult deck is so powerful. Obviously, we've seen the good and the bad of it here. Titaro being able to get himself a solid win whilst Nicholas finds himself in a pretty dire position. Still possible, though, to get himself into cut, but it's going to be difficult for sure.
Oh, for sure, but it definitely, being this high in the tournament at the moment, absolutely bodes well for making that bubble. I think that this was a table 5 match, so those standings are pretty high. It'd be better off losing the next one if you're going to lose one. But
well, if you had to lose one, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But as far as losing one goes, it's this is probably the one.
It's probably it's not a terrible time to lose if you have to lose, I guess, is what we're getting at. But yeah, we've got how many players have we got here that are looking pretty solid? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5-1s at the moment, and a 6-0. So next round we are still going to have some players in contention. We see Nico just showing off his list here, all of the cards that are in his list. Which is fantastic.
All 56 of them?
All 56. We might jump back to the streamer zone and wait for the end of this round. I've got to actually click the intermission button so that I can get the screen up, which is fantastic. But you're not here for high quality, what do you call it? Production value? You're looking for Pokemon cards.
Here if you were. That's for sure. I'm a bit sad we missed the start of that game, though, Mitch.
It would have been good to see that one, to be honest. But hey, that's okay. You can't have everything. Devansh. I've butchered that 6 times there. Can I top cut if I'm 4-2? Potentially. Although it will be quite difficult. I will say that much.
Can definitely bubble in for sure, but I reckon by the looks of it, we're only getting 1 bubble, if that. So
yeah. So it's going to be difficult, but definitely still doable. We're waiting on 3 more games to complete here. I'll very quickly look through the standings and let you know how things are going at the moment. We've got a couple of Ice Riders. We've got a Jolteon. There's plenty of Zacians in and around the hunt here. A single strike or 2 as well. There's plenty of strong decks, and obviously Dragapult is in the mix as well. So lots of very, very strong decks available to us in that top cut. And Sparksy, I don't know if you checked, but last time with our top cut, we actually had one of every deck, I think. I think there was no double ups at all. So hopefully we could see something similar tonight.
I absolutely did check that one, Mitch, considering I was in that top cut. And,
I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to let you. I appreciate you say that.
It was one double up. It was there were 2 Sylveons in that top 8,
Right.
and I managed to hit one of those bad boys, and that was good night for me.
And automatically lose.
Yeah, exactly right. I managed to steal a game. It was quite nice, but no, it was not a pretty sight, but it was a very diverse top cut. And this one's looking similar, except for all the Zacians.
There's a lot of Zacian in this one, I will admit that much. But, to be fair, we are still waiting on our last round of the night. There's one game still to go between Tate Weissel and Durandon, to be fair. So we have to wait until that game finishes up. But once it does, we will have our final round of the night, and we'll also have a clearer idea of who is going to be heading towards Top Cut, which is very, very interesting. Does 5-2 make Top Cut? Potentially. I think we've got 7 players at the moment that are looking likely to make it in, and 5-2 could potentially get there. So it's going to be difficult, for sure, but it's definitely still a possibility.
It would definitely be dependent on what everybody else chooses to do, whether they ID in or whether
they choose to play. Yeah,
because there is actually a risk to ID in here. I don't know if you see, Mitch, but there are 9 people, I believe, at 5-1. So some of the IDs will miss out if everybody chooses to ID. We may see a couple bash.
Yeah,
just to try and guarantee that.
Just to try and get it in, and that's why this is an interesting, kind of an interesting situation, because there are so many people that are in that position where they can potentially ID, but maybe it wouldn't work out for them. There's only one player in the tournament at the moment that can ID for sure, and that is a player at 6-0, Lime, who is at 6-0 currently playing with a Jolteon deck. So hopefully we do see a couple of big games in this last round. Obviously the IDing system, which some people dislike, can potentially create some problems, but you know what? I like it, so I'm going to keep doing it. It's my tournament. You can't stop me.
I like the idea as well. It adds an extra element to the tournament, right? Like this top cut would be sorted if it was an ID at the moment, but it's not anymore. We get that chance to see whether these people want to take that risk of ID.
Yeah, want to play or whether yeah. Exactly, it's pretty interesting, and it also is important because if you make top 8, you are one of the people who is primed to get themselves a couple of celebrations codes on PTCGO. Obviously, there is a 200 celebrations code prize pool, which has been generously donated to us by Kapow, who is also our designated tournament organizer, so appreciation to him does not go amiss. Thank you very much to Kapow for helping us out tonight, and every other night that we do these tournaments, to be honest. He's an absolute gun who is not only organizing and running the tournament for us whilst we run the stream, but also providing the prizing. So 200 celebrations codes spread out across our top 8 players, which is fantastic, and hopefully we see a couple of good games in the next round. Henry, hello. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming along. Appreciate your attendance tonight. And World with Curiosity says, if I pair with Polt, they won't ID for sure. Hey, that's potentially the thing, right? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Just have to wait and see.
It's taking years of my very finite life. He's done an amazing job. I don't know how Kapow does it. I'm sitting here trying to message 4 people one time just to be like, hey, turn your stream on. And he's just smashing it all while running this tournament as well.
He does it all the time. He's an absolute gun. So thank you very much, Kapow, for your support. If we've got some members in chat to chuck some beautiful emotes his way, that would be beautiful. Devanch says, Mitch, it would be super cool if you had more of these tournaments and then had an invitational for the top 16 or so. That sounds like a lot of work. I'm not sure if I want to put in that much effort, but I definitely do appreciate everyone who is enjoying themselves so far. We've hovered at around 100 viewers tonight, which is brilliant. Only 89 likes, which means that there's some people out there who are sitting without their like button pressed, which is disappointing. Press the like button. They like being pressed. It's what they're there for. But yeah, I appreciate everyone coming past, as always. We've just had our last match wrapped up, and Tate Whitesell has won that one, which is fantastic for us on stream, because I know for a fact that he will stream his games. So if he makes top 8, then we've definitely got access to those games at some point. And now we wait and see what our top 8 is going to look for. Frank says we're not guaranteed top 8 if we ID. Not necessarily. It depends on the amount of 5-1s that we have, and at the moment it looks like we have more than 8, which is a bit of a concern. If you're a 5-1, you might need to play.
Just about to have a look at this in the standings. We got what? Yeah, there's no guarantee on the ID, that's for sure.
Yeah,
so
the 5-1 goes all the way down to 12th position, which means
we have 11.
That there's a lot of people are going to need to play in this top 8. Like I said, the only person who is guaranteed with an ID is Lime at 6-0. Alright, so let's see if we can find one of these 5-1 players potentially to focus on their game.
I believe the player we just watched, the PTCG user 002, is 5-1. I don't know whether they're playing, but
they are, unfortunately, they were the person on the opposite side of the screen, I think.
Spicy. Oh, my bad.
Which makes it a little bit more difficult. But tell you what, we've got Yoshi Tracker, who I know for a fact is streaming. He is at 4-2, so could potentially sneak in. We'll jump into stream 1 and watch his perspective. Now all I need to do is remember to click all the buttons on OBS, and then watch the stream, and we've got ourselves some content. We've done it. God, it's difficult. It's difficult being over here. A couple of players
keep an eye on these standings.
Yeah, I was just about to say, a couple of people are IDing at the moment, so some people feeling relatively comfortable. We've got Yoshi on our side of the field, who is playing Zacian Ludicolo up against a Jolteon Inteleon deck. So this is going to be very, very interesting. Both players still a real chance, if they win here, of making top 8, although it will come down to resistance. Hopefully it works out. What does ID mean, says Jareth? Great question. ID means intentional draw. It essentially means that both players agree that instead of playing the game, they would rather just tie, which gives them 1 point, and it means that they don't have to play. And it essentially just stops people from sitting there for 50 minutes in an official tournament waiting for the game to finish. So perfectly legitimate and a fair thing to do. That means that some players that have earned the right to take a bit of a break get a chance to do so.
We have a second ID as well, which means that the two that ID'd first and tried to call that bluff of everybody else might be sweating a little bit.
They might just be. It looks like there are a few players that have gone, that have decided to play though, which is fair enough. And obviously these players in our game that we are currently looking at are hoping that more players decide to play than not. At the moment, Zacian is powered up on Yoshi's side of the field. He has a switch, so he will be able to attack next turn. And he also has Boss's Orders, which is really, really big. And unfortunately, Zoa is having a really slow start here. I'm going to see Yoshi be able to switch into a Zacian here if he wants to. Looks like he's just trying to decide what his sequencing is going to look like.
Amazingly unlucky start. Didn't even get the energy to do the keep calling attack that Sobble has. It's not keep calling, it's something else, but it can grab Rapid Strike Pokemon from the deck.
No, it's definitely keep calling. It's definitely keep calling.
Keep calling, yeah. There you go. But yeah, it didn't even get an energy to do that, so he's just stuck with the 2 Sobbles that he had in hand.
He certainly is. Here's an attachment onto a Zacian potentially. Maybe an attachment to the Lotad, which is an interesting choice. May choose to go for that and manually retreat and give the Zacian an opportunity to switch. Decision looks like a pretty tough one.
Yeah, apparently. I don't mind the manual attachment to the Lotad. It gets another energy in the bin. It saves a switch for next turn if he so chooses. So yeah, there you go.
Yep,
I don't mind it at all.
That's the direction that Yoshi decides to go with, and it's fair enough. It means he can hold on to that Boss's Orders for next turn. If he is able to get an attack off and knock out a Jolteon, then that would be fantastic for him. But obviously, it is reliant on a lot of different factors. Blake's just said there in the chat that he hears a bucket in the background. My cat is meowing, and it means that it's probably time for dinner. So, Sparksy, you're going to take it for 2 seconds. I'm going to just quickly go and feed the cat. I will be right back.
Absolutely. Say hi to Bucket from me. So just so we know, chat, we've had an extra ID here as well. The people in first and second currently have chosen the ID, which means that there will be no 5-2s making it into cut. We have enough 5-1s that if they choose to fight it out, which they might, they will make up the rest of top cut. So I guess we'll see here. We also have too many 5-1-1s with the ID to make cut. So we will be seeing people bubble out after the ID. So this top cut will be extremely interesting. Hi, Steve Stevens. How are you going? So we finally get to see this Jolteon deck actually work. Unfortunately for Zoa, it has been missed, and the energy has been top decked by Yoshi here. So huge top deck means that doesn't need to commit much else, honestly. It'll be interesting to see whether he plays, the supporter here. That's what I thought might happen. And now Zoa is back where he was 2 turns ago, with one less Sobble, technically, because it's evolved into Drizzile, and not much else. Certainly does look like you made that right call, Cash, for sure. Very nice hand here from Yoshi. I mean, honestly, it looks like this match is probably wrapped up. We'll see if Zoa can get something going, but just the constant pressure of this one Zacian. If it does get knocked out, though, which I don't think Jolteon is actually capable of this turn, but if it does get knocked out, then there's a reasonable chance that Yoshi doesn't have an awful lot to go by after that. But I guess we will see how things go. Just a lot of dead cards in Zoa's discard, unfortunately. There's the Shady Dealings in Teleon. That's a handy card. Despite Path being down this whole game, Yoshi's just had everything he's needed because he just hasn't needed that much. And that's the thing with Zacian, right? It means that you don't need that much to take these knockouts. You've noticed that Yoshi has just taken 2 knockouts, 3 prizes with Switch and Energy, and 1 boss. So very handy stuff there.
I'm back. Hello.
Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back. We were just talking about top cut and how interesting it'll be and how much of a bad position Zoa is in at the moment due to Zacian not needing much to stay up in this.
Yeah, it looks pretty rough. Like based on the cards that I can see in play, it looks like Zacian is going to be able to take a couple of big knockouts here and take himself into a winning position.
Absolutely. There was a boss last turn which took out the bench Jolteon, meaning that Zoa had no attacker this turn, and it's just gone downhill from there, really.
Certainly has. There's a couple of metal sources as well.
Wow.
So there's a potentially powered Zacian here as well. A Rangaroo coming into play and another Lotad potentially.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if Zoa does get set up, you probably do need that Lotad. The other one is going to get knocked out by the VMAX, obviously, so you probably do need it in the end, but it'll just be interesting to see whether Yoshi actually believes that Zoa can set up anything.
So there's the Primate Wisdom. It looks like he's thinking about it.
No Primate Wisdom. This is a lot of thinking about Yoshi.
Yoshi is throwing cards all over the place. He's like, oh, okay. I think he's moved every single card onto the field at some point.
He has multiple times.
Multiple
times.
And that Marnie almost got played. Research, Marnie.
It looks like he's given up on the Lotad, which is a big call. There you go. So the Marnie comes down.
And looks like there is a Switch and a Ludicolo, which is decent, but no way to attack just yet.
He could switch and retreat the Zacian, but that feels like a very short-term game.
Very expensive.
Long-term loss move. Yeah.
Cape of Toughness doesn't necessarily do anything for him here, but to be brutally honest, a pass is not the end of the world. You can play that Cape of Toughness onto the active and then leave it for the turn. It's probably not the end. It's not too bad of a play. Ultimately, though, we will want to see a attack this turn. It's not going to happen. At least not with the cards that are currently in Yoshi's hand. Unless, of course, he does elect to retreat that Zacian V.
I think he made the right call there for sure. You see that Zoa needs to get this Sobble out of the active to start with, and then with that Lombre on the bench, provided it doesn't get knocked out, which I think that it will, he could potentially take the knockout, but he's still in a really strong spot, even if he doesn't next turn. So it'll be interesting to see if this Jolteon can actually make the comeback from here. It's not impossible.
Alright, so it looks like we've got ourselves a position where Jolteon VMAX could come into play here. If he does, then obviously there will be a knockout on the Ludicolo. Or the Lombre, my apologies.
Lombre, you are
Lombre.
correct. Lombre.
Lombre.
There's the scoop up now, I think it was. I can't see because the discard is in the way, but he scooped up the Shady Dealings and Teleon on the bench.
So we've got Drizzile in the active, Shady Dealings. Is that a Shady Dealings for nothing?
It was a Shady Dealings for an Evo Incense, I believe. So there we go. I'm interested to see where the retreat's coming from here. That's what I want to know. I assume that Zoa just has enough scoop up nets or whatever to retreat this, but I thought that the play was definitely to scoop up the Sobble. He clearly just didn't have the Evo Incense or any way to get a VMAX. So dead drawing for sure.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting situation for Zoa to be in. I don't know exactly how he's going to get an attack off here, because even if he does get the Drizzile out of the active, he still needs an extra energy or a tool card to attack with Jolteon.
Exactly. So there we go. You see the attachment going to the Drizzile, which means he can retreat it, but he can't attack now unless he gets that badge tool. Oh, there's a Marnie. Okay. Big Marnie too, because the hand for Yoshi was pretty good.
Certainly was. Oh, pardon me. I'm just eating my dinner, Sparksy. So if you
I was going to say, how's your dinner, man?
If you hear me talking with a mouthful, that's why.
Huge hand off the Marnie for Yoshi here, though. Getting the boss and the energy, which means that he can definitely chain 2 consecutive attacks. And the badge hasn't been slammed down by Zoa here, so you're thinking that he's probably missed it, but I've said that before, and it's come back to bite me. So
yep, exactly.
I guess we'll see.
It does happen quite often that you'll say something, or just someone will say something in general, and find themselves being completely ruined. It's like just a pass. Right? Unbelievable. So this pretty much wraps up the game, right, for Yoshi. As long as he keeps the boss's orders, he should be fine.
I mean, it's pretty much over, isn't it? I guess that Cheryl could make the comeback here, potentially, for the Jolteon list. I don't know. It's only one Cheryl that's being played. You'd think it was 4 with how badly he's drawing at the moment, but I mean, I guess that's
incredible,
the
by the way.
Wow.
That's incredible. That's unbelievable.
Amazing.
That is
He
unbelievable.
has just Primate Wisdomed into the one card that wins him the game this turn.
That's unbelievable. Just gets himself into the
absolutely incredible. Amazing.
Well, that's a hell of a way to get out of this particular game. 3 prizes, 330 damage. Thank you very much. And after all of that, after that incredible game, I think we're still going to find that Yoshi misses cut anyway.
We absolutely are. So I was talking to chat before. It looks like no 5-2s are going to make it. Actually, confirmed. Not it looks like. Confirmed no 5-2s are going to make it. There are currently 4 IDs into Top Cut, which means that some 5-1-1s will also miss out. So some people with 19 match points will also bubble out of cut here.
Yeah, so that's very
brutal. That's 2 people confirmed for cut at the moment. We have Lime with the 6-0-1, so gone undefeated in Swiss. Congratulations to Lime. And also Frank, who has gone 6-1, defeating the Dragapult list that we saw last round, Mitch.
You're going to need to keep talking because I've still got toast in my mouth.
Absolutely. What's on your toast, Mitch? Talk to me about it.
Well, I'm an Australian, so it's got vegetable mite on it.
Okay, see, this is something that I'm not a big fan of, Vegemite.
What?
Over here, but yeah, I know it's too salty. Too salty, just let Blake when he loves.
How can it be too salty? It's beautiful.
There's a zation with the Ludicolo list that we're seeing on screen right now. Nothing like crazy interesting. I do like the rare candy play. I'm a big fan of that for sure. I know that it's a bit less consistent in that regard, but I think that the out to a Ludicolo on turn 2 is just worth playing a couple of those. Absolutely. I don't think that anybody else we have in the stream rooms is actually playing.
No, I think
At
we're
the
pretty
moment, I think
much
we're all done.
just waiting on Top Cut now.
There we go. So there is one person still bashing. We have 2 people in Top Cut that are still playing against each other. And that will decide on how this Top Cut ends up. As I said, at the moment we have guaranteed 2 of the 5-1-1s are going to miss out on Top Cut. So unlucky if you're a 5-2 usually in this sort of tournament, you would have been fine. But a lot of people have been very, very clinical in Swiss today.
Yeah, very successful Swiss.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
The fact that everybody in Swiss is going to have a maximum of 1 loss, that's a high quality tournament right there.
Exactly. So what I'll do, since we're talking about it, I'll just chuck it up on the screen. It's gonna be kind of sketchy. So just give me a second here. I'll try and move it so that it's a little bit nicer. Because obviously my screen is not set up to show this. But this is what we're looking at. We're looking at the statistics here. All these people that are in yellow have decided to ID. The people in green are winners, and the people that are blank have either lost or are still playing. So at the moment, this player here, Lime, is guaranteed because they are 6-0-1, and this player here, Frank, is guaranteed because he's 6-1. Javier and PTCG user 002, whoever wins out of that matchup will also be guaranteed, and they are playing. So there's definitely going to be 3 players confirmed for our Top Cut at the moment. There's also a really good chance that Rydell also manages to make Top Cut because he ID'd with the only person who's undefeated. And then it comes down to these 6 players here who are currently 5-1. Only 4 of these 6 players can make cut. So at the moment, I would say that if you're Tate Whitesell and Huffer at the top, you're feeling relatively comfortable because you're in table 3. But Brandon Salazar and Rydave may be overtaken by Zach and Gabriel Smart, depending on how their resistance shapes up.
So I might even add a little bit more to this, Mitch. Looking at the resistance before this round is taken into account, Gabe Smart has very high resistance, and so does Zach Duchansky, who is also one of the players to ID. So they probably have guaranteed themselves into cut there, having a look at that. Interesting to see whether the players took this into account when they thought about whether they were going to ID or not, especially, as you mentioned, Rydell, who ID'd with the person in first line, actually has the worst resistance out of anybody at 5-1.
Well,
so he's relying on his resistance to go up a lot by drawing with line to get into this Top Cut, and I don't think it's going to happen. Just having a look at this,
yeah. So
my amateur opinion,
it's an interesting one because obviously you can only go with the data that you're being given, right? And since we've still got these players playing here, we'll never know until the data has been fully provided to us. We cannot know who's going to come through. But if you're Rydell, knowing that your resistance is low, it's interesting to decide to go for the ID with Lime. Obviously, you do get the benefit of a player's resistance that is very, very high. Lime has probably got one of the higher resistances in the tournament. We can actually check that by looking at the standings.
Has the 5th highest resistance in the tournament.
So that's his resistance here. Resistance ultimately just means how often the players that player has played against have won. So, for example, Lime has played against 6 players up to this point, and of those 6 players in games other than the ones that he has played, 63.89% of them have won, which is obviously quite good. Rydave, 72.2%, very, very high. And the person that we're talking about down here, Rydell, has the lowest resistance of anyone in that top 12, I guess you would say. So he's kind of hoping that resistance playing against Lime will boost him up the resistance tree just a little bit. He needs to be able to say that he's higher than the person in 8th spot, which at the moment is Frank Vanderweilen. But it's going to be interesting to see because look, like it's just such an interesting situation. I mean, we're not going to be far off here because PTCG user has just finished. So he's won.
There we go. Congratulations.
Which means that he'll be through into the finals, top 8. So we've got 3 players at least that are guaranteed. Just a matter of having a look at the standings now and waiting for that top 8 to get through. Here are our players, and we can see that yes, in the end, in Swiss, we actually lost Rydell. He goes down to 10th spot. Tate Whitesell bubbling out at 9th, which is unfortunate. And we have our top 8 locked and loaded. So hopefully we see a couple of these games being played. I'll just double check. I'm just going to very quickly shift across to my intermission screen so that I can use Discord to talk to human beings. We're going to head back to the streamer zone, Sparksy. And I am going to very quickly message Kapow and see what top 8 matches we can find. So Sparksy, if you'd like to talk just for 2 seconds.
I'm a bit sad as well, Mitch. I don't know if you saw when you had it up there, but Rydell or Raydell, I don't know how you pronounce it. He was the only Victini player that had a chance to make top 8. And that's a reasonably good matchup against Jolty on there. So he could have played it and won.
Yeah, certainly could have. Absolutely.
But very sad, very sad about that, for sure. But, you know, it happens. Sometimes you make those decisions and they just don't pay off. I know that I've been in some positions like that as well. I'm sure you have as well, Mitch. So that's the risk of IDing, I guess, is that you don't guarantee yourself a lot of the time.
Absolutely, sure. Absolutely. So we apparently do have a stream ready to go in stream 3. Hopefully that player starts sharing their screen. That would be fantastic. And then we can get started with our top cut. We're just waiting on World with Curiosity to get himself going. I think that's the person that we're going to be looking at here. Of course, depends on a myriad of factors. Hopefully, it starts up relatively soon for us, and we can get into our top 8. All 8 of these players are guaranteed to get themselves some packs of celebrations on PTCGO. Let's head to stream 3 and get started, Sparksy. We'll see how we go. Oh, my God. I'm leaking chat. Unbelievable. Here we go. All right, so we have from before Charizard, who was I think this was who was this that we were looking at? I think it's PTCG user. I'm not sure. I'm not.
Yes, I believe it is PTCG user.
So we're seeing that matchup here, which is up against, where are we? Zach.
Ice Rider, I believe.
Yeah, Ice Rider. So it'll be Rapid Strike Urshifu up against Ice Rider here, which is going to be very, very interesting, because these are 2 decks that have both been quite good in the past, but aren't necessarily as strong now.
Absolutely. Both been quite good in the past. Both were touted to be huge influences in this format as well. For those following along at home, we have a Jolteon, a Rapid Strike Urshifu, a Single Strike Urshifu, a Sylveon, 2 Ice Riders, and 2 Zacians in Top Cut. So
it's pretty impressive. We've got a pretty broad spectrum again, and that's what we're seeing with this format. We're seeing lots of different matchups, which is always fantastic. Obviously, we are now in Top Cut, which means that our games are best of 3. So whoever wins the first game does not necessarily go on to win the entire set. We play best of 3, so the first player to win 2 games.
Oh boy, is all I can say. This hand is an interesting one.
Yeah, this is a bit of a risky one. I'm just quickly putting my tweet out saying that we are live with top 8. So if you could cover this for 2 seconds, Sparksy, that top deck's
absolutely. That top deck was very nice, very, very nice. Also, the quick ball helping to avoid the donk. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Zach has started off with the Crobat V, which is probably the absolute least ideal starter you could ever hope to start with in this matchup.
If you are, yeah,
against Rapid Strike.
Absolutely. If you're a Rapid Strike Urshifu player and you see your opponent start with Crobat, you're suddenly licking your lips saying, "Yep, this game could potentially be mine for the taking."
Absolutely. PTCG user would have been a little bit salty about it for sure, because before that top deck had to grab the Sobble to make sure he had something next hand, but the top deck saved him. The top deck has absolutely come through clutch.
Certainly has. Here we go. Rainy Knight GX, by the way, in chat saying it's the first time reaching top 10. Congratulations, mate, on your success today. Unfortunately, you didn't quite get through to our top cut, which is unfortunate, but it sounds like you were too tired to play regardless, so congrats on your placing. Very, very well done.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Rainy Knight, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that list somewhere on my Twitter later this evening.
Absolutely.
Oh,
this is an interesting technical difficulty that we're currently running into. I've seen some problems with PTCGO. I've never seen that one before.
It was good, that was for sure.
Yeah,
just disappeared the screen.
Yeah, it was gone. Like, the game was obviously still being played. We can see that nothing's changed, but yeah, it just disappeared. Maybe it was minimized for a second or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, it looks like this hand is incredibly strong.
I love this.
There's a lot of chit chat going on here as well.
There certainly is, and also I don't think that PTCG user could have drawn any better off this Marnie. Honestly, like they are the top deck into the quick ball, maybe not so much, but everything else, such playable cards, and all they need now is a switch.
Certainly do. It's as simple as finding a supporter, not a supporter, a stadium or an evolution piece to try and find themselves a Drizzile. There's the Evo Incense, which will find a Drizzile, which will find either a stadium or a switch or a scoop up net or something similar to that. So we'll wait and see what it is that we elect to go for here. I think we're having a couple of technical difficulties, which is unfortunate. But you know what? It could be worse. We're at least getting to see some of the game, which is what we are all about. And the Tower of Waters looks like it's going to be the search target for this Drizzile. We'll wait and see.
I think that this is the right play if you want to Crobat this turn. If you don't want to Crobat this turn, it's probably not, because you want to save that stadium to bump the path at some other point. But if you want to Crobat this turn, I think this is the correct play.
Yep, certainly is. So that words are hard. I've been talking for almost the entire night, Sparksy. It's been almost 3 hours, so I'm barely able to speak at all. The Rapid Strike Urshifu into the active means that it's going to be able to deal some damage here, and we also see a second Rapid Strike V on the bench. Very, very efficient play here. There's still a Sobble in play, so potential Drizziles next turn, which is good. There's an Inteleon in hand, a Marnie, and a couple of Quick Balls as well. We'll see what Charizard elects to do with these cards here. Looks like a Quick Ball is going to be his option. Getting rid of a basic Fighting Energy to grab a Rapid Strike Urshifu out of the deck.
One of the best ways to beat this Ice Rider deck as well, Mitch, is to Yoga Loop your way through it, which PTCG user does not seem to play. He does not play the Medicham V. So Yoga Looping this Suicune, not that he could do it next turn, but Yoga Looping it at some point is going to be difficult, seeing as he does not play that Medicham.
Well, I mean, it's going to be difficult for him to use Yoga Loop if he doesn't play it, that's true. Some very astute comments from me there, Sparksy, but to be fair, I just stumbled over Rapid Strike Urshifu, so I can't complain.
I mean,
oh boy,
look, I thought that it was insightful, honestly, but no, okay. This is we got the Blizzard Rondo, do we? No, we got Fleet-Footed. I was going to say, how did he get so many energy onto this week?
Yeah, and this is the big problem that we're having. Apart from the fact that he's playing in the dark, there's no energy on the field at all, and Fan of Waves removing the Rapid Strike energy from the Urshifu VMAX means that now it's going to be very, very difficult for Charizard to get the attack off that he wants to. He wants to use Gmax Rapid Flow if he can.
Equally as huge is that path coming down, meaning that no retreat is happening next turn. So it does mean that PTCG user can't attach to this bench Urshifu at all and just retreat straight into that. It has to find a switch now, which can do with the Evo Incense, but it's not going to work out the way that he planned.
Yeah, you might need to choose between the Drizzile or the Rapid Strike Urshifu with this Evo Incense. Does he want to guarantee the attacker and try and draw into his retreat off of the Marnie, or does he want to guarantee that he has the switch card? Unfortunately, now that I'm saying it, he does not really have an option. He has to go for the Urshifu because he needs to find the switch off of this Marnie. And look at that, he's managed to do it. He's got the escape rope. What am I doing with my words? Escape rope. He's going through his electronic escape rope. Will take him into the active. And now it comes down to the Ice Rider player. What does he elect to do?
Mitch, I'm going to tell you, this Medicham V mission is going to come into play here.
It certainly will. It's literally on the board right now. That omission is coming back to bite him straight away.
This is why we Yoga Loop, friends. That's why we look. If Henry Brand is listening somewhere, he will be ruining this day.
But hey, it's fine. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Rapid Strike's still in a very, very powerful position here, though. he does have the issue that there is one 3-prize Pokemon on his bench with a ton of damage already on it.
Absolutely. It is that's got to be boss like now, right? Surely with this hand that
You would think so.
Zach got, you would think that a boss is
You would really
now.
think so.
Oh, there you go. No, it's
No,
not.
just a Marnie. Well,
no Drizzle in hand to grab one.
So
At least PTCG user had guaranteed energy there, so that gets them out of guaranteed energy at the very least.
So I'm just distracted by the game that we've got here. It's actually quite enthralling at the moment. One of the things that's quite disappointing for our Rapid Strike player is that we've lost access to that second Inteleon, which could have potentially taken the knockout on the Suicune V and given the Rapid Strike a different target to attack, which would have been very, very good. I mean, it's such an awkward hand that we've been given here. Not a lot really to be done.
After being Barney twice already and drawing into the nuts, this time has not worked out well for PTCG user. Not at all.
Certainly hasn't. We're seeing...
but he's top decked out of it before. He could top deck out of it again.
That is true. Blake has said it in the chat. Needs a big top deck here. If we find that massive top deck, then we could potentially see a very, very strong next turn, but it would need to be a good one. It would need to be incredibly good.
It certainly would. I do like the position that PTCG user is in right now, but it definitely needs something to go his way off that top card. Believing in the heart of the cards, if ever I saw it.
If ever there was an opportunity to believe in the heart of the cards, this would be it.
Exactly. And what I'm so enthralled about is that this is just game one. We get 3 games of this, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is amazing.
See, this is the joy of Top Cut, right? Once you make it in, you get the opportunity to play multiple games, and even if you do find yourself in a bad position in one game, you can still get yourself a very, very strong game too. Now, I'll throw it out there. We were talking about needing to take a big top deck. That's a big top deck.
I think that this almost checkmates his opponent here. He can knock out the Crobat, essentially, and the Sobble, if he chooses, or the Drizzle, either one. I'd knock out the Sobble, but one of those, and then just quick shooting next turn. So it really puts Zach in a rough position for this.
It absolutely does. It means that there's only really one option and for Zach, and that is taking a knockout on the single prize Inteleon on the bench. And that's just not going to be enough to win this game. We see 3 prizes for PTCG user here, very slowly taking them. We're dropping so many frames. It's incredible, but hey, listen, that's the key. Believing the card of the cards, says Santosh, is always a good thing. It helps you top deck everything you need.
We do know Zach has the boss here. We saw him grab it with the Drizzle last turn, so that's guaranteed. Unfortunately, it does look like that PTCG user has a pretty nice hand.
Well, I'll throw
You've got to rely on the top deck again, but...
I'll throw it out there. If he top decks again, he's in, obviously, a very, very good position. He's in a winning position, as it were. But even just grabbing that Cheryl off of the prizes means that even if there is a knockout this turn, there's no chance of Zach winning the game on the turn after, which is really unfortunate.
Amazing draws by PTCG user here.
He's
and all it takes
nuts.
now is top decking an energy off here.
That's crazy. Very, very crazy.
I can't wait to get these draws with Rapid Strike.
Hey, listen, one day, Sparksy, one day it'll happen.
I'm not sure it will. But yeah, I just think that the position's too rough for Zach. So far behind, even with the boss on the Inteleon here. All it takes is an Inteleon top deck or an energy top deck, and that's it. And didn't even boss the Inteleon, so... No. That's game.
Certainly is, and unfortunately Ice Rider goes down in game 1, but like you said, Sparksy, we have another game coming straight up. Oh, this is brutal, using the Cheryl as well when you don't have to. What are we doing?
No, he's going for the fling.
What
he's
are
going
we
for
doing?
the fling.
We're gonna fling.
He's flinging for victory here.
Oh, brutal.
Considering that there is another game, this is absolutely brutal.
You don't want to be doing this, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
You don't want to be doing that, but that's okay.
Dropping all these frames as well, it's a huge risk of a misclick there.
Oh boy, but hey, listen, that's the first game done and dusted. PTCG user goes to 1-0 in our first top 8 game. Now he needs to win a second against Zach, and he will be through to top 4, which is incredible. The difference in pricing is actually quite significant every time you move up a step, Sparksy. I'll tell you right. I'll tell you right now that 5th to 8th spot players get themselves 10 celebration codes. So regardless of whether there is a win or a loss, either of these players will be going home with 10. 3rd and 4th get 20. 2nd gets 40, and 1st gets a massive 80 celebrations codes. That's enough. That is enough codes. 80
I should
is
have
enough.
played in this one.
You should have, Sparksy.
My bad. I prefer to be here with you guys, though.
All right, so
here
we're back. Obviously, Ice Rider being given the opportunity to go first in this game now, because obviously, if you are the person who was unfortunate enough to lose in game 1, then you do get the opportunity to go first. Obviously, difficult. Again, playing in the dark is hard. But you know what? That's fine.
I'm just going to guess what's happening.
Yep, it's not a problem. And
I bet you Zach has a research in that hand.
You reckon? Guaranteed. You reckon that might be a research? It could potentially be. But we've also got a pretty solid hand on this side of the field as well. There's a quick ball that can grab a Rapid Strike Urshifu and an energy attachment. The thing that Zach will be really disappointed with is the fact that his Suicune is the Pokemon that has an energy attached rather than an Ice Rider Calyrex. If he had an Ice Rider, he'd actually be in a really good position to take a knockout next turn, but not necessarily going to happen. Ooh.
No, absolutely. Oh, Fan of Waves, huge card there.
Very,
there you go. The Evo Incense was what he was holding on to. So the Fan of Waves, the top deck. That's lovely. What a great draw. He did do a lot of damage with Blizzard Rondo last game, though. We saw him do at least 440 damage, if I can remember correctly. So,
well, I mean, we're not seeing anything at the moment.
Nope, we are playing in the dark again. I'm going to say that Zach probably grabbed a research with that Drizzle Shady Dealings to draw a hand of 7 and give himself a high 5. Yep. But there you go, look at that.
So, I don't know what's going on over here.
I don't know what's going on here either, but the computer is not liking it.
No, probably wouldn't be doing this in a top 8. But hey, that's fine. It's not a problem. Go do whatever you want to do, my guy.
I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it. Very, very casual, and that's the way we like to play Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. But we've got ourselves Suicune taking a knockout on the Sobble here, which is going to be very, very powerful. And there's no way for PTCG user to do anything here. He's going to be able to evolve into his Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, but he has 0 cards. 0 cards.
Zach has said, take my Evo Incense and top deck your way out of this one, PTCG user.
Yeah, exactly. See how you go with that.
Incredible. This is really rough. He was relying on that Sobble to live. It did not live.
It did not happen.
And now we are in trouble.
We certainly are, and that Tower of Waters is not going to be a particularly useful card in this matchup. He'll thin out a card using Evo Incense, and the only thing he can realistically grab here, I mean, he can grab any evolution piece, but none of them really matter. It's not a good position
in the corner as well.
Not a good position to be in. I'm not surprised, frankly, the amount of frames being dropped here. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a connection issue, but that's okay. It's not a problem. I will say right now, by the way, that Lime, our undefeated player, has maintained his undefeated streak, managing to beat. What are we looking at here? Managing to beat Zacian in Teleon.
Zacian, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing that list on stream if we can get it. Jolteon doing well is it's not what I want because I still need to trade for my Jolteons on PTCGO, but it's such an interesting card in terms of two-shotting everything and being able to set up that bench damage so nicely that I love to see it doing well.
Absolutely. But yeah, a very, very tough position here for PTCG player now. He's going to be hit by this this Suicune. It won't do enough damage to take a knockout, but it's not going to be particularly good. Here's a Marnie, so we're at least going to see some extra cards coming through now, which is good news for him. Marnie will obviously refresh his hand, but he's still a long way behind.
Absolutely. Interesting too. Oh, that is not the hand you want to see at all. Interesting that he didn't choose to evolve the Urshifu as well. I know it's going to give up 3 prizes, but that doesn't affect your prize trade that much anymore. And it means that the Suicune needs a lot more to knock it out next turn. So I probably would have evolved there, but it's a bad position either way. It's not looking good.
It's one of those ones where, I mean, it doesn't ultimately really matter too much. We see an escape rope which brings that Drizzile with the air balloon into the active. Maybe not necessarily the most useful escape rope in the world, but you still play it. You give yourself a chance. Here comes a capture energy that'll find at least another Pokemon, so the game will continue. Looks like it might be a Sobble that is the one that we elect to use here, and that's potentially fair. You could retreat into that Sobble and sacrifice it if you'd like, or otherwise you can utilize it down the track, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Now, by the way, Sparksy, I think my chat may be a little bit broken here, in the sense that I don't know if there is anyone that's actually coming through on my screen. Hey, listen.
I've got last message from Block.
If you're in chat, can you just chat a thing for a second, just so I can confirm that my chat on screen is actually working? Because I haven't seen it move for a while, and I'm a little bit worried.
Your chat on your stream is definitely working.
Beautiful. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. All right, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, guys. Thank you. I was a little bit concerned for a second there. I was like, what do I
It does look like that Zach's taken the turn of luck in this game. Definitely got everything he needs and then some in this one to make up for PTCG user in the last game. So we'll see who wins the coin flip on the next game, I guess.
Well, ultimately, the coin flip doesn't really matter. PTCG
I mean the coin flip of luck.
Oh, the flip of luck. I thought you meant literally the coin flip, and I was like,
no, not the literal coin flip.
You know better than that. PTCG user being the loser in this one, and it goes to 1-1. And we'll see a Game 3 to take one of these players through to our top 4. Just filling you in on some of the more recent results. Gabriel Smart is 1-0 up in his matchup in top 8, and we also have Brandon Salazar up 1-0 as well. So a couple of interesting decks that could potentially be going through to our top 4, but at the moment we are focused in on this trade that's happening for some reason.
On this trade? I don't know what's going on
here, but hey, listen, it's what's going on. Just waiting for that game to start up.
Incredible.
I'll throw it out there. This top 8 has probably been the weirdest experience that I've had streaming since I started doing it. It has been wild. It's been something else.
We're watching a black screen half the time. We're watching trades the other half of the time.
Hey, listen, it's fine. We've
got a good luck, have fun. So that shows the spirits are high in this game 3, this intense game 3.
Certainly are. And this looks like a better hand for Rapid Strike Urshifu. We've got a couple of attackers and a Sobble as well. No draw supporter, which is a concern, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. Top decking another Rapid Strike Urshifu, though. That's not what you want.
Less than ideal, for sure. We'll see if they could draw out of it here, but the Crobat start for Zach again is an absolute killer if it ends up being relevant, that's for sure. Especially, like, the Crobat just taking the 60 damage from a strafe here, even, is a lot. Like, it's big.
It's brutal.
Oh, there's a Marnie. That helps both people by the looks of it. The attachment to the Sobble, also. I didn't even see that before we got the Marnie down, but there has been an attachment to Sobble. Oh my goodness. That's game, Mitch.
That's game. It's over. It's as simple as that. It is as simple as that. I can't... We're taking a long time to click the correct buttons here.
Oh, he's evolved the wrong one.
That's okay. We're just going to sit back and watch it happen.
Wait, no, he's evolved. I think that... I don't know if he's realised it yet. We might wait and see if this plays out. I don't know if PTCG user is in the chat or not, but
I think
he has clicked the wrong Urshifu.
I think I can see the stream behind the PTCGO, so
there you go. I'll shut up for a second.
I'm going to keep it quiet for a second.
See if they can work their way out of this one, that's for sure.
There's an Evo Incense.
Judging by the first turn, the first game, I wasn't sure whether it was a misclick or whether it was a very deliberate move.
Well, we will never ever know.
we got there.
We certainly did. That was unfortunate for Zach. That's really unfortunate to have such a poor opening hand. And there is the victory for PTCG user. John Beck in the chat, Lamau, the guy, super disrespect. That was brutal to watch. What we're going to do, Sparksy, I believe that Gabriel Smart is... oh, no, he's just finished. He has just finished, so he has won through to top 4. We have one more game still being played, which is Brandon Salazar versus Ray Dave, and we'll
I think that we might actually have that in stream 1.
Really? Is that stream 1? Well, let's jump across to stream 1 and see what's going on over there. Looks like we do have ourselves we've got games at least. I have no idea where we're at, what the situation is. This could be game 2 or game 3. At the moment, Limitless says that Brandon is up 1-0. So we'll wait and see how that ends up working out. But the board is definitely developed. Let's say this much for both players.
I just need to fix my pairings here. There you go. Okay, I found it. I've worked out who the lists are. Don't fret, chat. We are back. We are here.
It's all happening.
Yeah, I am enjoying seeing Sylveon do well as well, honestly. It's nice seeing the diversity of decks in this meta at the moment. I know that it's a weakness meta and a lot of people are hating on it because of that, but considering we've had 3 decks rule every meta that we've had for the past 2 years, it's so good seeing double digits worth of decks that can make top cut at any time. So it makes it very interesting despite the fact that it's difficult to play.
Absolutely, and I think the thing that is the most impressive here is the fact that we can see every single action in perfect high definition. I know, it's beautiful. We've got a couple of messages in chat about thank goodness we've finally been able to see what's actually going on here. Here comes the Drizzile for Ice Rider, putting themselves in a position to grab any trainer card they like. Really interesting. The Hyper Potion is a very neat inclusion in this deck.
I like it. I do. I think that any healing is it makes a matchup so much more interesting because your opponent just doesn't expect it. Obviously, open deck list, you can see it, but going into this matchup, your opponent now has to play in a different style because they're not expecting that healing at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I do enjoy it.
It's super, super nice. Here comes the Max Lance from this Ice Rider Calyrex, both energy disappearing from the attacker to deal 250 to this Rapid Strike Urshifu. There's a boss's orders in hand, so he can be potentially utilizing that at some point in the next couple of turns. The big issue, though, I think for Brandon here, who we're looking at on this side of the field, is that the prizes are not in his favor at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see how this particular matchup ends up. That Sylveon has the tool card on it that reduces the amount of prizes that gets taken. So only 2 prizes from that Sylveon VMAX at present.
Check me if I'm wrong on this, Mitch, but I believe the Ribbon Badge only works if it's knocked out by damage from an opponent's attack. Ooh. So if it is Inteleon pinged, I think that you still take the 3 prizes. I could be wrong.
No, that sounds about right. That sounds like the kind of thing that I would miss.
Only damage from an attack. So if you do Inteleon ping this, it might give you 3 prizes still. I don't know.
Well. Let me just double check that one, but it does sound familiar. So this Sylveon could potentially be on its way out. Ribbon Badge is only damage from attacks. So potential 3 prizes there, which is fantastic. Obviously, it's going to be tough to get the game this turn, but still definitely doable.
I think, you're right. Getting the game this turn is going to be very tough. I think he needed a top deck energy there, and he just didn't. So that's gonna be hard for sure. But if he top decked energy, he could have managed it, I believe, if my math is correct. But he would definitely get 3 prizes here. No doubt about that one.
Definitely will. This Evo Incense is going to grab an Ice Rider VMAX. Here's the quick shooting. So there's the ping on the Sylveon. The question is, does he get it off of the prizes? There's a Melanie, a Marnie, and another Marnie. No energy, which is unfortunate. So it does not look like we are going to be able to see a knockout this turn.
That's a huge promote, though.
That is very interesting.
That's a massive promote.
So now suddenly this game is well and truly opened up, because if we can see an attack this turn if there's any way to attack this turn, then we could potentially see Brandon winning this game, but we don't know.
I believe there is one win condition here where, like this turn, where Brandon Melanies into another water energy, potentially, or an energy of any sort, maybe, which, because of weakness, knocks out this Blaziken. But I'm surprised that they gave up the Blaziken. That's the bit that got me, because the Octillery is just there, so they're obviously prioritizing the Octillery over the Blaziken.
Well, I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter if the Blaziken gets knocked out, right? That's not the game, right? The game will not end if the Sylveon player loses the Blaziken. So we shouldn't be sitting here being like, oh, that's an interesting choice, because ultimately, as long as the Rapid Strike Urshifu gets to attack next turn, then it's going to be A-OK. We see the Shady Dealings Inteleon here. This is going to be able to grab a couple of cards. I would think it's probably going to grab a switch mechanic of some description, and it looks like a Cape of Toughness is also on the agenda.
It certainly does. The switch mechanic is actually in the stadium spot at the moment, which is nice.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
They can retreat through that. I think that he's probably just looking to thin as many cards as he can to make sure he doesn't money into them. But I think that money is the play here, just to try and limit your opponent's outs to boss. But it'll be interesting to see. I'm confused as to the play that Brandon's going for here, because it is a really tough spot.
It really is. Ultimately, he's got enough quick shooting Inteleons that he should be able to close the game out in the next turn. So he needs to give himself another turn, right? That's ultimately the way that this game is won. Now he's probably trying to make the decision, okay, do I boss something out and try and lock it in the active, or do I instead try and reduce the chances of my opponent having access to a boss of their own? And it looks like that Marnie is going to be the play. It means now he doesn't have access to the boss's orders in his hand, but he's also not necessarily going to lose this turn unless his opponent has drawn into boss off of the Marnie.
I was going to say, if he could fleet-foot it into an energy there, that would have been huge, but doesn't seem to be able to happen. This is a great game. It's two decks that we haven't seen a whole lot of today. We saw that Ice Rider early on, but we haven't seen any Sylveon so far. And they're playing a hard-fought match, and this is only game 2, Mitch.
I know, it seems like it's going to go down to the wire here. The Rapid Strike Urshifu, the only attacker that can realistically get any damage off this turn. The only way that the win can be guaranteed is by using boss's orders, and you'd think that if he had it, he would have used it by now. Unfortunately for our Ice Rider player, there's not enough quick shooting Inteleons on the field at the moment to be able to knock that Rapid Strike Urshifu out on the bench, so a boss's orders will be required on the Ice Rider side as well to be able to get the win. But then there's also an energy that's going to be needed too, so there's a lot of variables still left in this particular game. We've come right down to the wire.
There certainly is. It does not look good for Ray Dave if they can't win this turn, because that Inteleon just puts it into a rough little spot as far as damage is concerned. There's the energy, which is nice. We'll see if they have access to boss. I don't know how they're going to get it, but if they can, this game's over. And if they can't, I think it's probably still over, but the other way around.
It's still over, but backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this happens. There's obviously going to be an attack. You would think there has to be an attack at some point from this Rapid Strike Urshifu. The question is whether or not you want to put it in the active in the first place. That could potentially be a bit of an issue. There's an energy onto the Blaziken, which is an interesting choice. And he's going to just use a high jump kick here. Deals 50 damage and puts that Suicune just a little bit closer to a knockout. And I'll throw it out there. Brandon is one card away from winning this game. He has 2 quick shooting Inteleons and an energy, but no boss's orders, so he cannot immediately win here. He's going to need to make a decision about how to best go about getting this victory.
I'm very interested to see. Also, Brandon really cutting it fine with these timers. Every turn seems to be 15 seconds. Come on, hurry up. Chop, 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 chop. But yeah, you are right. He doesn't need an awful lot to get through here. Essentially, he's sitting really well. It shows a reasonably experienced player that is going through. You saw that he level balled. He went to grab the Sobble and then realized he could grab that Sobble with the quick ball. So he ended up not grabbing the Sobble, grabbed the Drizzile, and then got rid of the rest of the cards, which he's going to get rid of with Research. It kind of guarantees that he can get to what he wants at the moment.
Ooh, fleet-footed doesn't find the boss.
Yeah.
He was really hoping for that. He had a
He
1 in 6 chance of getting that in boss's orders. There's 2 of them in the deck. So missing by just like that is so disappointing. And now the game again swings in the favor of Sylveon. So we'll see whether or not there is a way for victory to occur here. There's a couple of quick shootings. So we're having one more turn, Sparksy. It's going to be one more turn.
We absolutely are. Ray Dave has one more chance to find that boss. Otherwise, that is game over for him.
See the
question is he going to research here?
Well, that's a great question. You're almost thinking like maybe I don't need to, because at this stage the only thing that can really create problems is a Cheryl from Sylveon, and Sylveon does not play Cheryl, so that Rapid Strike Urshifu is ultimately going to be stranded on 20 HP remaining for the rest of the game, whatever happens. So ultimately, it's gonna come down to whether or not Sylveon can win next turn. If Ray Dave can find the win, then obviously that's a bit of an issue. But the game is definitely still there to be won by Brandon.
I'm very curious to see as to whether Ray Dave, I'm just looking over the list now, there's no damage modifiers, so he's going to be 10 damage short of a knockout on this Suicune as well. I think that might have been the play that he was going for, and maybe didn't do the math properly, or maybe he just wanted a high jump kick so that he didn't put the Urshifu into the active, but still did some damage, I guess. But yeah, he's going to be 10 damage short on the Suicune too, and needs to find boss.
There's a lot of things required here. You'd think that the longer the game goes on, the more likely it is that Ice Rider will be victorious. Obviously, no boss immediately means that it isn't available, but there is an escape rope. Unfortunately, escape rope's not going to be enough to win this game, because, Brandon gets to choose the Pokemon that goes into the active, and in reality, there's only one choice. It's this Ice Rider Calyrex.
He could have also chosen the other Inteleon. It has 160 HP, which isn't going to get knocked out, but it didn't matter either way. He's got the switch in hand. The issue is, we've got a G-Max Rapid Flow here, but that will not do the job. There's no Pokemon that will be able to be knocked out by that attack, as far as I'm concerned. And so the 2 quick shooting Inteleons on the bench survive. One of them will be able to take the knockout. That is good games. It is over. Brandon is our final player to make it through to top 4. And we've got a ton of strong players at the moment. Lime, Brandon, PTCG user, and Gabriel Smart all through to top 4. What we will do is we will jump across to stream 4, Sparksy, and we'll follow the top 4 match from Gabriel Smart's perspective. Alrighty, we don't even need to go to the intermission. We just go straight into this game, which is already underway. This has been played very, very quickly. Obviously, they've started just a smidgen earlier, which is fair enough. They're more than welcome to do so. Gabriel taking a couple of prizes here, and PTCG user saying GG already. Just giving our voices a bit of a break earlier, Mitch. I like it. I like their thinking. It doesn't look like a good spot for PTCG user, I'm not going to lie. Their board state and their prize, the prize count isn't too bad, but getting that Urshifu V knocked out means that they can't deal with the Zamazenta, and they've got that Urshifu V Max on the bench. New player. Did you see?
God.
Gabe. Oh, Gabe.
Oh, I respect that.
Fair enough. Look, it's a top 4 match, and we are trying to focus here.
Yeah, we're trying to focus up.
Sometimes you don't want your opponent talking to you. Honestly, PTCG user's computer can't handle the chat, so might need to slow down a little bit.
Probably avoid using that. That's the funniest thing that I've ever seen in my life.
It was good. It was quality. That's for
I
sure.
respect that. That's funny. Okay. Anyway, focusing back up on what's happening at the moment.
So the way I played this matchup a lot, one of the ways that you can get around it is the way that PTCG user is attempting to at the moment is to actually attack the Zacians with the Zamazentas with the Inteleons. It does reasonable damage to it. The issue with that is that the Zamazenta gets rid of your Rapid Strike energy. So you do go through those very quickly if this is the way that you choose to play.
It's certainly a difficult matchup from Rapid Strike's perspective. But there's still ways to win. I'm just distracted by the fact that Gabe doesn't have a Rainbow Raihan. He's got Rainbow every other supporter, but the Raihan seems to elude him.
I didn't even know that Raihan came in Rainbow, but
Absolutely
I hate the
does.
Rainbows anyway, so just give me the full art there, thanks.
Here comes Amani. We'll draw a few more cards here and see what we can do. That Crystal Cave is I was about to say the exact same thing, a massive draw.
Exactly right. Sorry for stealing your thunder there, Mitch, my bad.
Not a problem.
But, yeah, no, the Crystal Cave was probably the one card that he really wanted. The other card that he really would have liked would probably be a draw support for next turn.
Yeah, you would think
that not found that.
A draw supporter would be nice, but ultimately the Rotom phone can give Gabe a bit of an opportunity to find one. Not like that, though. That's
no,
not
it can't.
That's not it. That is not
Just
it.
another Crystal Cave.
Yeah, certainly is. So we'll put that on top of the deck, and you'd think that there's probably just going to be an attack here from this Zamazenta. A disappointing attack, because it's not going to take a knockout.
Exactly. That's the thing, right? So it doesn't take the knockout on the Inteleon, but it does get rid of the energy. So when you're attacking with an Inteleon like this, it's rough. The best way to do it is to actually Raihan to the Inteleon and then attach a basic that way as well. But you don't always have that option, obviously. So the Crystal Cave, I just can't get over how clutch that was, because it puts this Zamazenta out of math. It makes it a 4-hit KO from this Inteleon,
which is an absolutely brutal amount of times to be attacking into anything, let alone a Zamazenta that can very, very easily protect itself from every other attacker in the deck. Shady Dealings coming down from PTCG user here. He's going to be grabbing out a trainer card from the deck and utilizing that at some point. You'd think that there's probably going to be like a scoop up net or something like that to get this Inteleon out of the active. Although, to be fair, if there's no boss's orders, there's not going to be an attack that's really going to be too useful.
Exactly right. There's none. Gabe is just going to keep healing and healing and healing. I think that that PTCG user might be trying to go for the Gmax Rapid Flow here to take out the Oranguru and the Zacian, if possible. Not that he's going to get the Zacian without some more Inteleon pings, but I think that might be what they're going for, but it's just too many cards, I'm pretty sure.
There's a lot going on, and you can see that Cape of Toughness in the hand for Gabe maybe could have been more useful on the Oranguru to avoid that particular play, but that's not the way that it's ended up here. Inteleon now, Shady Dealings coming down, that'll give access to PTCG user to all of the cards that he needs to get an attack off, assuming, of course, that they are available to him.
Absolutely, and even if Gabe does lose both the Zacian and Oranguru here, which probably isn't going to happen, but even if he does, he's still in a pretty good spot. Like,
well, I'm gonna throw it out there. If he loses the Zacian and the Oranguru, he's in a very bad spot because the game will be over.
Oh, you are correct, actually. Yeah. I messed up my prize counts. I thought it was 4 and 3 the other way around.
That's all right.
You are correct, Mitch. He will be in a very bad spot because he will have lost.
Yes, he certainly will. Although I'll throw it out there, this is not a great hand for PTCG user to have at all. The Inteleon can retreat for free thanks to the Tower of Waters, but, you know, there's only one card left in the hand, and it's a Drizzile. So, no knockout on the Zacian just yet. 180 damage. Put it within range of 1
10 damage short.
But we know what the top card is on Gabe's deck, and it is Crystal Cave. So he can play that down and heal some of that damage off. If he wants to, he can put the cape onto that Zacian. He can also use Zamazenta here to take 3 prizes on that Urshifu. So things are actually looking really, really good here for Gabe. All he needs to do is survive 1 turn, and we know that PTCG user's hand is not looking great.
You saw that how quickly Gabe went for the Cape of Toughness as soon as it became his turn, wiping those beads of sweat away, being like, phew, now I got an actual chance to attach this. But yeah, looking pretty good at the moment, honestly, to knocking out this Urshifu, and there's nothing on the board on PTCG user's side that's going to damage him too much next turn. So
yeah, you would think that it's probably going to be pretty difficult to get the victory here for PTCG user. Possible, maybe. I'm not entirely sure.
I believe the win condition is a Raihan, and he needs to top deck one of Raihan, double energy, and the VMAX, and then needs to Raihan for the other.
How much damage does Fling do here?
50.
50.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
What you're saying is if there's a tool scrapper in... Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! There it is! There it is!
Unbelievable. He needs a fighting. He needs a fighting
wow.
energy on this Passimian.
He does. He does need the fighting energy. Oh no! Gabe was about to scoop this up.
It's over.
There
it's
it is.
over.
He got there. He got it. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
Can I just say that was off a drizzle? This man had a drizzle in hand. He took the Oranguru prize and managed to draw that. That
Brutal.
is incredible.
That is brutal.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. And he managed to find the money off of the prizes as well, which is a super, super relevant part of that there, because he needed to get those cards. He's having an absolutely incredible tournament at the moment. Running hot is PTCG user. And now we're just sitting back waiting for this second game to start up.
Oh, it's been declined. Clearly, PTCG user has some trades he needs to accept.
He needs to complete.
Accepting that challenge. That was insane, though. I'm blown away by the fact that was drawn off the Marnie. This man had a drizzle hand.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, it's just next level. I don't think that Gabe saw that coming, honestly. I didn't see it coming.
To be
I didn't
fair,
even know there was a tool scrapper there, but you saw it coming, Mitch.
Well, to be fair, it was a pretty unlikely situation to find oneself in, but he happened to get that one card that he needed to win the game, and that's the way that it goes.
Amazing. I'm blown away. I love that this deck has given us so many incredible games just through sheer luck, pretty much. Like, no playing down PTCGO's skill at all, but all of the incredible moves have come off these insane draws that we were just like, there's no way that happens, right? And then
exactly.
Like,
exactly.
amazing.
It's sometimes that's just the way it goes on PTCGO. When you're playing Pokemon cards, you find yourself in positions where you need really, really crazy luck to happen, and it just happens. And that's just the way that it is. All right, we are still waiting here for this second game to get started. Hopefully the acceptance happens soon. I'm not entirely sure what is causing the delay at present, but you know what? We'll just wait and see. I'm sure that our second game will start soon. Here we go. So,
difficult to accept the request with a black screen, Mitch.
Sometimes it can be difficult. When you're playing in the dark, it gets very, very hard.
The view player coming out straight away. And just a quick update on the other side of our bracket. Our number 1 seed Lime has lost their first game of the tournament. They are 1-0 down against Brandon. So
brutal. Unbelievable. So that means Brandon is in the box seat to find himself in the finals. That is obviously Rapid Strike Urshifu that we saw up against Sylveon in top 8. So Rapid Strike Urshifu 1 game away from the finals. Similarly, we have PTCG user in with his Rapid Strike Urshifu, also 1 game away. But hey, listen, it's top 4. Anything can happen in these games. We just need to wait and see. There's plenty more Pokemon to play out this afternoon.
Exactly right. Imagine if it's a Rapid Strike Urshifu. You got me on to cast out the exact right tournament, Mitch. Incredible.
Oh, beautiful. Barry, hello, welcome. Thank you for coming past. Hello from Australia. Barry is from Holland, Sparksy.
Hello. I don't know how to say it in Dutch. I know how to say it in German, but hello from Australia, Barry.
Sparksy is a languages whiz, especially when compared to how Australian people speak languages. That is a massive Intrepid Sword, by the way. Finding 2 Metal Energy, obviously one of them guaranteed with the Oranguru, but to find a second as well is very, very strong. And
the third card, also very, very strong. It's one of those Zamazentas that wins you this matchup. So.
Very good.
It is hello. Hello, Barry.
I always love that when people are like, how do you say hello in this language? I was like, oh, well, you just say hello. Just with a slightly different accent, and it works out.
Exactly. The way that I describe it is Dutch is to German what Australian is to British English.
Yes. It's close, but not quite.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Big turn from PTCGO user here. Getting 2 benched Pokemon to start with is nice change, for sure. And the Passimian came up clutch last game.
Certainly did.
I'm looking forward to seeing it again.
So there's an energy attachment onto Rapid Strike Urshifu, which is obviously very much preferable. But obviously there is energy all over Gabe's board at the moment, so very, very happy for him. He's going to be able to get an attack off very easily. Plus he has the Zamazenta and another attachment, and a Marnie if he wants to use it. So there's a lot going on here. We do see PTCG user grabbing another Sobble, knowing, and listen, this Sobble in the active is probably getting knocked out this turn. And we'll put a second one down just to make sure. And now Gabe is trying to decide, is it Marnie? Do I quick ball first? No, let's just go for it and see whether we can find a switch out. And this hand, at first glance, seems okay. We're going to be able to get an attack off if we want one. And then you look at the rest of the cards and you're like, oh my god, there's not a lot going on here at all.
There really isn't. I think that escape rope has really put Gabe in a rough spot. I don't think he expected it at all, and he's just like, what do I do now? I mean, knocking out the Sobble is not a terrible play. You're definitely getting your Zamazenta damaged the next turn, which is tough. But, I mean, I think the biggest issue is his Oranguru is probably going to get lost if he does knock out the Sobble. So, that would be his biggest issue. It's his only draw power at the moment. So, he might opt to Intrepid Sword here, potentially.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a good position to be in at all. But, you know what? It's fine. We're gonna wait and see. Looks like there's an Intrepid Sword here, and it's going to grab 2 Professor's Researches, so very, very good.
Yeah, he would have drawn out of it anyway, there you go. But still, good Intrepid Sword, and that leaves the onus on PTCG user to actually get the retreat here. Which he apparently has.
Alrighty, so I've got 2 energy on a Rapid Strike Urshifu. We need to see an evolution if possible. There's a Drizzile, which could potentially search out that Evo Incense. At the moment, the Sobble is stuck in the active, but all it takes is 1 Scoop Up Net, and that is easily done. It's interesting that the PTCGO user has elected to pick the benched Sobble to evolve rather than the active one, but maybe he's got something in hand ready to go.
Yeah, I agree. It was an interesting choice for sure. If they've got the Evo in hand, it might have been the right call, but it doesn't look like they do at the moment. So, yeah, I don't really know what's going on here. It's interesting. At least they've got the free retreat now, so yeah, they've got it down. I would think they might have been hoping for their second escape rope this time, potentially.
Potentially. We do see another Sobble on the bench and a VMAX as well, so there is going to be that G-Max Rapid Flow here. 120 damage onto the Zamazenta for sure, you would think. Sorry, not the Zamazenta, the Zacian. I misspoke there. I meant to say Zacian. Sorry about that. I was looking at the Zamazenta and I was like, oh my god, what an idiot. Oh well, anyway. We've got the Zacian ready to attack, but it's half hit. And there's not a lot else going on here for Gabe at the moment, so it's kind of a little bit awkward.
It's not the worst in the world because he can do this. Oh, actually, that's the Zacian. These black and gold cards, they get me every time.
I know, right? I know.
So there you go. I was like, oh, he's got the Zamazenta, so potentially he does have the quick ball anyway, so it's not a huge deal. But yeah, having another Zamazenta down would almost guarantee this because he could boss up the bench Urshifu V here.
Absolutely.
Which leaves his opponent in a very rough spot. But yeah, it just means that his opponent would have to Inteleon knock out this Zamazenta again and again and again, and he could then switch into another Zamazenta as well. So that would open up that line of play. But I'm interested to see how this goes now.
Yeah, it could be anything. Cash in the chat saying the 2 black and gold cards sure are confusing. Both of us falling prey to those at the present moment. Zacian taking the knockout on the Rapid Strike Urshifu on the bench. That's 2 prizes coming the way of Gabe. And now it'll be interesting to see the direction that PTCG user elects to go.
Interesting call not to use the Saucer there because he guarantees the energy. Obviously, if this station does get knocked out, he can't guarantee that energy anymore, and he does have another Saucer top deck. Gabe's
just showing you the bench.
Oh, it doesn't have any. Okay, thank you, Gabe. I appreciate it greatly. There we go. I thought he had another one in there from his first hand, but there you go. That's why he's not using a Saucer.
Again, wouldn't recommend that people will be watching the stream whilst playing. But hey, listen, you do you guys.
He's just pulling us out. I like it.
Oh boy. But hey, listen, it's a pretty interesting position to be in. That Raihan attaches the energy to the Rapid Strike Urshifu on the bench, so we're guaranteed to see an attack this turn. That will guarantee a knockout on the Zacian, but the single Zamazenta is the only card that Gabe really needs in this game to get himself into a winning position. He just needs one more energy off of a Mani or a potential Rotom phone. Maybe could put an energy on top, which would be very, very nice, to get himself in a spot where he could maybe just stall out the entire game. Positive Pokemon players, good morning, welcome, thank you for coming. Cash, man, imagine watching the stream whilst playing. Yeah, I know, who would do that, Cash? Who would do that?
I think that Gabe is still, as he rightfully said, he didn't have any energy in there, but he's still in a really good spot here because he's got the quick ball into the Zamazenta as well. And the prize trade is really in his favor because that Oranguru was knocked out. That essentially means that the PTCG user is playing a 7 prize game, right? Mm-hmm. So they have to they have to knock out both Zamazenta now. That's
an absolutely brutal top deck. Finding a Rotom phone off of that is absolutely... not finding a Rotom phone. Finding a Metal Source off of that is absolutely awful. Having to discard that for no use is always a bad feeling. But there's the second Zamazenta, as you mentioned, Sparksy. We see a Mani here, and the only thing that's required is a single energy. That is in Gabe's hand. We're seeing an attack from Zamazenta now. There's also a Crystal Cave in hand, which is going to force that massive long turn of 4 attacks from a Inteleon. So I'm thinking that if I'm Gabe, even though things weren't necessarily going as well as they could have been, this is still a solid position, and I'd be relatively confident from here on out.
So, funnily enough, this is actually a better position for PTCG user than last game because they've got that bench Urshifu that can actually damage the Zamazenta, right? Mm. But the issue is that Crystal Cave and that energy is going to go. So, although that escape rope does help out a little bit.
The escape rope's not great.
You never know.
It's when you said that it was a good position, there was always going to be something that came out and created some problems.
I'm sorry, Gabe. My bad.
Shinzo, thank you very much for coming past. You're enjoying the games and the comments. I appreciate you being here. Always good to see people jumping past the stream. If you haven't already, please consider liking it. At the moment, we're sitting on 107 concurrent viewers and 107 likes. So that's pretty good. I'm sure we can make the likes larger than the concurrent viewers, though. We've just seen a Mani from PTCG user.
Oh, yeah.
Mani Gabe into the switch that he needs to get an attack off next turn. Plus, he's also got energy and Metal Saucer in hand, so we're going to see 2 powered Zamazentas here, which is a pretty strong position indeed.
Massively strong position, and there's going to be an energy going away next turn as well, so that Rapid Strike energy, that's hitting the discard next turn.
It certainly
PTCG
is.
User.
It's gone, and another top deck of energy, probably not the best card, not the card that you want to see, but definitely acceptable. The switch does come down. We've got an attachment that looks like Gabe is lining up. Obviously, the attack from Zamazenta will discard the special energy on the Urshifu, and we've spoken about it before. There's 3 prizes left for PTCG user to win this game, but he's going to need to go through 2 Zamazentas to do that, and that is probably a little bit too difficult. I'm not entirely sure whether he's going to have enough to get past it, but having that Rapid Strike energy in hand is a massive, massive win. You can see, though, he's already down 2 of them. So
I was about to say, Gabe is checking exactly what I wanted to check there. Thank you very much, Gabe.
But yes, no, there's 2 Rapid Strike energy in the discard pile. There will be a 3rd in the discard pile next turn, assuming, of course, that an attack does happen, and I would assume that would happen. And also, a Boss's Orders in hand from Gabe here means that if he keeps his hand the same, he could potentially be winning this one in a couple of turns.
It's a very strong position. These Manis have just done nothing for PTCG user and everything for Gabe. Gabe's been bailed out by a Mani, I think, twice, maybe 3 times in this game. So it's going very nicely for him right now.
Certainly is. There's the Metal Saucer getting that extra damage. Words are hard this afternoon. Extra energy onto the Zamazenta. And now the question is, what do we do with this hand? We research away, And look at this. This is an incredibly good couple of cards to pick up. There's Cape of Toughness there. There's the Crystal Cave to heal some damage. Doesn't quite pull the Zamazenta in the active out of range of being knocked out by an Inteleon, but I'm 99% sure that the Raihan is already gone, and Gabe just checking that. Yes, it is. Now the Cape of Toughness going on the active, and an Assault Tackle will take a knockout, and Gabe is but a couple of attacks away from winning this one.
He's feeling really good here, I'd say, like incredibly good. The issue is that obviously now PTCG user could probably start attacking with Inteleons, but then the issue for PTCG user is he's only got that one more Rapid Strike energy. Yeah, that's it.
Exactly. So there's not a lot of options for him. No Raihan, only one more Rapid Strike energy. The most we can expect to see out of an Inteleon this turn is 70 damage, plus any potential pings thanks to quick shooting. It could potentially get up to 110. 110 plus 160 is 270 though, Sparksy, and 270 is not going to be enough to take a knockout on this Zamazenta with the Cape of Toughness.
Quick math tells me it's 10 short, Mitch. Also, just a quick update in the opposite side of our bracket. Our undefeated #1 seed Lime is through to the final, coming back from 1-0 down.
He's managed to get there, and I'm 99% sure that Lime is available to stream as well, so that's fantastic. We're guaranteed to get a stream player through into the finals, and this will be the first time, Sparksy, that we've had every single game of our tournament 100% live and free on YouTube.
You're just going to have to bring me back. I'm clearly a good luck charm.
Tell you what.
There we go. So he does hit the second quick shooting Inteleon, and he's going for a fling. This Persimmon coming in clutch again, clearly.
And potentially putting a little bit of damage onto that benched Zamazenta if he wants to.
Is that within knockout range, Mitch? I think it is. I think it is.
It's pretty close. He's pretty close.
If he's got a second ping here, that puts it within knockout range. I just don't know whether... No, he's already used one quick shooting. Okay.
Yeah, no, so
I didn't know whether he'd used both.
Cannot quite get there, and it means that the Crystal Cave is going to heal these Zamazentas out of range of a potential attack. There's a Boss's Orders on top of the deck. You see the Cape of Toughness going down and an attack. This means that we know Gabe has access to Boss next turn, as long as the Drizzile on the bench does not evolve. Potentially take that last prize to win the game and even up this set at 1-1.
Such a strong position Gabe's put himself in. Absolutely correct choice off that Rodon Phone. I never thought Rodon Phone would be seen as a consistency card, but here we are. He's playing 4, I'm pretty sure. So.
Pretty solid. It's a pretty solid choice. There's that Tool Scrapper again, creates some problems. Those two Zamazentas, though, both out of range of any damage from these Inteleons. 40 damage is not enough to take a knockout. Potentially, though, that evolution is massive, quite big.
Huge.
Gets
Absolutely huge.
Gets PTCG user out of range of losing this game next turn.
I think the boss will still come in handy for Gabe here, though. He can get that V, get rid of the energy on that V. That's probably the play that he's looking at, and that's all the Rapid Strike energy gone and the Raihan gone. So
absolutely, and that would mean that there's no realistic way for... Oh, there's 2 Raihan in this list. That's crazy.
Wow.
That's absolutely brutal. A second Raihan coming in here to create some real havoc that puts PTCG user in a position where he is incredibly close to just straight up winning this game. He's going to be able to take a knockout on the active, and then 2 quick shooting pings on the Zamazenta on the bench means that he is just 1 damage counter away from winning the game. Just like that, the game turns again.
Once again, the biggest card in this matchup is just Tool Scrapper coming in absolute clutch. I believe that Gabe does have 1 more Cape of Toughness, which will save him here potentially, but otherwise, game's over.
Well, it's pretty rough for sure. The Crystal Cave only healing 30 damage means that it cannot get this Zamazenta out of range of 2 quick shooting Inteleons.
Gabe actually does have a win condition here. I'm going to see if he sees it to start with, but...
Alright, well, we'll wait and see.
Actually, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
We'll wait and see. I was about to say, I don't think that he does. I think it's pretty rough.
He needed to have an energy in hand. I was very, very much wrong there, but I guess that he's just going to have to dig and hope. He's really tossing up his plays. I like it. You can see the thought processes he's going through. I love it when players do what you hate, Mitch, where they're like, "Oh, am I going to play this? Am I going to play it? Am I going to play it?"
Well,
you can see their internal thought process.
I don't hate it. It's just one of those things. It's just kind of tough to figure out what's going on.
It definitely is, especially when the screen is going black halfway through every time. So that happens. But...
It does tend to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. This is let's just see here whether this happens or not. There's a lot going on in this last couple of turns. Or the last couple of turns. Words are hard.
I do think that Gabe has another. Give me 1 second just to check this list. I'm pretty sure that he has another Cape of Toughness in there. I'm pretty sure he's got 4. Yeah, he does. And I thought I saw it off a Rodon phone before. So that would be what he's going for. The question is he going to Rayhan for it?
Well, he absolutely can. Looks like he's going to put the boss on top, and that's actually a very, very nice top deck.
There you go. That is...
I was about to say, that's an incredibly nice top deck. He just randomly draws into the energy that he needs to win. So Gabe goes and takes the second game here. Very, very close one, that. Definitely a lot closer than it appeared to be when Gabe had those 2 Zamazentas set up. But that Tool Scrapper coming in clutch again and providing PTCG user an opportunity to get into that game. We're going to a game 3 now, Sparksy. And,
we absolutely
and Rapid Strike Urshifu will be going first.
That was absolutely closer than it ever had any right to be for PTCG user there. So well played by Gabe to close it out, being in the top position and holding on to that. Also, if there's one thing I can ask of Pokemon when they make PTCG live, is to put Intrepid Sword further away from Brave Blade.
From the attack.
Because it melts me every time.
Oh boy, that is classic, but absolutely fair and reasonable.
I'm enjoying so much how good these games have been. We've had 2-3 game series that we've watched so far. We've picked them, Mitch. We've absolutely picked them.
Well, I tell you what, we do the very best that we can over here at the Sableyes. And by the way, if you have already jumped in and liked the stream, I appreciate that. If you haven't, feel free to do so. Raihan once again showcasing why it's so good, said Cashman. Obviously a bit of an in-joke there between he and Tate, who may or may not have been having a conversation about it earlier.
Not a great hand from... Oh, actually, it's not too bad from Gabe. Once again, the rainbow were throwing me off. I didn't realize that was a research.
Every
and I was
single
like,
time.
This is a bad one. And then I realized. So thought it was a boss. But, he's there now. It's all good.
It's definitely is. And a very, very interesting position to be in. Now, just to remind everyone that in the final, Lime is waiting. He's waiting patiently. He's already managed to take his 2 wins in that top 4 match up against Brandon, and he's playing Jolteon Inteleon, so he is definitely sitting here. He's desperately hoping that Gabe manages to win, because Rapid Strike Urshifu is not a good matchup for that particular deck. Obviously, having weakness to fighting is a big problem. So we'll have to wait and see what is the outcome of this particular match. We've got Zacian potentially coming in play from Gabe. He could theoretically get a big knockout this turn. He's got Metal Saucer and an attachment. Plus he's got Research, so he could potentially go for it here if he wants to. It's going to be interesting to see what these 7 cards look like. There is pretty much everything that he could have wanted to see. The only issue is he doesn't actually find a way to discard energy or switch, so almost able to get a knockout on turn 1, but instead he's going to have to settle for just getting that extra energy with the Zacian, and he puts the 3 energy down. He's ready to go.
That was a unlucky Intrepid Sword by Gabe there into the 2 Cape of Toughness with the metal energy that he already had access to if he wanted it.
Well, that's alright. You get extra points for drawing the same cards again, don't you?
Yeah, it's like blackjack or something like that, right?
I believe so.
I don't know how this works.
I don't know how card games work. I just watch Pokemon cards.
Oh my goodness, incredible. Okay, so I think that you're probably digging for the damage on the bench station here. It's annoying, and as a Rapid Strike player, this is the roughest spot to be in, because you're wasting 2 energy on doing 120 damage to 1 Pokemon. Ah, there we go. That's what he wanted, the Escape Route.
Escape Route, massive card here. Now all that is required is an Evo Incense, which is in hand, so there's an absolutely brilliant turn here from PTCG user grabbing that Urshifu and being able to take 150 damage off of this Zacian. It's a big play here. Gabe's already lost the Crystal Cave, which is unfortunate, and his hand, though it has 8 cards in it, and those 8 cards are not necessarily the best ones.
And they're not staying there, Mitch, because you've talked him into a Marnie, I believe. So.
Well, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for him to play 2 supporters in a turn. That's interesting.
Yeah, which supporter did he play first?
He played Professor's Research, right?
Oh, there you go. I did not see the Professor's Research. I must have tuned in a little bit. But both Lime and Gabe sweating in their seats right now.
There's certainly a lot going on. This is a pretty good position, well, not a good position, but an acceptable position for Gabe, though. He's got the boss's order, so we can at least take a couple of prizes on this benched Urshifu, which is quite good. He doesn't have any other benched Pokemon down that can be damaged by a Gale Thrust or a G-Max Rapid Blow, so nothing, Rapid Flow, sorry. Nothing too dangerous for him at the moment. He's just trying to decide, do I put the Cape of Toughness on the active? Do I put it on the bench Zamazenta? What do I do here? Is it worth it, or do I simply leave them in hand?
I think he's just really missing his Crystal Cave at the moment as well. If he could put that one down, that'd solve every single problem he's got at the moment, but he can't, so we're here.
Yep, exactly. It's just the way that it is. It looks like the cape is going down onto Zamazenta, and then a Brave Blade will take 2 prizes. Gabe takes the lead in Game 3, but there's going to be a very quick follow-up from our opponent playing Rapid Strike. There's a very, very easy knockout on the board for him. Just a matter of how he goes about taking it.
Gabe doesn't really necessarily mind with this knockout because he has still kind of baited his opponent into that Urshifu V and having that knocked out, essentially. So he's 1 Urshifu V down, the other one's evolved, so there's 2 Urshifu V down. He's just got to worry about Inteleon after he gets rid of those. So that might be the game plan that he's going for. Just get rid of these Urshifu Vs as quickly as possible.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a tough hand here. An Energy and a Marnie is acceptable, but there's probably not going to be any way to attack with Zamazenta next turn unless something incredible happens, like a top decking of Raihan or something like that would be an absolutely incredible card to see. So it's unlikely to see another attack from this Zamazenta next turn, but ultimately it's going to be tough for our opponent on Rapid Strike, PTCG user, to deal any significant damage to Zamazenta regardless.
I think it will be, especially, I'm trying to work out what he's going for here, because clearly he's not going for the draw, he's going for the Urshifu. But that leaves him with a 1-card hand, so...
It does, and it's an energy.
There you go,
so
it leaves him with a 0-card hand.
So this is a very, very aggressive play from a PTCG user. Very aggressive.
I don't mind it. I mean, the prize cards and the top decks have been good to him before, so you never know. Maybe this is the time again. Gabe will really be wanting to see a stadium, I reckon, to get rid of that energy, that damage, so that he's not within knockout range next turn. He has found that stadium.
He certainly has. PTCG user relatively happy about getting those extra cards.
I would be too, honestly. The money saved Gabe last game, and now they might save PTCG user this game. That's a difficult name to say.
Oh, this is not a good Rotom phone at all. There's not a lot going on in this next 7 cards at all. I guess next 5. Sorry, the best thing that's happening with these particular cards off of the top here is that you at least know that after this Zacian, there's going to be some other cards, but ultimately, this is very, very rough.
It's put him in such a tough spot as well because he can't really bench this Zacian. So it ruins his prize thing. He really wants to be able to bench a Zamazenta here, right? But if he benches the Zacian, then PTCG user only has to deal with 1 Zamazenta rather than 2. So it was a really tough decision to make, but I think he has to go for the Zacian for the extra draw.
So here is our Shady Dealings. Inteleon will be able to search out 2 trainer cards from the deck. Obviously a very good position for PTCG user to be in. Energy Search and Tower of Waters, both very powerful cards. The Energy Search will grab the energy to be able to attack with the Urshifu on the bench. Tower of Waters removing the opportunity for Gabe to heal with Crystal Cave. There is a lot that needs to go right from here on out for Gabe to be able to stay in this game, but stranger things have happened. You never quite know. There is a research from PTCG user, so there's no chance of seeing some fresh cards thanks to Amani. It's going to come down to how long this Zamazenta can.
He's going to need to bench that Zacian, that's for sure. One thing is also for sure, Mitch, is that a second Tower of Waters is going into my Rapid Strike Urshifu list ASAP, because that has come in clutch today, that's for sure.
It really has, and here we find ourselves again in such an interesting spot. Gabe can attach to the active if he wants to, remove one of those Rapid Strike energies, and deal 130 damage, which is pretty solid. But again, it's not necessarily going to be the way that he wins this game. Then again, he could switch into the Zacian and Intrepid Sword, which could also find himself in a pretty strong position, but if he does that, then he doesn't necessarily get any damage off this turn. So it's a bit of a catch-22 for Gabe here. It looks like he's really having a tough time deciding what to do.
Absolutely, and I think this play, it puts him in a really tough spot as well, because that handy little Tool Scrapper can come in and take that Zamazenta knockout for a PTCG user with the quick shooting. So it's a tough spot for Gabe either way, no matter what he chooses to do.
Exactly, and so it looks like he is going to switch into the Zacian and Intrepid Sword. Feels like, obviously, it's not a great position to be in, but if you draw into a couple of energy, then you're not too bad. Looks like he has Marnie and Raihan, both very acceptable cards that you could use here, but definitely very rough. Definitely very rough.
I'm just waiting to see that card slam down, Mitch. You and I both. I think we're both looking for the same thing right now. Oh,
there's an energy
he's going for the fling again.
Onto the Persimmon, which will deal some nice damage to the Zamazenta on the bench. But it's not necessarily going to put him in a position to win the game. It's interesting that he elected to evolve both of those VMAX.
The reason being is that this fling does 50 damage because of Persimmon's ability, so it actually does knock out this Zamazenta, and he doesn't need another Urshifu anymore. He can just use the VMAXs to knock out this Zacian. So
that's true.
That's why he did the evolution there. But I agree. It was an interesting choice, just in case. But I mean, I think it's going to pay off for him. Looks like he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, Raihan is realistically the only way to get an attack off this turn, but it also puts Gabe in a position where he needs to attack 2 more times into a VMAX, which ultimately means he will lose. He cannot outpace these Urshifus. They will get him eventually, so he decides to go for the Marnie, and no dice off of the Marnie there. An energy, which is, fine, but there's not a lot else working for him here. This has been some very, very rough draws for Gabe. He's at least managed to find an energy off of the Intrepid Sword, but not a lot going on. Yeah,
Gabe just has not had the draws this game. It's very unfortunate. I don't think he can lose it this turn, to be fair, but he's just not in a great spot. He needed to find a Zamazenta to be able to hide behind it, essentially, or break his opponent, and he just hasn't found it.
Certainly hasn't. There's the attack. The Gale Thrust from the Urshifu. You can Tool Scrapper to get rid of that air balloon on the bench, but ultimately it might not make too much of a difference. Here comes a Metal Saucer, and we'll see the Professor's Research potentially this turn. There's still an opportunity for Gabe to win, but it is so difficult. In fact, now that I'm looking at it, I don't know if he can manage to survive that G-Max Rapid Flow from the benched Urshifu.
He needs to be able to kind of stall this out and live for a lot longer than what I think is capable right now. So, yeah, I think he is in a tough spot, as you said. The stadium bump has just come at the right time for PTCGs. Both times he's been able to do it this game. So it is definitely very tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes a Primate Wisdom and a Metal Saucer as well. A couple of attachments. Let's see, can anything come through to save Gabe here? Another Metal Saucer, so I can see an attack from the Zamazenta, but that's just not going to be enough to win the game. There's absolutely no way now that Gabe can get this one as long as everything happens the way it ought to happen. I would think that it's going to be lights out, unfortunately, but it means that Rapid Strike Urshifu will be going through into the final of our second Sableye series, Sparksy.
Very exciting. Well, it's the thing that I couldn't do, but here we are. It's happening. It's incredible. I think that Gabe was doing a quick Crystal Cave count there, being like, I played 4. How have I only hit 1? I've got 15 cards left in my deck.
Where are all of these things? They're just hidden.
Exactly.
And we're just waiting, we're hovering over Concede here just to wait and see what happens. Yeah, it looks like Gabe's just going to concede here. He's not interested in dealing with the extra cards being played out, and Rapid Strike Urshifu is going to be going through to the final of our tournament. We'll just jump across to Streamer Zone, Sparksy. I'll see you in just a second. And we are into the finals now of this tournament. An incredible performance from a number of different players, and now we find ourselves in the finals. Lime against PTCG user. We're going to be jumping into Stream 1, Sparksy. Stream 1 is going to be our home for this final. We're going to be watching from the perspective of Lime, who is 100% undefeated, but going up against an incredibly tough matchup. All I need to do is actually click the right buttons. And we're there.
We are here now.
We are here.
This Jolteon deck, it's Henry's list, I believe, so it does play the Dusknoir.
Oh, really?
That's
very interesting. The 1-1 Dusknoir line. Good grief. That is something definitely very interesting. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
It's still a rough matchup for sure, but that does help it a tiny little bit.
Certainly does. We've got a little bit of a delay here. I'm trying to get our game started up. But let us know in the chat if you'd like to give it a little bit of a prediction. Who do you think's going to win, Jolteon or Rapid Strike Urshifu? I feel kind of awkward saying that because I've got a gut feeling.
I also have a gut feeling.
We'll wait and see.
You know, honestly, I'm just hoping for a good set of 3 games. I just want a 3-game series here, Mitch. That's all I'm asking for.
That would be fantastic. If we could get a 3-game series, that would be absolutely beautiful. We've got the blue bear up against the yellow dog, and we'll see which one comes out on top. Looks like we've got a mulligan on our Jolteon side, and this is, oh my goodness, look at this hand. This is a rough set of 6 cards to start off with. Not terrible, but definitely not great. My
goodness. And poor Lime, just what he needed is to give the Urshifu player some extra cards on their first turn, so that they can do more of what they want to do.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of extra cards there as well. It's definitely a tough one. Here is the choice. Sobble is the quick ball target, and you can see there's plenty of Jolteons in the deck. Just doing a little bit of a search here just to make sure that all of the cards that are required are available. Looks like
I like this. I think this is the first deck search I've seen today. So
most of them are there, which is good. It's probably a reason that he's sitting undefeated.
Yeah. Incredible. Imagine the mindset of this man coming into the finals. I couldn't. No, I've never been undefeated in my life, Mitch. So maybe one day.
Neither have I.
Not past round 2 anyway.
You know what? I can be undefeated for maybe 1 game, and then that's it.
Exactly. Yep. 1 game is all it takes.
Oh boy.
It's looking like a good start though. Like if Lime was to want a start from that hand, top decking that Jolteon was big, right? Because it means that he has access to the Sobble, which means that he does have access to the Jolteon next turn.
Absolutely, and this is a massive research here. We're losing a lot of resources. Look at those.
Simeon goes away as well. I saw that.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of researchers and a boss's orders. There's level ball, all sorts of stuff disappearing there for PTCG.
Incredible. Escape rope too. One thing that I am noticing, give me 1 second, sorry, just to confirm. There is no stadium on Lime's side. So whatever stadium is put into play, which in this case is going to be Tower of Waters, it's going to stick.
It's going to stay there for the entire game, which is another reason for Rapid Strike Urshifu to be feeling very, very comfortable. Exactly looks like there's the elemental badge off of the Drizzile, but unfortunately, the Fan of Waves removing that energy on the Jolteon means we can't search out for the Jolteon VMAX here. You're going to see a scoop up net on the Zigzagoon. That will be able to put some damage down at least. We can see a ping probably onto the other Sobble. Looks like that's the direction that we're going. We need to Marnie into a VMAX here, or otherwise it's going to be a very, very difficult game.
Considering there was an energy in hand, was there not? Oh, the Fan of Waves.
I missed the Fan of Waves.
No, there you go. I was too busy looking for the stadium.
Created some big problems. Some very big problems, because now it's not going to be possible for Lime to get a solid attack off this turn. He's not going to be able to VMAX, which is definitely not a good position to be in. He's going to need to find himself something here, something to give himself a chance to win the game. And you can see him really thinking, what is the best chance for me to try and get this one?
I think he's realizing that if he Duskulls now, it's probably just getting sniped on the bench, so he can't go for that. But yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything that's really going to help him at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, ultimately it's a very, very tough position to be in. He's going to probably lose this Jolteon this turn, but he at least has all of his support Pokemon in play. We're going to see a couple of Sobbles and a Duskull as well. But no Jolteon VMAX. Is going to retreat and hope that his opponent does not find Boss's Orders this turn.
I'm surprised he gave up the Zigzagoon. I guess I'm not actually, because he's got quick shooting. I was going to say, I'm surprised because it's good for that damage. It's good for that little bit of extra damage to make sure that you're doing the bench damage with Jolteon. But he does have the quick shooting, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not too significant, but it's definitely worth noting. Now, one of the issues that we're going to see here from Lime is that Jolteon is really, really strong at taking out people's engines. But when Rapid Strike Urshifu just needs to attack every single turn, it becomes incredibly difficult for Jolteon to have enough power to overcome it. He needs to attack 3 times into this Rapid Strike Urshifu to be able to take a knockout. And in the time that he's attacked 3 times, Rapid Strike Urshifu gets the chance to attack twice, which is absolutely brutal. It's going to be enough to take all 6 prizes, which is a big problem for Lime here. Here comes a Drizzile for PTCG user. He's going to be searching out an energy search. I'll give him access to another energy card that he can utilize on that Rapid Strike Urshifu.
I'm interested to see what he goes for here. I reckon a Sobble and Duskull is a reasonable chance, but we'll wait and see.
So there's another Drizzile coming down. Shady Dealings.
Man has everything, doesn't he?
He's popping off tonight. If ever there was a night to draw well, it was tonight, and PTCG user is definitely doing that. He's done nothing but draw well in all of the games that we've seen.
Incredible. I need this man's lucky charm. I'm going to message him after this tournament and say, give me whatever you've got, because I need it. So, incredible.
He's doing quite a good job. There's another Urshifu on the bench. And here comes the G-Max Rapid Flow. Will probably take the knockout on the Sobble on the bench. You would think maybe even the Drizzile as well. Definitely a very, very difficult position to be in. Especially considering that there is that Tower of Waters in play. You can retreat into another VMAX really, really easily.
There you go. So he was scared about the quick shooting Inteleon, clearly. He went for the Drizzile and the Duskull. So no more energy denial for Jolteon here.
Search out a lightning energy thanks to energy search. That'll at least give him a way to retreat out of the active. And then Professor's research. There is a Jolteon, and the worst part is you see that Duskull there, or the Dusknoir there, and you're like, oh my god, if I had have just survived for one more turn, I might have been able to get that in play right now. But unfortunately, it's not to happen. There goes that particular Pokemon, and the question is now, do you grab a Sobble or a Jolteon?
He's chosen with Sobble. There you go. I wasn't sure that would be the choice, but here we are. That's why I'm not in the finals of this tournament.
No, you're not playing here, mate. You've got to remember that. Here comes a Drizzile. This could also grab another Quick Ball, potentially maybe a Draw supporter. Could be a way out. There's an energy in hand and a Marnie already, so that's pretty good. There is no Quick Ball left in the deck, so
to grab a Quick Ball if it was there.
Not going to be able to search that out. Instead, we'll grab Boss's Orders. And we'll max Thunder Rumble. Take a prize, which is decent, but that Jolteon is precariously close to being knocked out. 300 HP is not particularly high when your opponent can do that for 1 energy.
Incredible how lopsided this matchup is, and I just hope that Lime can find some way to get through this and at least take a game, because after being undefeated for the whole tournament, hitting this in your final match is just a rough matchup. That's for sure.
It's of all the times to hit your worst matchup, I think the final is probably the last time you'd want to see it. But it's what's happened here, and looks like Professor's research is going to be coming out here from PTCG user, trying to find that extra energy that he needs to retreat and attack. And at the moment, it's not looking like it's necessarily there. Although to be fair, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge on this turn yet.
There certainly is underneath that tower of waters, Pinch. A lot of water.
I see what you've done there, Sparksy. Very well done.
Thank you.
Hello, Becca. Welcome. Thank you very much. I saw your subscription before. Appreciate that. Thank you for coming past. There is that attachment.
Energy.
It's there. We're going to see a retreat and an attack. And now that is pretty much a good game, I would say. There's pretty much no chance that that we will see a victory from Jolteon in this one. So he's saying, I'll go first. Give me first for the next game. And let's just get cracking.
I mean, there's just not that much to say. It was just unclinically. How the matchups meant to work, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's really unfortunate. It's one of those ones where you hate to see these kind of matchups in finals because it's really a foregone conclusion unless something crazy happens. Jolteon is in such a bad position against this deck, and really the strength of Jolteon is in the fact that Rapid Strike Urshifu has not been seeing a lot of play. So it's definitely a tough one. He's going to be able to go first here. Maybe can get himself set up, but you know what? This is not a great hand to be looking at either.
Oh no, that's rough. I think that the one thing from the previous game that was huge was on that first turn for PTCG user with that fan of waves coming out.
Oh, certainly was. That was
that
very.
That
big.
was massive.
Oh
no!
Goodness, you hate to see that. 3 Jolteon VMAXs in the opening hand, and we're sitting here with only a Professor's Research next turn. There is an Evo Incense that can find a Drizzile, the Marnie, but you just need the basic Jolteon. And you know what makes a difficult matchup even harder, Sparksy? Not drawing any of the basics that you need to attack. That is a big yikes.
I think the worst part about it is that if he has to research this away for some reason, he can't get them back. No. That's all his Jolteon VMAX is gone. He doesn't have anything that can get them out of the discard.
Exactly.
So
it's absolutely brutal. And even the slow start from PTCG user, the Crobat in the active, he's not even going to be able to capitalize on that, unfortunately. He's going to go for the Evo Incense now and grab the Drizzile, but not necessarily super useful. We'll use that next turn and hopefully can draw into something else. Blake in the chat, why is God so cruel?
Why is God so cruel? So true. I think that the grabbing of the Drizzile was to bait his opponent into Marnieing him so that he doesn't have to Marnie next turn, potentially. But, I mean, look, it's slim pickings at the moment. He got the Crobat start. That's definitely a positive. He's got nothing else. So, fingers across for Lime, but it's not looking good at all.
No, it is certainly not. And it's just a pass on PTCG users' turn here. That's not a good sign for him. Obviously nothing in hand, and the worst part is that Lime's gonna need to use Marnie here to draw some cards and not get rid of those Jolteons. And it's gonna inadvertently give his opponent more cards to work with, which is really unfortunate.
Was it almost worth quick balling there just to not give your opponent more? I don't know. That means it's so slow, tough. But yeah, it's a tough decision to make for sure, and there's just no way around it.
It's really unfortunate.
This is rough.
Yeah, it certainly is. And for I've been saying this for the last 15 minutes, but to come through a tournament undefeated and then find yourself in a position where you've got such a good matchup against lots of decks across the board, and then suddenly you find yourself up against Rapid Strike in the final, and then you have to give your opponent more cards as well. That is brutal.
It's ridiculous. This man has come through Swiss and top 8. He's lost one game in 12. One game. And that wasn't a set. That was just one game in a best of 3. So, amazing. And then he comes in and hits this matchup. It's just such tough luck. He did find the Tool Scrapper, which means that there's probably not going to be a retreat. That's a positive.
So there's a light at the end of the tunnel here. We can see that there is a Drizzile and a pass from PTCG users, so there is still something to be done. Looks like a scoop-up net could be on the cards if it's available to get that Drizzile out of the active, which would be fantastic. We can see another Drizzile being used on the benched Sobble. The third Sobble can go down, and the research can then be played. All of the cards are available. He's going for the energy search, though, potentially to attach the energy to the active Drizzile.
I think it's the right call because it means he can get those quick shootings in play quicker, and it means that he's also not researching away a Drizzile, which is nice. The issue is that he really needs Zigzagoon. right now. He needs something that'll put damage on one of those bench Urshifus to actually give him a chance here.
He really does, and at the moment it's not present. But you know what? We're going to give ourselves as good a chance as possible to see as many cards as possible. Look at this! We're just drawing into these Jolteons over and over and over. There's the level.
He has prize Zigzagoon, Mitch. He has prize Zigzagoon.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, that is brutal. We retreat into the Jolteon. We'll at least see an attack here, but it's not going to be enough damage realistically to put enough pressure on. That Crobat can be knocked out later, but so unfortunate. A game where things are going so poorly. There's a tool scrapper that'll get rid of that badge, but there's nothing else in PTCGO's hand, so maybe, just maybe, this game could turn into something. We can see another Drizzile. There's 4 of them in play now. We'll probably see an Evo Incense, but there's only one Evo Incense in deck, so we can't see multiple Inteleons. Oh my goodness, we're gonna see a knockout here, but there's no second Jolteon in play, which means we are in a pretty average position.
Yeah, I just say as well, not only is he prized the Zigzagoon, he's prized his other quick shooting Inteleon there too. So this has been rough, as rough as it possibly could have been. He can't research here because it gets rid of all these other Jolteons. He doesn't really want to take a knockout because clearly his opponent is stuck, but he's got to take the knockout sometime, doesn't he?
He needs to do something, but if he does something, then he probably finds himself in a position of losing the game. It's just such an awkward spot to be. Looks like that Inteleon ping is going to be going on to the Urshifu. I like that. Obviously, PTCG user is bricking, so getting rid of a Sobble might be a play. Probably not necessarily as useful, but it looks like that's what's going to be happening. 3 prizes there.
He just wants to take the prizes.
Yep, and look and see. Can we unprize something? There's an Inteleon. There's a Jolteon.
Oh, that's good.
It's all happening here, and an Evo Incense. So suddenly the hand looks good, but you know what? 1 Rapid Strike Energy, and suddenly this is knocked out Jolteon. There's an evolution. There's a retreat.
No.
There's literally everything in hand again for a big KO. Gale Thrust takes 3 prizes, and no matter how hard Lime is working at this one, he still can't beat that Urshifu's power.
Mitch, there is one person that is not going to watch this VOD back tomorrow, and that is Lime.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with him on that. I wouldn't be watching this one back either.
Yeah, he's had the worst luck. I mean, he's drawn everything this game at least, but his prizes have been awful. He had a shocker of a start. I can't get over it.
It's pretty average, to say the least. He's got a level ball here just to thin that out of the deck, and it looks like he's eyeing off the Marnie here to provide as few resources to his opponent as possible, but that Drizzile on the bench is potential. That's potential Drizzile for PTCG user. There's no way to knock out that Sobble this turn, and not unprizing the Zigzagoon makes it very, very tough. Here comes the Marnie. We'll just wait and see what cards are drawn here. Okay, alright, okay, so we can see a triple ping here if we want to. Looks like that is not going to be happening.
Not play.
So a couple of pings onto the active, fair
One
enough.
onto the active as well. Maybe he might be attempting a boss stall here. I can see why, actually no, I can't see why. I was going to say I can see why he didn't pick up the Inteleon, because he wanted the Drizzile play, but he would have had that anyway. So
it's an interesting choice, but that's okay. We wait and see. Here's a quick ball potentially being played. There's not a lot of options in the hand. He's going to get rid of the Jolteon and just thin out another one. Obviously, not necessarily useful at the present moment. He can play it down if he wants to, but ultimately, it's not going to make too much of a difference in the outcome of this game. Here comes a scoop up net, potentially scooping up the Drizzile from the active to maybe deal some damage, but I don't know if it's necessarily like I mean, it's a bad matchup. Mitch, it's a bad matchup.
He loses. I was going to say he loses if he does put this Jolteon active. So as long as his opponent has another energy, he'll lose to a
this is a rough spot for sure. So he plays the Inteleon in the active, and then just simply passes the turn there.
I don't mind that move at all. But no PTCG user who's got the boss and the energy for game. So I guess we'll see. But I don't mind this move. Putting the Inteleon active requires a lot for the PTCG user to actually take a knockout here. He needs to switch and then the retreat back into it, and that's just knocking out an Inteleon, which Lime, out of all things considered, can afford to lose. So it means that also double Drizzile is on play here so that he can grab the Evo and the badge for next turn, but that doesn't matter because there's a Marnie.
Yeah, the Marnie is not the card that wins PTCG user the game here, but he also doesn't lose it, so a pretty solid position to be in. He's got the Rapid Strike Urshifu on the bench now as well, so he's set and ready to go with another potential attacker. Here comes a Drizzile. Be able to search out a trainer from the deck. You'd think we're going to see a G-Max Rapid Flow here. Get rid of both of the... well, I mean, you can get rid of pretty much anything you want at this stage, and it's probably fine. And a Professor's Research off of the Drizzile. That will be useful in the next turn, just to guarantee that, you know, there's going to be something worth doing.
It's all coming up, PTCG user here. One more prize to take. Man can smell victory right now.
Very, very close, and it's one of those situations again where Lime is sitting here going, I'm just so close yet so far to being able to get this victory. None of the Pokemon on his side of the field can take an attack from Rapid Strike Urshifu. Everything is being knocked out by a multiple of 150, so an average position to be in at best. We're seeing some thinning here, and then it's probably just going to be a Research or a Marnie, whichever supporter feels best at the time. There's the Research. So PTCG user knows now he's got he's got his hand. He knows whether he's going to be able to win or not. The question is there anything that Jolteon can realistically do here? And ultimately, probably not. All it's going to take is an energy and a retreat, and that is going to be the game. We see the Evo Incense come down. If there's another Drizzile, he'll be able to utilize that. If not, he can use Inteleon. If not, he's still got 6 cards left.
In all respect to PTCG user, I do like that he left the Sobble there, ready to be used for a Drizzile this turn if he did get Marnied, for sure. He had the Shady Dealings. I would have thought that got him game, but you never know, I guess. I don't really know what's going on here. Just thinking.
Well, I mean, you know, we've seen this happen before.
That is true.
We wait and see. There's the energy attachment.
There's retreat.
And that will be the game. Gale Thrust will take 150 damage onto the active, and Rapid Strike Urshifu comes out on top of this particular tournament. We're going to head back to the Streamer Zone, Sparksy. I'll see you there very, very shortly. Congratulations to PTCG user for being the winner of this tournament. He's going to take home 80 celebrations packs, which is an incredible prize. Thank you very much to Kapow. All of our players in top 8 this afternoon have been able to take home some celebrations prizes. Thank you, Sparksy, for being here with me this afternoon, or tonight. I keep saying this afternoon. It is 10:30 p.m. I don't know what I'm doing.
It is 10:30, Mitch, but thank you very much for having me. I've enjoyed it a lot.
Not a problem.
You enjoyed it too.
I've had a relatively nice time. But you know what? I am happy to end it here. Ready to go and have a bit of a glass of water, because my voice is absolutely killing me. Thank you very much to everyone who's been with us in chat tonight. Make sure, if you haven't already, that you like the video. If you're not subscribed, then please subscribe. Thank you to everyone who has provided super chats or become a member this evening. I really appreciate you guys. Apart from that, Sparksy, do you want to shout anything out? Do you have anything that you want to shout out?
Not really. Just make sure that you're subscribed if you're not subscribed in the chat right now. And big thanks to Kapow as well. He absolutely smashed this tournament out.
He's done a great job as usual. Thanks, everyone. We will be back in a couple of weeks for another Sableye Series tournament, and I will see you next time for more from the Sableyes. Bye-bye.